look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free worlds. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to a secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud, patriots. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 112 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. ARMIN NAVABI.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Ghamari.
Thank you so much, ARMIN. How are you doing today?
Really good, really good. There's a lot of news, new news, and a lot of wrong analysis on what's happening, by the way. Again, obviously, President Trump just came out and said the quiet part out loud, basically exposing everything that you and I have been saying for a very long time. This has been a bombshell when he was on the plane. He confirmed that, yeah, the Islamic Republic, the reason why they're saying something else in front of the cameras compared to what they're telling him, he confirmed that it's because they have people that they need to please internally, which is completely what we have been telling you here on Iran Revolution Live for the past 100 days, 112 days, which is, yeah, we told you so. And now it's being confirmed by President Trump. So there's that. Yeah, you have it?
Yeah, I have the 7-minute clip. But
all right, let's go
continue with your brief summary, and then we'll go to President Trump.
Okay. Then we have some ships being blocked at the Strait of Hormuz by the Islamic Republic. A lot of people are not understanding what's happening here. Their understanding is that the Islamic Republic is now closing the Strait of Hormuz again. What they're not understanding is we're not dealing with one Islamic Republic. We're dealing with multiple Islamic republics. and there are parts of the Islamic Republic who are trying to open the Strait of Hormuz, and there are other parts of the Islamic Republic who are trying to close the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so that I'm not seeing anybody saying that anywhere. People are like, oh, President Trump was wrong, they're closing the Strait of Hormuz. And like, no, the people who talk to President Trump are not the same people who are trying to close the Strait of Hormuz. Like, I didn't see anybody understanding what's happening. I'm sure somebody's getting it somewhere, but I didn't see, except our very own Murad Vaisi. He understood what's going on. And then and also the Islamic Republic State TV is now officially advertising finding dates in the protests. And there's, like I told you, you guys thought I was exaggerating yesterday and the day before, that part of the strategy to bring more people, bring more boys to the protests, their pro-regime protests, was to encourage boys to come out because there are girls there, there are hijabless girls there. You thought I was joking. I wasn't joking. That's actually the strategy of the Islamic Republic. And now apparently it's official because they're saying it out loud. Like, come there, there's many opportunities for dating. So yeah, so now you see I wasn't exaggerating when we get to that.
Yeah, I saw that clip as well. So I'm looking forward to you sharing that and translating that.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was absolutely wild. All right,
Yeah.
let's go to President Trump. So this was last night.
Ending pretty soon. We had some pretty good news 20 minutes ago, but it seems to be going very well in the Middle East with Iran. We'll know over a little period of time. We're negotiating over the weekend. And as you know, we have the blockade. The blockade's been very successful. And of equal success has been the 5 weeks before the blockade. The combination was pretty lethal, I would say. So we're going to be knowing very shortly. But we're talking over. I expect things to go well. Many of these things have been negotiated and agreed to.
Sir, what was the good news that you had 20 minutes ago?
Having to do with Iran.
Can you tell us anything about
No, but you'll hear about it.
What are you going to be
I
talking
just think it's something that should happen. It's something that only makes sense to happen. And I think it will. We'll see what happens, but I think it will.
Have you agreed to
You told me on the phone earlier that everything has been agreed to. You told me earlier that everything has been agreed to. Iran was saying something different. So what has been worked out in that time?
They have to say something different because, they have people that they have to cater to also. I really don't. I'm just doing the thing that's right. I'm just saying it like it is. And we have a situation, I think, that is going to be very beneficial. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And that supersedes everything else.
Are you personally the one that's making these negotiations? Are you personally the one that's making these negotiations move forward? Is it?
I have people representing me, but I'm the one that makes the decision.
Sir, in the Strait,
there have been reports that the Pentagon's preparing for military action in Cuba. Are those reports true? Is Cuba next?
Well, it depends on what your definition of military action is.
Would it look like Venezuela or Iran?
Really, it does. It depends on what your definition of military action is, as Bill Clinton would say. You understand that? No, a lot of people don't understand that.
Sir, on the Strait, your 9 a.m. event tomorrow, what are you planning to announce?
We have something tomorrow, and it's a little bit of a surprise. I think it's a very positive thing, something I feel strongly about. Somebody's coming to the White House who's very good, very smart, very caring, a person that cares a lot about the country and beyond. And so we're going to have a news conference tomorrow, a little unusual. Saturday morning.
About Iran?
No, well, it will be. Ultimately, everything's about Iran, I guess. It all morphs into Iran. You're going to be asking questions. But the Iran thing is just going well. Tomorrow is unrelated, but it'll be a form of a news conference. And I think it's going to be something very good for our country.
Do you feel like something at the White House when this all does end, when you are able?
We'll have a party. It would be great. Hey, we've been pushed around by Iran for 47 years, but not anymore.
President, when you say that Iran has agreed to turn over their nuclear dust, what does that mean? Are they destroying their nuclear material? They're turning it over. Can you walk us through what that process looks like, sir?
We're taking it. Very simple. We're taking it. Yeah.
Does
With
that mean-
Iran. We're going in with Iran.
Does that mean U.S. boots on the ground to get that?
I don't call it boots on the ground. We'll take it after the agreement is signed. After there's a big difference before and after. BC. It's before and after.
Sir, in the Strait, are there going to be
After
restrictions?
the agreement is a lot different than before. We would have taken it. If we didn't have an agreement, we would take it, but I don't think we'll have to.
Sir, in the Strait, are there going to be restrictions and tolls managed by Iran for ships and vessels
Nope.
passing through?
No way. No
None
way.
at all?
Nope.
No restrictions?
Mr. President, you talked about FISA, Mr. President.
Restrictions, yeah, there'll be restrictions. You can't do the tolls. No, they're not going to be tolls.
On FISA, Mr. President, Anna Paula Luna is pushing to have the Save America Act linked to FISA in the FISA renewal. Are you in
She's
favor?
right, and I'd love to see that. The Save America Act is so important. It's so good. It's voter ID. It's basic. It's your basics about a democracy. Voter ID, birthplace. You have to be born in the United States to vote. We have no transgender. We added no transgender utilization of our children. Very important. No men in women's sports. Now we added that. Also, we talk about the top three, and we put as the three. Three having to do with the vote. We also have no mail-in ballots other than for the military, etc. If you're sick, the military. If you're away, if you're disabled, any of those things. It's pretty generous, actually, but mail-in ballot, the tremendous cheating that goes on with mail-in ballots. So we would have no mail-in ballots except for those various exceptions.
Mr. President, did the ceasefire in Lebanon need to happen for you to get to a deal with Iran?
It's not really tied, but you could say maybe psychologically tied, but we're going to help Lebanon become a country again. It's been a long time for them. They've gone through a lot, and we're going to help them be a country again.
And then were you frustrated with Netanyahu while you were negotiating the ceasefire in the last round? Was his action bombing Lebanon, did that impact peace talks?
We disagree on some things, but he's been a very good partner. We did a good job. There's probably never been anything like it. He says we were the senior, and we are the senior. We're the senior. We have the greatest military in the world. I built it in the first term. Didn't think I'd be using it this much, but we have the greatest military in the world, greatest equipment, greatest. When you look at it, we had 101 to 111, depending on your definition, because some were two. They came out in twos. Missiles shot at a certain very valuable asset of ours that happened to be sitting on the water. Every single one of those missiles was shot down. Think of it, 111 missiles. Every single one of them was shot down. Never even got close. Nobody has a military like this. Nobody has equipment like this. Nobody has the power that we have.
So you said that the U.S. was going to take the nuclear dust from Iran.
Yeah, we didn't
What's
make
the
a deal.
time? What's the timeline on
Well,
that?
I'm
How
not gonna
long
give
will
you
that
Do you want me
take?
to give you the time and date and everything
Is
else?
it like you've been negotiated?
If we
How long that
obviously, I'm not
process
going
will
to give
go
you the
on?
time other than if we sign the agreement, then I can give you a time somewhere after the signing of the agreement.
And
We'll
will
go
it
in
involve
with
the US
Iran.
military?
We'll go in with Iran and we will take it together and we will bring it back, 100% of it, back to the United States. If we don't do that, we will get it in a different form, in a much more unfriendly form.
And that
But in any event,
that
we'll get it.
unfriendly
But in
form,
any
would that
event,
involve war?
excuse me. But in any event, we'll get it. Go ahead.
If you don't have a deal by Wednesday when the ceasefire ends, will you extend the ceasefire or will
I
you
don't
start
know.
at
Maybe not.
attacks again?
Maybe I won't extend it.
Okay.
But the blockade is going to remain.
Do you have enough
But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. I think it's going to happen.
What about the UFOs, Mr. President?
Wow. So I think it's going to happen. And if it doesn't happen, we're going to drop bombs again. So it's either surrender through negotiation or surrender with continuation of the bombings. And more important than the bombings, I think, is the blockade. I think the blockade of the Iranian ports is hurting more than the boom booms.
It absolutely is. The Islamic regime is currently in a state of internal collapse. I actually did a really good interview with I think it was Newsmax just at noon today. I have another one at 5 o'clock actually, and I was actually really pleasantly surprised with the other people who were on the panel because I guess the message is getting around that there's this internal division, and there's like infighting, and that's what is sort of leading to is the Strait of Hormuz open or closed, right? And so the message is like slowly starting to get there, right? It was Newsmax, yeah. So I can share that if you want. That
yes. Yeah, yes, for sure. Goldie, can I just we have so many examples of Goldie's always right. I just want to do a little bit of a bragging, just a little bit for myself, because we have so many examples of things, people eventually figuring out what you have been saying for a while. This is after, for years, not even for the for years, I have been saying that this is the weakness of the Islamic Republic, and the internal division eventually is what's going to get us to the finish line. And now finally, you're telling me that these other people are finally maybe are getting the understanding of what's happening. I just want to say, usually we say, yeah, Goldie told you so. So today I just want to say, I told you so. Right? Just a little bit for me as well.
absolutely, guys.
Right.
So Armin is almost always 100% right most of the time.
Yes.
Almost always, most of the time. I'm teasing. But no, that's a very, very good point there, Armin, that you're making. So, but yeah, people are starting to get that, right? And I think the analysts who are smart and who understand what's going on, right? They see what President Trump is doing. Those who don't know what's going on and have no understanding of the Islamic regime or how it operates, they're still out there, and they're saying things like, "Oh, like what does this accomplish? The strait is open, closed. Like what's going on?" Right? It's just they don't know anything, and they have absolutely no clue.
Very latest details. That's next.
Let me like, this is just like I have to wait for the official video, but this is like what I recorded behind the scenes. So I won't play the whole thing. I just want to play the beginning part because I can play the whole thing when you're gone.
Day 50 of the war with Iran. President Trump says the U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz will remain in place, causing Iran to close the strait. Yet again, lots of details today. Well, here to comment, former IDF Special Operations Commander Doran Campbell. There he is. Also Iranian-born human rights activist Goldie Ghamari, and Naval Explosive Ordnance Disposal Officer Tom Sauer. It's so great to have all of you guys. Tom, to you, because President Trump saying that his naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz is in full force until a deal's reached. And now we just heard in the last few hours that Iran is responding by saying that they are closing the strait again, that they control the strait. Who's in control here, Tom? And how could they take over the strait with all the U.S. naval assets in that area?
That's a great question. And I think what it's really coming down to now is that there really isn't anyone that's truly in control of Iran. Keep in mind, we killed a very large number of their leadership, and we've taken out their command and control. So it does seem like there are multiple factions within the IRGC and within the existing Iranian government. Keep in mind that one of the reasons why, a lot of people talk about regime change, but I feel that there are too many different warring factions for any one person to be controlled. So we don't really know who we're dealing with, and that is going to be a challenge for us.
Goldie, what are you hearing also from Iran? I mean, this is a big development if indeed they're taking back the strait.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tom is absolutely correct there. The Islamic regime right now, it's separated into at least 3 different factions. They're all fighting with one another. So the Ghalibaf camp, the one that initially, made this agreement, they're currently in conflict with other factions within the IRGC who want to continue attacking the Americans and who want to close the Strait of Hormuz. So the Islamic regime is in a state of chaos right now, and it's slowly collapsing on the inside.
Well, let's hope so. Meantime.
There we go. So I just wanted to play that.
Why not the rest? Can't get the rest?
No, we could watch the whole thing, but I was just going to play that later, like when you're gone, because I didn't want to take away from you.
Okay.
But I mean, if you want, I could play the whole thing, but I'll save the rest for when you're gone.
Okay, can you send me as well? So because I want to see it as well.
oh well, I mean, if you want to watch it, I could continue playing it if you want to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see the rest of it.
Okay.
You're always so good at
President
these.
Trump, I want to play. This is what he said aboard Air Force One last night. Watch.
Extend the ceasefire, or will
I don't know. Maybe not. I won't extend it.
Okay.
But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
That's a pretty strong statement. So, Doran, how soon could we expect to see bombs maybe dropping again? What should President Trump?
Armin, look who's here.
Oh, hey. Oh, wow. Thank you for your amazing music.
Oh, my gosh. It's Barbod. Guys, you know who this is?
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
This is. Guys. Oh, my gosh, guys. Hi, Barbod. Actually, you know what? Barbod uploaded a new song today that I was planning on playing and sharing with you guys later. Guys, look who it is. Here, let me pull up his profile for you guys. Guys, we have a celebrity. We have a celebrity with us. It's Barbod.
Yeah.
Remember? Angels of Liberty. Should we play Angels of Liberty in honor of Barbod? Let's play Angels of Liberty.
Yes.
All right, we'll play Angels of Liberty in honor of Barbod being here. Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. We love you. Everyone loves you. And they love all your songs too. Okay. Let's play this.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. But not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire.
All right. Okay. So in honor of Barbod being here, let's play his new song that he just uploaded, guys. So guys, make sure that you subscribe to Barbod's channel. I'll put the link. Let me put the link. Everyone go subscribe and support our favorite musician. Let me just add the link to all the chats here. Okay. And Barbod, whenever you want to join us, let me know. If you ever want to come join our live stream, just let me know and I'll send you a link so you can come join us if you ever want to come and talk about what you do and, you know, all the work that you put into your music and your songs. We'd love to have you. All right, guys. So this is Barbod's new song that he just uploaded 2 hours ago, and it's called Deal with the Devil.
Mr. Trump, back at the table again, talking of peace, but you know how it ends. Smiles for the cameras, deals in the light, but truth disappears somewhere out of sight. Mullahs behind it, controlling the flow. You shake hands with fire, but you already know. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away. While lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, hear the streets, hear the cry. Iranians want freedom, they're reaching high. From cells to the shadows, their voices still grow. Dreaming of a future they don't even know. Deals at the top while the pressure runs low, and down below the fear continues to grow. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away. While lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, now the moment is real. Reagan or Obama, pressure or deal. One stands firm, one bends to the game. History writes down the choice and the name. Stand with strength, don't let it all go. You don't free millions by moving too slow. Mr. Trump, if you give them that deal, they keep the power, they tighten the seal. More voices silenced, more lives erased, while freedom is pushed further away. Be the Reagan they need, take a stand, don't trade their future for a shake of a hand. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Too many lives already lost. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Iranians fighting they won't let it fall. Deal with the devil. Don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, be like Reagan. No deals with the devil.
That was incredible. Barbara, that was so good. Thank you so much. Yeah, we agree. No deals with the devil, 100%. And Barbara, if you ever want to join us, just let me know. I'll send you the link, and you're welcome to come and talk about your music and your channel. And we'll do everything we can to promote you. Your music is incredible. We are so appreciative of the work that you do. And, a lot of your songs are part of our intro. Thank you. Thank you so much because, music and art, such an important way to, fight against the Islamic regime. Because guys, right? There's so many different aspects to raising awareness, and music and art is one of those ways. And Barwood is phenomenal. So I can't believe he only has 9.4 thousand subscribers on YouTube. Like, his music is excellent. So guys, let's help Barwood, because that was another banger. So Armin, I think I'm gonna have to add No Deal with the Devil to the intro because it is so good. So wow. Barbara, thank you so much for being here. You honor us. You honor us with your presence. Oh, Barbara, thank you, Goldie and Armin. You were both great in the voice of. Oh, thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate you and everything we can do to, support one another. 100%. Your songs and music are excellent. So, oh, that was such a nice surprise. That totally made me so happy. Okay. All right. We'll go back to the interview now, and then, actually, do you want me to go to the interview? Because it's Armin Power Hour now.
No, let's do the interview, because I think the interview is very popular, and also I like to see the rest of the interview. Yeah.
All right.
Soon, could we expect to see bombs maybe dropping again? What should President Trump do, especially in light of this new news today, Doran?
Two options. First of all, just to remind the audience, we've already accomplished a tactical objective. We've eradicated the Iran military. Now there's negotiation in order to get to some deal and bring our forces home. If that doesn't work, then we're basically going to view that as a timeout that we've taken, and then full force forward. We'll know in a few days. By the way, to your prior question, the U.S. is in control of the Straits, but it's not complete control. The Iranians don't have a navy. They can bother some of the ships there, and everybody's trying to get a little bit of leverage in whatever is left of the negotiation.
Yeah, it's sort of the last licks, if you will, last opportunity. Do you believe that also, Goldie? Do you believe that this is sort of just last moments and maybe blustering by Iran's part?
Absolutely. Ultimately, you cannot negotiate with terrorists. And President Trump is showing that to the world because he's trying to convince them to surrender. I mean, he's absolutely correct. All the leaders are dead. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. All they have is, some ships here and there shooting at, ships that are trying to go through. So I think President Trump is making it very clear why he needs to go in and just completely obliterate them. And I think that's what we're going to see, because ultimately you cannot negotiate with terrorists. You cannot trust them. And President Trump has said that after 47 years of the Islamic regime bullying people around, he's going to put a stop to it.
And Tom, before we go, I want to get your take on also the nuclear material, because President Trump said yesterday that Iran agreed to hand it over, but now Iran is saying they aren't giving it up. This was Trump's red line. I think it's many people in the world's red line. What needs to be done? How could we get that?
Well, one thing that's interesting is I actually spent a good part of my career dealing with weapons of mass destruction. And for what it's worth, if it makes anyone feel better, there are units and organizations within the United States military that deal specifically with this issue, with underground facilities, all of that, and how to take it. Now, keep in mind, though, is although we don't want to do boots on the ground, if there has to be a special operation to get it, there might be. And there are thousands of Marines and airborne paratroopers who will be really upset if they don't get to kill anyone this year.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Doran, I got to get your response to that, especially in light of the fact that President Trump was saying that the material is essentially dust, that it's sort of, enriched uranium dust because of the B-2 bombers that came in June. So how do we get it, Doran?
Well, I don't have the intel regarding the material, but in order to get the material in an unfriendly way, that's a serious operation. You need to control the area, defend the people that need to go in. We don't know under how many layers of land that material is. Serious operation with a lot of ground forces. Hopefully, we don't need to do that.
Yeah, let's hope not. And let's hope the peace discussions get back on track and get back on track soon. All of you, thank you very much. Doran, Goldie, and Tom, really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you. And
That was fantastic, as usual. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So do you want me to go through some updates?
Yeah, it's Armin Power Hour.
Okay. So as everybody knows, the Strait of Hormuz the Islamic Republic is claiming some parts of the Islamic Republic. That is basically not the parts. So, guys, there's basically three messages that are coming up. The messages that the Islamic Republic is sending to President Trump from the people who want to bend the knee to President Trump and basically stop the regime from collapsing by capitulating. That's number one. Then the same people, the ones who want to surrender and they want to capitulate, they are putting messages out there for the public that shows them not capitulating from the same people. And President Trump understands, as we saw on the plane, that he knows that they need to put that out there as a way to satisfy their own internal regime followers, which is very interesting, by the way, because I was saying a couple of days ago, if you guys remember, if I was the Islamic Republic, I would negotiate with President Trump, but I would also tell President Trump that, listen, I'm going to give you everything you want, but please understand that I need to go tell my idiot Durka jihadi followers that I'm not going to give you everything you want, okay? I'm going to have to save face in front of them. So that's just for them. That's just for them. I thought if I was the Islamic Republic, I would do that. And I don't know if that's what they did, but given that President Trump just came out and said, like, well, they're doing that for themselves, for their internal consumption, maybe they told President Trump, like, listen, our hands are tied. We have to say this, right? But if I was those people, I would also tell President Trump, like, we have only one condition, okay? Hezbollah, yours. We don't care. Hamas, we won't support. Enriched uranium, there you go. Range of missiles, okay, we'll stop. Whatever you want. Hormuz Strait, we'll open it, okay? Just one condition. One condition. Don't tell the reporters that we're basically bending the knee to such a degree to you. Like, just stop telling everybody that. And it's interesting because President Trump just won't be quiet about how flexible these people are behind the scenes. And it's basically helping us a lot because that's dividing them, right? It's causing an internal witch hunt. But that's group number two. That's group number two. Group number three, message number two. So because message number one and message number two is coming from the same people, the people who want to capitulate, basically. And I think the main person in charge of the side of the Islamic Republic who's trying to be very flexible to President Trump so that he doesn't die. I think for Ghalibaf, this is a matter of not just the survival of the Islamic Republic. I think for Ghalibaf, this is a matter of personal survival, because I think Ghalibaf's understanding is that if I don't make this work with President Trump, he's going to kill me personally. Like I'm going to, like, President Trump is going through people are like, okay, let's work with you. Okay, no, boom, dead. Okay, let's work with you. Okay, well, no, okay, boom, dead. Okay, it's Ghalibaf's turn right now. So Ghalibaf is thinking that if I don't make this work, it's not the Islamic Republic that I need to worry about. It's not my own personal like safety. Like I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh, thank you. Look at this. I got a compliment. Thank you. Somebody saying Armin is handsome. Wow. Usually Goldie gets those compliments. I got one too. Thank you. All right. What was that? That distracted me. Okay, let's read this. Let's read this news. Yes, exactly. Boom, dead. Done. So look at this. Fox News a couple hours ago came and posted this saying, breaking, Iran reimposed restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz. So this is what they should understand. It's not, first of all, obviously it's not Iran, but it's not even the Islamic Republic. It's not even the Islamic Republic. It's parts of the Islamic Republic. So their first mistake is for them to call the Islamic Republic Iran, but their second mistake is that they're treating this entire regime as if it's just one thing, which is not, right? So they say the Islamic Republic reimposed restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz, revising its decision to reopen the waterway after President Trump said the move would not end the blockade, according to the Associated Press. Guys, the only reason why this is happening is because Ghalibaf does not have full control. Ghalibaf has not full control. Ghalibaf has some influence within IRGC, and all he can do is he could get the parts of IRGC that he has influence on to basically not threaten the ships in the Strait of Hormuz. But the other parts of the IRGC who don't want this plan, how is he going to stop them from them coming out and threatening the ships trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, telling them to, get the F back, right? Like, are we going to see eventually IRGC versus IRGC? Also, guys, please also understand one reason why the U.S. blockade is working it's really easy to do a U.S. blockade on the Iranian ports is because the Islamic Republic doesn't have much of a navy left other than the speedboats. And those speedboats are good enough to threaten commercial ships with, but they're not good enough to escort and secure ships leaving Iran with. So basically, if like U.S. Navy, U.S. warships want to tell a ship leaving an Iranian port to get the F back to Iran, there is no way for the Navy from the Islamic Republic to try to provide security for that ship so that they could go through. So it's really easy for United States to basically put a blockade on Iranian ports. So let's continue. Saying Iran's Joint Military Command said control of the Strait of Hormuz has returned to its previous state under strict management and control of the armed forces. Guys, this is a contradiction within the Islamic Republic itself, which I'll show you more evidence of this, right? It says adding it will help restrictions in place as long as the U.S. blocks Iranian ports. So let's look at this audio message that this account did not really understand. This reporting is not accurate. So let's listen to the audio. And this seems, again, we have to always be skeptical about everything that we get, okay? But if this is actually the audio, this account has misunderstood what's happening. So the caption says, breaking, the IRGC Navy publicly calling Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi an idiot on International Maritime Channel 16, broadcasting that the Strait of Hormuz is still closed and we will open it by order of our leader Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiot. Okay, so I think they might be referring to President Trump here, but let's listen to it and judge. Saying he added all vessels that have a connection with our enemies will be targeted if they try to pass. Well, actually, I don't know who. Let's listen to the audio and see. Let's try to guess who they're referring to.
In Persian Gulf and Oman Sea. This is Iranian Sepa Navy calling on channel 16. Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our leader, Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiots. If you want to pass through the strait, you must ask permission from Iranian Sepah Navy. All vessels that have a connection with our enemies will be targeted if they try to pass the Strait of Hormuz out.
Actually, this could be either. It could be Arakchi as well, to be honest. I don't know who they're referring to, but the tweets of some idiots. We got another audio here. Look at this one.
Sepah Navy. This is Motorangastan Marhedal. You gave me clearance to go.
Oh, so this is an Indian ship, and they're telling the IRGC that you already gave me clearance. Why are you shooting at me? You already gave me clearance to go, so why are you? So this is Sanmar Herald, which is an Indian ship, and they're saying, "Hey, Sepah Navy, you already gave me clearance to go. Why are you shooting?" And you can see the path they were going through. Look, they were here, they were going here, and then hold on. This is actually very interesting. And they're like, "Should we go back?" I'm like, "No, they're giving us clearance." So look at this. They're like rushing through, like, "Oh my God, we got clearance. Go, go, go." I think this red means that they sped up. Does this red means that they sped up? And then they were like, "Let's go. We have clearance." And they're like, "Oh no, we don't. They're shooting at us. Run. And they ran away. So let's listen to them. They're like, "Hey, you gave me clearance. Why are you shooting at me?" Look at this.
Sepah Navy. This is Motorangastan Marhedal. You gave me clearance to go. My name second on your list. You gave me clearance to go. You are fighting now. Let me turn back.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
It's like, guys, Sepah is IRGC. Okay. They're like, Sepah Navy, you gave me clearance to go. I was the second on your list, but now you're shooting at me. You're opening fire. I go back. So, guys, the fact that they had clearance and now they're shooting at them, to me, it seems like there are multiple different people in charge right now. We're not dealing with one Sepah like IRGC Navy. We're dealing with multiple. This, to me, confirms our theory of division. When one person gives you clearance and the other person starts shooting at you, this to me seems like, Goldie, do you think that this is like an evidence of the internal division? When you
100%.
get clearance from
100%.
Yeah, okay.
And Murad Vaisi is saying the same thing.
Right.
Like this is literally like, everyone is, this is proof of the infighting, right?
Yeah.
And I have a feeling, I think that President Trump is saying what he's saying on purpose. So even if the because I guarantee you, like Arakchi and Ghalibaf probably did say to President Trump, "Sure, we'll agree, but just keep it on the DL until we can like fix matters internally." But President Trump just doesn't care. President Trump can see the results of his actions, right? Like he's just talking, and the Islamic regime is going after one another, and now like they're starting to shoot. And President Trump, like he kept on saying, "We don't know who's in charge. It seems like they've lost control. They're infighting and all that." And now like you can see it right here. And now look at the two posts that I sent you in the studio chat. Look at what Khatibzadeh is saying. One is from 8 hours ago and one is from a few minutes ago.
Okay, Saeed Khatibzadeh. Okay, let's actually translate this to English. It's showing on screen, right? Yeah. So Saeed Khatibzadeh, the deputy of the regime's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said, "Until we reach an agreement on the framework, we cannot set a date." The deputy foreign minister of the regime also said regarding the Islamabad negotiations, significant progress was made, but this maximalist approach of the opposing side prevented us from reaching an agreement. What do you make of this? I think like everybody's saying something different. It's all over the place. It's a whole mess, right? Like some people are saying we're not going to have an agreement. Some people are saying we were close, but they were maximalists. Some people are saying like, yeah, they're already giving everything up. So it's interesting. I think the confusion is on purpose. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, به جون هم افتادن. Trump یه کاری کرده که
Yeah.
اینا به جون هم بیفتن.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that the people they're turning against each other, but do you think anybody internally has the real upper hand and will be able to basically suppress the other people?
It's whoever has access to the guns.
Yep.
Whoever has more military power, I guess, right? That's the only way. So it's just a matter of who has the bigger support base.
So that's interesting, Goldie, that you say that, because the design of IRGC is mosaic. So many years ago, this guy, Jafari, Muhammad Ali Jafari, designed the IRGC to be mosaic, meaning that every segment will be independently operated, which made the Islamic Republic be able to resist more, but now it's causing them harm because now they're turning against each other. So the same design that helped them resist even more is now the same design is now making them, because they're semi-independent, is now making them turn against each other. Oh, Goldie, look at that. I got Tal.
Hey, it's Tal.
Hey, Tal.
How are you doing? Do you want to come join us?
Oh my God, look at this thing. Armin, read my WhatsApp message live. Love you and Goldie so much. Oh, thank you. Okay, I love you too. Azizam. Azizam.
What message did he send you? He wants you to read it live.
Okay, let me go up. I'm not seeing it. Help me out, guys.
No, he's WhatsApp.
No.
Check your WhatsApp.
Oh, WhatsApp. Oh, so I thought he'd say what's up. No, I misread that. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. Okay, here. Oh, guys, I misread that. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong with it. All right. So Tal is saying, I'm watching live right now in bed with my beautiful girlfriend. Oh, say hi. We are both so confused as to what the hell is going on. Would love yours and Goldie's expert opinions on the ceasefire. Low-key want to know if I can sleep in underwear tonight or if I need to have pants on to run to the shelter. Sorry, I sent here super chat was blocking me. Oh, okay. So yeah, because there's so much bad, when there's a web war or stuff, like YouTube blocks it. So and thank you. Okay, so Goldie, so Tal and his very beautiful girlfriend are wondering what the hell is happening, and they want our expert opinion. And he basically wants to know if he's okay in underwears or if he should pants on to get ready for shelter. So what's your verdict?
I mean, I can't predict that, but I would say keep your pants close by.
Okay. Well,
you never know what the team is going to do.
Yeah. So my opinion is that the Islamic Republic seems to be, as Goldie mentioned in her interview, we seem to be dealing with multiple IRGCs, and we have IRGC versus IRGC conflict. This is what I think, Goldie. Let me know if you agree. I think the parts of IRGC, including Ghalibaf, who's trying to be flexible with President Trump, the distance between them and President Trump is less right now than the distance between IRGC and other parts of IRGC. That's how big the internal conflict is right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, right.
That's what Murad Vaisi said this morning too. Like he's saying that yeah, exactly that. Like well, because here's the thing, like Arakchi and Ghalibaf, as evil as they are, they're still like they're pragmatists, right? So they are willing to do anything to survive. Mm-hmm. So because they want to stay alive, they want to survive, and so they can see, right? They're not like, they're evil, but they're not absolutely insane. The other ones are absolutely insane, but they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. So they're trying to come to some sort of deal. I think let me put it this way. The reason that I think President Trump is okay to, make a deal. Well, first of all, we have to be very clear. The terms of the deal are unconditional surrender, right? Like when President Trump says he's working on a deal, he's referring to unconditional surrender, right? No nuclear ambitions. And then he's even saying, he's like, United States, is going to go in and they're going to take all the uranium, dust or whatever. The IRGC is never, ever going to agree to that. Not in a million years, Armin. Like, let's put it this way. The moment that the United States, steps foot into occupied Iran to go and remove the uranium, it's over. The IRGC is it's over for them. Like they're not going to be able to survive that whatsoever. So President Trump knows that. He knows that the IRGC will never agree to allowing the Americans to go in and remove the nuclear dust. So for him to say that, he knows that he's stirring the pot. He knows that he's stirring the pot. He knows that this is just going to increase the tensions inside. And, President Trump knows that they're all evil, they're all lunatics. And, he doesn't care if they end up like booming one another, right? Because that just makes his job easier. So, yeah, like that's how I see this. Like he knows, he also knows that, whatever deal he agrees to, it's not going to be honored by the IRGC anyway. I mean, look at the Strait of Hormuz right now. They're shooting at ships. And remember, the ceasefire has always been conditional on the Strait of Hormuz opening up. And it's certainly not open right now. So I don't see the ceasefire lasting.
Yeah. It's really, again, I completely agree because it's really hard. I'm pretty sure like you said, there are parts of IGC that will never accept this deal. But again, there are parts of IGC that want to accept this deal. But it's really hard to basically, the parts that want are having a hard time getting the parts that don't want, is really hard to control them. And that's why I was going over this mosaic deal. So this is, look at this. If you come all the way to our bingo card, all the way to the right here, a lot of people are talking about IRGC commanders here, okay? But what they're not talking about is this number 32 here, 32 provincial IRGC commanders, right? So that Jafari guy many years ago made each one of these provincial commanders in separate parts of Iran be semi-independent and created a flat structure where they don't have to wait for commands for a central authority to be able to do what they want to do. And that originally, when the Operation Epic Fury started, ended up being a benefit for IRGC. The reason why it ended up being benefit at the beginning was because when they were killing the leaders of IRGC, the IRGC was able to continue operations because they were, each one of these provincial segments were semi-independent. So it ended up like, oh my God, that Jafari guy, by the way, guys, this Jafari guy is an enemy of Ghalibaf, okay? You're like, oh my God, this Jafari guy looks like a genius. Like his structure for IRGC is working. But now, 45 days into the, military operations, now we're saying that this exact design is making it very difficult to get them all in order to stop shooting at ships because everybody has their own agenda, and Khamenei is not enough to keep them all in check. And Mujtaba, like the one thing that the Islamic Republic could use needs right now so badly is Mujtaba waking up from his beauty sleep or whatever. Because if he comes out and says something, then maybe they will put all of these people on the same page. And that's why we kind of guess that he's probably not okay, right? Because his voice is needed very much right now. Very, very much right now. And this is why initially, maybe, I don't know, Ghalibaf or who else was using the state media to put words in Mujtaba's mouth. When they started agreeing with the ceasefire, that was the initial division within the Islamic Republic. And all of a sudden, the state media, IRIB, came out and said, like, no, Mujtaba, the ceasefire has Mujtaba's blessing. Ghalibaf has Mujtaba's blessing. So it seemed like IRIB was just using Mujtaba's dead body as a puppet to try to get all of the IRGC commanders in line, because we saw that the state media also said that Mujtaba said this and all IRGC commanders have to obey this. Like, why is the state media saying that? Like, is state media now the tool to give the commanders orders? Like, don't you have your own back channels to tell IRGC commanders what to do? So it seemed like state media is now part of the, tools of leadership of whoever is in charge. And again, guys, we don't really know who's in charge. The top candidates of who's in charge is, well, Ghalibaf is somebody in charge, but again, I predicted that he's not the main guy in charge, and JD Vance confirmed that when they met him in Islamabad, it seemed like he was not the main guy in charge. He had to call people for them to accept things. So we think like Vahidi might be one of the main people in charge. Abdullah, he could be somewhat in charge, but again, he's mostly military and he's not like security and political. He doesn't have that much. He's very important because he's the head of Khatam al-Anbiya, but Vahidi might be a bigger deal. Najat might be a big deal. Where's Najat? Oh, here. Hossein Najat might be in charge. And also Zolqadr. Zolqadr might be in charge as well. So, but we don't know really who has the upper hand right now behind the scenes. But President Trump seems to think that he is talking to the main people. So that's very interesting. Also, if we go back to President Trump's statement, this is the nightmare for the Islamic Republic, basically saying this.
You told me on the phone earlier that everything has been agreed to. You told me earlier that everything has been agreed to. Iran was saying something different. So what has been worked out in that time?
They say something different because, they have people that they have to cater to also. I really don't. I'm just doing the thing that's right. I'm just saying it like it is.
So here, like, the second part is even important. He's saying they have people that they have to cater to. So this is a very high level of understanding from President Trump that the Islamic Republic is dealing with internal conflict and they need to keep the regime supporters happy. That's a really good high level of understanding. But the second part, what he said, look at this. You see, he says that, but then after he says, I think I'm doing what's right. I'm just saying it as it is. To me, that part makes it seem like they told him, don't say this publicly. Right? It seemed like the regime, whoever's in charge within the Islamic Republic has told him, please don't say this publicly. Because right after he said that, he's like, I'm just going to say things. I think it's right to say things. Look at this.
People that they have to cater to also. I really don't. I'm just doing the thing that's right. I'm just saying it like it is. And we have a situation, I think.
I'm just saying it like it is. After he said they have people to cater to, he says, I'm just saying it like it is, as if, to me, it seems as if they have told him, they have asked him not to say this publicly. That's my impression. I don't know if you guys get the same impression.
It is going to be very beneficial. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and that supersedes.
So these parts he already has mentioned before. But did you guys get the same impression that I got when he said that? I don't know. I think that was I thought that was very revealing when he said, "I'm just saying it as it is. I'm doing what I think is right." Let's go. Okay, I could go to Durka dating now. Or
maybe before that, today is the 100-day. Before we go to that, today's 100 days since the January 8th massacre. That is trending on X. A lot of Iranians are posting images and videos. So maybe before we go to that, let me just play this video. It's a 4.5-minute video that Iran International just put out, and it's in English. So I think this would be good to share with our viewers because today is 100 days since that horrific slaughter when Iranians went out to the streets in the millions all across the country. And then in the span of 2 days, over 40,000 innocent unarmed Iranians were murdered.
It has been 100 days since the massacre in Iran. Tens of thousands of Iranians killed, from children as young as 3, like Melina Asadi, to the elderly. One image still haunts. A woman, bloodied, standing in the street, fists in the air, saying, "I'm not afraid. I've been dead for 47 years." This is what people were met with. Machine guns, blades, military-grade force, used against civilians demanding freedom. Videos began to emerge, body bag after body bag, dead protesters in the body bags with their breathing tubes and catheters still in place, killed straight in the hospitals. Hospitals which were overrun by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. Doctors hunted, some killed, others abducted for treating the wounded. And still, some called this an economic protest. It wasn't. Yes, it may have started in the bazaars, a place once seen as a pillar of the Islamic Republic, but it didn't stay there. It spread to universities, to small towns, to deeply religious villages. More than 200 cities, 31 provinces. This time, it was different because this wasn't just a protest. This was 47 years of pressure breaking. The people were saying, we want a future not defined by repression, by a nuclear program that brings war to our doorstep, not by a system that polices our bodies and strips us away of choice. People were done. And then something unusual happened. Support came from the President of the United States, Donald Trump. For many Iranians, that mattered because they remember 2009 when they felt abandoned during the Green Movement by then President Barack Obama. This time, Trump posted to social media, "Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Help is on its way." He urged them to take over your institutions, and he warned that the US was locked and loaded. But then the deadliest days came, January 8th and 9th. And in just 2 nights, the regime killed at least 36,500 people, with the true toll believed to be much higher. And when that day came, that help, it didn't arrive. But weeks later, US and Israeli strikes did weaken the regime, even eliminating the supreme leader. People were joyous. Iranians inside and outside the country were thanking President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Many were dancing to the YMCA song to honor Trump, to celebrate the killing of a man responsible for so much of the brutality. Basij military checkpoints were taken out by Israeli drones starting in mid-March. Top IRGC commanders, Navy forces, Basij members were eliminated in targeted strikes. The repressive forces behind the killings were being targeted, and that is a big deal for the people of Iran. But the system itself still stands. The campaign so far fell short of regime change. Now that rhetoric has shifted. Talk of deals, talk of unfreezing regime assets, of uranium transfers, and many Iranians are asking, where are we in these negotiations? For those in the body bags, who is speaking for them? Because those who died, those who gave everything, did not do so for a nuclear deal. They did not do so to see another insider like Ghalibaf take power. So 100 days later, after one of the deadliest crackdowns in modern history, some say they feel avenged by the weakening of the regime. Some are hopeful. Some feel confused, not knowing what happens next. Where does this leave them? And some, well, they feel a very familiar feeling, abandoned.
That's just wanted to share that. I'll put the link in the chats. All right, Armin, back to you.
Okay. Should I do regime media analysis or Durka dating?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay, I'll go. Maybe I'll do the Durka dating after I come back. Let's go to regime stuff. Okay, so let's look at the regime media and how they are responding to the Strait of Hormuz being closed and everything. Let's see what they said here.
وجود داره و مطلبی که ایشون امروز منتشر کردن، البته حضرت علی فرمودید هم لبنان هم تنگه رو در یک مطلب در شبکه ایکس منتشر کردن.
So they're talking about Arakchi's tweet. They're saying that so Arakchi talked about the Strait of Hormuz and Lebanon in the same tweet.
ناقص ایراد.
Oh, he's saying the tweet of Arakchi is incomplete. There's something wrong with it.
ناقص ایراد داره، منطبق بر سیاست‌های مصوب نظام نیستش.
Armin, someone's asking about the yellow flag.
That's the Hezbollah flag or an IRGC flag and Hezbollah flag. Sometimes, let me see. Hezbollah flag and IRGC flag look really much like each other. They're both yellow. Okay, so this is the Hezbollah flag. Hezbollah flag. Yep, this is the Hezbollah flag. And so the person who cut this doesn't like Hezbollah, so they put a red cross on it. But if you go to Hezbollah here, that's this flag, I think. Yeah. Right? That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yep.
It's disgusting, right? Like, this is what we mean. Like, the Islamic regime is a foreign occupation. It's so nasty.
Look, guys, you know how Goldie has allergic reactions to the Durka? The person who cut this video, it was like Goldie. The person who edited this video is kind of like Goldie. It was like, yeah. The person was like, they put a red cross on it. Okay. That's funny. Okay, and guys, they always have this live feed of people being out in the streets, pro-regime people being out in the streets because they want to continue to promote going out, like occupying the streets. It's interesting because they have it small here. I don't know if they're giving up because they usually have it all over. Yeah.
بر سیاست‌های مصوب نظام نیستش. چرا؟ اگه دوستان لطف کنن مطلب ایشون رو
Okay, so he's saying Arakchi's tweet. Guys, remember Arakchi yesterday came out and posted on X. He said that the Strait of Hormuz is open and this is in accordance with Lebanon, whatever, something about Lebanon, right? Should I bring his tweet so that we know what we're talking about here? Yeah, maybe we should bring his, because these people on state TV within Islamic Republic, what they're doing is that they're criticizing Arakchi's post. They're like, that was not a good post. I liked it. Look at this. I liked it because it was so humiliating, right? Arakchi said, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by ports and maritime organizations of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So basically connected Lebanon to opening the Strait of Hormuz. So these people, these people, where does it go back? Not that one. These people over here. Yeah, these people are saying that's not a good tweet. We don't like that tweet. He's saying it's not it contradicts the position of the regime right now.
ناقص ایراد داره، منطبق بر سیاست‌های مصوب نظام نیستش.
So guys, let me tell you what's happening, okay? And this is higher level understanding of what's happening, okay? I know that Arakchi knows that he's being used as a scapegoat. Like the dirty reformer that he is, so-called reformer, that's the role of the reformers. The reformers are supposed to take the bullet so that the regime supporters don't blame the regime. So these days, Ghalibaf is acting more like a so-called reformer than a so-called hardliner, right? So Arakchi is also taking a lot of bullets, which he doesn't like. He doesn't like to take bullets right now because he wants to eventually be in power. For the reformers, this is they're used to, Arakchi is used to this. Arakchi, that's what the reformers are supposed to do, right? So these people, these retards, they don't understand, and I think you guys understand because we told you here on Iran Revolution Live. What they don't understand, or they pretend not to understand, is that Arakchi wouldn't breathe without the permission of the higher ups within the IRGC right now. Arakchi, like in this tweet, every single letter, every single dot, every single comma, everything here has been approved by whoever is in charge. Arakchi is not in control. Arakchi is a puppet. So these people are saying, oh, Arakchi, his tweet was a contradiction from the current position of the regime. No, you idiot. Arakchi is just reflecting. He's just posting what he's told to post. The higher ups are not coming out and saying what Arakchi is saying because they don't want to be blamed by pro-regime people. So Arakchi is taking the bullet, but you're too stupid to understand that. Do you guys understand? Guys, everybody here, do you understand what's happening? Let me know in the chat because I want you guys to be at a much higher level of understanding compared to other people who are following this news. Right? So let's see what else he said.
سطح‌های مصوب نظام نیستش. چرا؟ اگه دوستان لطف کنن مطلب ایشون رو منتشر بکنن، ببینن، نمایش بدن.
Like, okay, can we show his tweet?
دوستان مردم عزیزمون نگاه کنن. در
let's show the tweet so that the dear people could watch.
ایشون تأکید کرده و نوشته به عنوان اینکه برای همه کشتی‌های تجاری.
Why are you not showing the tweet? Like, oh my God. Should I show the tweet? So they're saying he's talking about this one for all. So he's talking. Let's show the tweet on screen, and they're not showing it for some reason. I think they're having technical difficulties. But I don't like. Look at this. We're at a higher level than IRIB because I could bring the tweet and they can't. So he's talking about this part. He's saying he posted for all commercial vessels. Okay, sure. What else?
All commercial vessels.
Oh yeah. Okay, he said it.
این غلطه.
Saying this is wrong. So he's saying this part where he says for all commercial vessels, Arakchi should not have said that. This part is wrong.
منطبق بر واقعیت مصوب نظام نیست.
Like this is not based on the reality that is being communicated by the regime.
برای همه کشتی‌های تجاری قرار نیستش تنگ هرمز باز باشه.
We're not supposed to open the Strait of Hormuz for all commercial ships.
چی مصوبه؟
Like, okay, but who's this guy, by the way? Is this the... Hold on, let me see. No, that's not him. Who are you? How do you know? Guys, anybody know Iranians in the chat? Do you guys know who this guy is?
هرمز باز باشه. چی مصوبه؟ چی سیاست کلان کشوره؟
Like what is the actual supreme policy of the country?
برای همه کشتی‌های تجاری دولت‌های غیر متخاصم با
he's saying he should have
پرداخت عوارض و با هماهنگی با ایران.
Okay, so he's saying Arakchi made a mistake here. He should have said for all commercial vessels that are not aligned with aggressor countries. I think he means United States and Israel. I don't know. They don't clarify which countries they're talking about. As long as they pay a toll fee. So he's saying this is wrong. Arakchi is wrong. The Strait of Hormuz is not open to all commercial ships. It's only open to friendly commercial vessels and only after they pay the toll. So I think that he's full of crap. I think what actually happened was what actually happened is what Arakchi said happened. And then that was so humiliating. And that's why they're coming to state TV and they're telling the regime supporters that, okay, the reality is not as humiliating as what Arakchi said. That's what I think is happening. Arakshi came out and said the actual agreement that President Trump had with the whoever's in charge within the regime. And this was so embarrassing that they're trying to clean up the mess right now and in this in state media. And this is why some other IRGC forces are trying to now close the Strait of Hormuz again. So that's what's happening over there. And let's see what's happening. Let's go see what these people are saying. This is very revealing. These things that they're saying on state TV is very revealing. So let's see what they're saying here.
سقفو بزنیم. رژیم 45 روز نتونست وارد خیام بشه. وضع شما در اینجا و در
Wait.
سقفو بزنیم. رژیم 45 روز نتونست وارد خیام بشه. وضع شما در اینجا و در لبنان اجازه میده آقا حرف بزن. و تجربه نشون داده هر جا به دشمن میگی میره عقب. چرا ما با جزئیاتش نگران باشیم الان؟ چرا اون مردم باید نگران باشن؟ آقا
So he's basically criticizing the regime for why they're not saying anything, why they're not coming out and basically posting things against the Americans, against the positions of Americans. And like, you're making the people worry. By people, he means the pro-regime people. He says when Trump comes and says basically these things and you don't respond to it, it makes people worry that maybe you're capitulating.
جزئیاتشو داد بزن آقای عراقچی الان توییت بزن.
Like, yeah, Mr. Arakshi, you have to come out and put out the details. Like that tweet that you put out there has made the regime, like our people, worried. You should have came out and give out the details.
17-01 لغو. حزب الله پشتته. مردم لبنان امروز توییت زدی گریه میکردن. چی میخواید شما بیشتر؟
Wow, guys, he's saying Arakchi, because of your tweet, the people in Lebanon were crying. He says, Arakchi, you made the Lebanese people cry.
از این. یعنی با شما
By the way, by Lebanese people, these people mean Hezbollah, just to be clear.
شما جون میگیرن این مردم. شما نماینده
Oh, Arakchi, your tweet made Hezbollah cry. Well, look what you did. Look what you did, Arakchi. You made Hezbollah cry. Is that what you wanted? Zionist spy?
چی میخواید شما بیشتر از این؟ یعنی با شما جون میگیرن این مردم. شما نماینده
Like you guys are the representative of the regime, and the people look at you and they get motivated based on what you're saying. So you have to be more careful with what you say.
اراده مردم لبنانی.
What?
چی میخواید شما بیشتر از این؟ یعنی با شما جون میگیرن این مردم. شما نماینده اراده مردم لبنانی.
Oh, well, look, I need to go soon. He's saying, Goldie, he's saying, Arakchi, you are the representative of the will of the Lebanese people. Wait a minute, what the hell? The foreign minister of you, the person that you guys think is the foreign minister of Iran is the representative of the will of the Lebanese people? How does that work? Let me see that again.
الان توییت بزن 17-01 نگران باشیم الان. چرا اون مردم باید نگران باشن؟ آقا جزئیاتشو داد بزن آقای عراقچی الان توییت بزن 17-01 لغو. حزب الله پشتته. مردم لبنان امروز توییت زدی گریه میکردن. چی میخواید شما بیشتر از این؟ یعنی با شما جون میگیرن این مردم. شما نماینده اراده مردم لبنانی.
Okay, so he's saying if you tweeted like this, they would have gotten the people in Lebanon would have been motivated. The people in Lebanon, the Hezbollah people, would be motivated. And he said, you are the representative of the will of the Lebanese people. Guys, when Goldie tells you that these are our occupiers, look at this. He's saying Arakchi is the representative of the will of the Lebanese people. And by Lebanese people, he means Hezbollah. And look at them. Look at them. They have Hezbollah flags around them. This is in Iran. When we say these are our foreign occupiers, like they're not, like it's not just us that says that. They're not hiding it.
لبنانی نماینده اراده مردم یمنی نماینده
you are the representative of the will of the people in Yemen in Yemen.
عراقی الان یمن
And Iraq. Okay, apparently the only people you do not represent is the Iranian people.
کو
What?
مردم یمنی نماینده عراقی الان یمن کو.
Like, where is Yemen? By the way, guys, when they say Yemen, so they don't really mean Yemen. When they say Yemen, they mean the Houthis. When they say Lebanon, they don't mean Lebanon. When they say Lebanon, they mean Hezbollah. When they say Iraq, they don't actually mean Iraq. When they say Iraq, they're talking about Hashd al-Shabi. And when they say Iran, they don't mean Iran. When they say Iran, they're talking about the Durka Jihadi 5% regime supporters. They're talking about the Basij. They're talking about the IRGC.
آیا رو میز مذاکرات ما گفتیم که فرودگاه صنعا
So by the way, that's a good observation by these people. Like, where are the Houthis? Where are the Houthis? That's a good point. So the Houthis are not present in this war, and he's blaming it on people like Arakshi for not giving them enough motivation. Okay, buddy. Sure, blame everything on Arakshi.
من کو آیا رو میز مذاکرات ما گفتیم که فرودگاه صنعا التیماتوم بدیم باز بشه مگه یمن
Wow, he's saying when we were negotiating with the Americans, did we make one of the conditions that the Sana'a airport should be opened? We didn't. So the Houthis are like, okay, so F you, I guess, Islamic Republic, you sold us out.
به حمایت از ما نیامد در این جنگ
Like he's saying Yemen, meaning Houthis, they came to our support, but we didn't come to their support.
مگه ولی خدا نگفت جبهه مقاومت یعنی یکی بدون فرق
Oh, he said, didn't our supreme leader say like the army of the resistance?
مگه ولی خدا نگفت جبهه مقاومت یعنی یکی بدون فرق جغرافیایی
Ooh, see, guys, I told you these people don't represent Iran. He's saying the axis of resistance means like everybody regardless of geographically where they are. So for these people, it's not about Iran. It's about like Shia, jihadi Durka. Like, you're my people if you're Durka. If you're not Durka, you're not my people. It doesn't matter if you're Iranian, Iraqi, Yemeni. Durka, my people. Non-Durka is not my people. Anyways, I have to go now because I need to go to the discussion group. Let me put the link to our discussion group in the chat. And then I'm going to... Guys, come to the discussion group. I think today is an open. Today I think it's open. That means that everybody could come up. And so let me pin it to the top. Yes, today is open. Okay, guys. On Liberty Politics is pinned to the top. And it's also in Goldie's chat right now. The link is in Goldie's chat. So if you want to come talk to me and ask me questions, come talk to me there. And I'll be back. Goldie will take over from me for right now. And I'll be back in 2 hours or so. And see you guys there. See you guys in the discussion group. Okay? All right, Goldie. See you soon. Bye.
See you soon. Enjoy. All right, guys. You're stuck with me. Mwahahaha. All right. I think it's really cute. Armin's like, I'll be back to take over in a couple of hours. He's so sweet. All right, guys. Why don't I share? Oh no, you're stuck with me. Oh my gosh. Incoming Rick. Yeah, guys, keep an eye out. Keep an eye out because you never ever know when I'm going to Rickroll you guys, right? So yeah, keep an eye out for that. But let's go to my interview. So I had an interview last night with the wonderful Chanel. She hosts a show called Fine Point on One America News, and I just uploaded this interview. So why don't I share this for you guys? And I will be back momentarily.
In a move that has sent oil prices tumbling and waves of relief in global energy markets, Iran declared the Strait of Hormuz fully open to all commercial vessels today, citing a ceasefire tied to the recent de-escalation in Lebanon. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi stated the passage is completely open for the remainder of the truce period, a reversal after weeks of tension during which the waterway, through which roughly 1/5 of global oil passes, had been effectively weaponized. President Trump acknowledged the announcement. He said thank you, but emphasized that the U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ships and ports remains in force until a permanent peace agreement is secured. The reopening coincides with accelerating U.S.-Iran negotiations aimed at ending the broader conflict. According to sources briefed on the talks, Washington and Tehran are discussing a framework that includes the release of approximately $20 billion in frozen Iranian funds in exchange for Iran surrendering its entire stockpile of enriched uranium. That is nearly 2,000 kilograms, including material enriched to 60% purity. The proposal, described as one element of a three-page plan, is under active discussion, with indirect talks potentially resuming as soon as this weekend in Islamabad, mediated by Pakistan and supported by Egypt and Turkey. Differences remain. U.S. officials have pushed for a long-term enrichment pause, while Iran seeks a shorter timeline. But the cash-free uranium concept signals a potential path toward denuclearization as part of a wider war-ending deal. Yet, even as external pressures ease, Iran's leadership is doubling down on internal repression. The protests, widely described as the most serious challenge to the Islamic Republic since 1979, continue to simmer despite a brutal crackdown earlier this year that killed thousands and triggered nationwide internet blackouts. What began as economic unrest in Tehran's Grand Bazaar in late December rapidly evolved into a broad-based ground revolution, with demonstrators in hundreds of cities demanding an end to the regime itself. Though authorities claimed victory in quelling this initial wave by mid-January, fresh waves of student-led and provincial protests have reignited since February, fueled by economic collapse, war fatigue, and long-simmering grievances toward the regime. And against this entire backdrop, human rights organizations warn of imminent executions Iran is preparing to carry out. The death sentence of Bita Hamadi, for instance, set to become the first woman executed in connection with the recent anti-regime demonstrations. Several other protesters and dissidents, including those arrested during the January unrest phase, face execution in the coming days, part of a surge in capital punishment that has seen dozens executed by hangings since the protests have erupted. Amnesty International and other monitors have documented secret executions and last-minute warnings from prosecutors, calling the campaign a deliberate effort to crush dissent, even as the regime engages in high-stakes diplomacy abroad. The contrast is stark. A regime signaling openness on the global stage while tightening its grip at home. Whether the Hormuz reopening and the proposed nuclear deal can translate into lasting stability, or whether the unresolved revolutionary pressures inside Iran will derail the fragile progress, remains all the central question going into the days ahead. Joining us now to give us her expert read on the latest in Iran is Iranian-born Canadian, former member of Provincial Parliament of Ontario, Goldie Ghamari. Goldie, what is your take on the current simmering situation on the inside?
Well, there's a lot of things going on. Of course, the Islamic regime is increasing the rate of executions, and you just mentioned Bita. It's true that she is the first woman who has been officially sentenced to execution, and that execution is by hanging. However, it doesn't mean that the Islamic regime has not unofficially executed and murdered Iranian women. They've been doing so for the last 47 years, but now they're being even more open. The situation is pretty bad with the Islamic regime. They're just as evil, just as dangerous. It's not a regime that anyone can trust. And, ultimately, what Iranian people are saying is, unless and until the Islamic regime is overthrown and eradicated, there will be no peace in the Middle East.
So we are seeing videos of resistance leaders, and we're not entirely sure who they are, but they're armed resistance groups that claim to have gunned down IRGC forces. How much weight do you put into those videos? It's hard to verify where they're coming from and who they are, but how much weight do you put into the groundswell rising up against the current regime?
So, we have heard reports and we've seen videos of Iranian freedom fighters who are going out and they're starting to target Basij militia forces. We're still waiting for 100% verification. However, what I can say is that at this point, they do seem pretty legitimate. But it's very difficult because the Islamic regime has shut down the internet for the last 48 days. And the reason they've shut it down is because they don't want the outside world to know that Iranians are getting ready to overthrow them and that Iranians are grateful to the United States and Israel for going in and attacking the Islamic regime.
Yet, against all of this in the background, we still have negotiations going forward. The U.S. forces are set to meet with Iranian leaders in Pakistan. What do you make of this upcoming meeting? I know that the hardliners, the hard anti-regime voices out here are extremely skeptical that any kind of deal could possibly be made realistic.
Yeah,
But
so it's
what
not
do you
only
make of the terms that they're setting now?
Yeah, so it's not only that they're skeptical; they're actually very, very angry at Araghchi, who's the foreign affairs minister, and of course Ghalibaf, who's the speaker of the parliament. And the reason is because Araghchi and Ghalibaf, essentially, according to President Trump, they agreed to stop uranium enrichment 100%, not on a term limited or time limited deal, but essentially 100% just never enrich uranium again. And according to President Trump, they've also agreed to give up all of the uranium, and apparently they've allowed and agreed to the United States going in to get rid of the uranium. Now, what's really interesting about this is that neither Araghchi nor Ghalibaf have denied this statement from President Trump. However, what we are seeing is footage of other hardliner officials inside of the Islamic regime who are now openly saying that nothing that the Americans have said regarding uranium is acceptable. Enriched uranium in Iran will not be moved anywhere under any circumstances. So already you're seeing the internal divisions. Like that statement was said by someone named Ismail Baghai, who's the Iranian foreign ministry spokesman. So I think what President Trump is doing here with these negotiations and talks and ceasefire is he's exploiting the internal fractures within the IRGC, within the Islamic regime, and he's pretty much pitted them against one another, because right now the Islamic regime is pointing fingers and saying, who the heck agreed to give up uranium enrichment or nuclear ambitions?
So I take it you weren't very surprised by the Vance-led negotiations in Pakistan when he came back and said, we're hitting a brick wall here. We agreed on a few things, but the most important part of it was, stop enriching uranium. They would not come to the table on that. So that, I guess, begs the question, who in these camps are actually now engaging with Trump? Are they engaging with Trump and saying, yes, we can consider stopping uranium enrichment because they're backed in the corner, because of the naval blockade, because that's what's changed since Vance went to Pakistan?
Yeah, absolutely. So, what's really happening is that President Trump is exposing the power struggle within the Islamic regime. Back when Khamenei was still alive, he was the glue that held all of these factions together. Now that Khamenei is dead, and by the way, they still haven't buried Khamenei. It's been 50 days now, and they still haven't buried him, which is hilarious. But now that Khamenei is dead, you're seeing the internal factions, and you're seeing the cracks within the system. So you have people like Araghchi and Ghalibaf who pretend that they're being more reasonable, and yet even JD Vance was not able to tolerate them for longer than 21 hours. And I think this is really important, because when President Trump says, we're dealing with people that are more reasonable and less radical, you have to take that into context. When President Trump says, these people are more reasonable or, less radical, sure, compared to Khamenei, they are a little bit more reasonable and radical, but compared to less radical, but, compared to the average, normal, regular person, these people are Islamists, they're terrorists. And, I think this negotiation was a genius move, because President Trump exposed them to the rest of the world. And he basically demonstrated once again that you cannot negotiate with terrorists.
What happens in the next week or so now that the strait is open? Wasn't that the number one, bargaining chip that the world had on Iran, closing it in. So now that it's open, what do you predict happens now?
So, you know what's really interesting about this is that President Trump, this is another genius move by President Trump, because initially the Strait of Hormuz was closed except for ships leaving from ports, like Iranian ports. Now, President Trump basically played like a reverse Uno card. The Strait of Hormuz is open to all ships except for ships leaving from Iranian ports, which means that the naval blockade is still there. So this is why the Islamic regime right now is internally struggling, and they're attacking one another, because they've pretty much agreed to open up the Strait of Hormuz. However, afterwards, President Trump said that the U.S. naval blockade will continue to remain until all of our all of our points are being agreed to. And I think within the next week, we're going to see a lot more action, because the Islamic regime is now being held in a chokehold. So the Islamic regime really has two options. They can agree to unconditional surrender, which is what President Trump has said from the beginning. Or if they don't agree to that, well, you know, the 2-week time limit for the ceasefire is coming up. We have the USS Tripoli and USS Boxer that are on their way to the Middle East right now. One of them is carrying Marines. So if the Islamic regime does not agree to go quietly, I think we're going to see a continuation of military operations.
It will get messy quickly, but they will be the ones who need to be worried about it. Goldie Ghamari, thank you for that. We appreciate it, as always.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Coming.
How was that, guys? Was that helpful? Was that informative? So that's Chanel. She has a show on One American News Network, and she's fantastic. I really, really appreciate her. She's so amazing. And you know, we always chat a little bit before I record the interview, and we've already agreed that the next time that I'm in Washington DC, we're gonna go out for drinks and wine or something. So she's absolutely lovely. Like, I have all the time in the world for Chanel. So there you go. She's great. Really, really like her. Okay, guys, let's go to Amu Morad. We're going to go to Amu Morad Basi, because his analysis from this morning is really, really, really good. Okay. So his analysis from today is going to add a lot more perspective for you guys. And you guys are basically already, you're like 99.9%, you're ahead of 99.9% of everyone else, simply because you guys are watching Iran Revolution Live and you're getting the actual inputs from, analysis from people who actually know what's going on. And what's really interesting, because I was watching his live stream today, right? This morning I was watching him live. And obviously, because he grew up in occupied Iran, he has more of that sort of internal insight, right? So he's like the OG. He's the OG Durka whisperer. Armin is like, Armin is like the young Jedi, right? Armin's the young Jedi, but Morad Basi is like the OG. He's like the I don't know, whatever the top one is. I forget the name. I don't know if it's like Obi-Wan Kenobi or Yoda, or I don't know, whatever. But anyways, he's the OG. So not only does he talk about the internal factions and how they're fracturing, guys, he gave an example of how the IRGC in the past, like I think the example is from 20 years ago. Halfway through, he gives an example of how there was a similar situation where the Islamic regime, like the IRGC, disagreed with the politicians on some sort of issue, and then the IRGC went nuclear. not literally, but like the IRGC started like threatening to attack and stuff. So that's why Murad Vaisi is saying what's happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz. This is 100% like expected and anticipated, because there's always been this like struggle and tension. Yeah, he talks about the airport. The airport, exactly. Iranians know. So guys, this is going to give you very, very good input and insight. So let's go. And again, it's in Persian. There are English translations. So if there's like, a translation that's totally like wrong or incorrect or something, I will let you guys know. But before we begin, let me just change the banner here. Okay, so I put his name at the bottom so people can go check him out. آره همون اون مثال فرودگاه امامو میده. بله. So that's what he's speaking about there. So before we do that though, just really quick, so I put Murad Vaisi's name there at the bottom. However, if anyone wants to follow him, this is his YouTube account. So just, go search Murad Vaisi, and then, all his live streams are there. So yeah, highly, highly recommended. He only live streams in Persian, but the YouTube translation is pretty good. But that's why I play it here for you guys, so that if there's like some sort of mistranslation somewhere, I can explain and give some context. So we'll watch this.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر شنبه 29 فروردین 2585 در ایران.
Wait, oh, captions weren't on. All right, let's go back to the beginning.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر شنبه 29 فروردین 2585 در ایران و صبح 18 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. در تهران اختلافات شدیدی بین مقامات وجود داره در مورد اینی که در برابر آمریکا چه تصمیمی بگیرن.
Did you catch that? So right off the bat, Murad Vaisi is starting off his live stream this morning by saying in Tehran is the capital of Iran, there is an insane amount of disagreement from factions within the Islamic regime as to what decision to make regarding the United States. Guys, I apologize if the live streams are too fast for you to read it, like the subtitles. There's nothing I can do about that. He's not speaking very quick, but it's just how YouTube does it, right? I wish I could slow it down somehow, but I can't. So I apologize for that.
این که تسلیم آمریکا بشن و شرایط آمریکا رو بپذیرن.
Okay, so he's saying that like the internal conflict is whether the president, it's not the president, whether it's the Islamic regime should surrender to the United States and accept the conditions of the United States.
یا اینی که 4 روز دیگه با خطر اثرگیری جنگ روبرو بشن.
Or whether they face the risk of war in 4 days. So that's basically the internal struggle within the IRGC and the various factions, right? So he's saying right now they're trying to figure out, do they surrender to the United States and accept all of President Trump's conditions, or are they going to reject President Trump's conditions and risk going back to war in 4 days?
باعث شده اختلافات شدیدی بین مقامات در تهران بروز.
And this has caused severe disagreements to emerge among officials in Iran. So now he's going to talk about the various factions. Is it good? Okay. Like, I'm not going to summarize, like, I'm not going to repeat everything he says. I'm just going to repeat, like, the important parts, just here and there. But yeah, so basically this live stream is going to be about this internal struggle right now with the Islamic regime, and he's going to expose them.
دو دستگی بسیار شدیدی هست که تسلیم بشیم یا اینی که آماده از سرگیری جنگ بشیم. و چون فقط 4 روز وقت باقی مونده که تصمیم بگیرن، این اختلافات خیلی شدید شده. سفر ژنرال عاصم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان به تهران و سفر شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان به عربستان، قطر و ترکیه نتونسته هنوز گره از مذاکرات جمهوری اسلامی و آمریکا باز کنه. در حالی که انتظار میرفت مذاکرات دور بعدیش در روز شنبه امروز برگزار بشه یا یک شنبه، برگزار نشد. ترامپ زمان دیگه رو اعلام کرد، گفت شاید دوشنبه، ولی مقامات جمهوری اسلامی میگن هنوز آماده نیستن. خبرگزاری تصمیم میگه به طرف پاکستانی اطلاع داده شده که جمهوری اسلامی آماده نیست. نشانه ای از تشدید اختلاف در سطح مقامات ارشد در تهران و به طور خاص بین سرداران سپاه. مهمترین سوالی که جوابی فعلا براش پیدا نکردن اینی که تسلیم بشیم یا آماده بشیم برای ادامه جنگ که میتونه به سقوط حکومت، سقوط سریعتر منجر بشه.
So he's saying the reason that some officials within the Islamic regime are even considering the possibility of surrendering to the United States is because they believe that if the war resumes, then that is going to result in the Islamic regime collapsing more quickly, as opposed to if they surrender, then perhaps they can try to salvage the Islamic regime. However, those of you who were watching the live stream yesterday when I had Morad Baisi on, remember he said, and he put out, like, he listed out 14 reasons for why he is convinced that the Islamic regime is collapsing and will collapse, you know, whether or not sooner or later. He believes that it's going to collapse, and he listed out 14 reasons. So basically his analysis here, like, basically he believes that whether or not the Islamic regime surrenders or they don't, it's going to collapse anyway. But if they don't surrender, it's going to collapse much more quickly. I see Lorena and Jeff in here. Welcome. Yeah, I heard. Oh my gosh, did you get a channel strike for Firearm as well? That's insane. You have to take that up with YouTube. Like, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. Like, it's happening all over. Like, it's crazy. It's like anyone who's speaking about Iran or the Islamic regime, their channel is getting removed. So you should do what I did. I made a YouTube video about it because I couldn't live stream. I made a YouTube video about it, and I posted that YouTube video on my YouTube channel, and then, you know, that went viral. So yeah, please go ahead and do that, and then let's see what we can do to help you out. And, you know, I'll try to make your video go viral as well, and I'll promote it. Like, it's wild that happened. That's crazy. It's so crazy. Yeah, go take a look at the video that I made, and, you know, do sort of like the same thing if you can. You know, I don't know if you have like a separate or like a backup copy of it or something. You know, thankfully, I live stream on various channels. So even though YouTube took down my live stream, I had backups on my other channels. So that's why I was able to go in and take screenshots, right? Yeah. And now my video is back up. My video is back up. No explanation from YouTube whatsoever, by the way. No explanation, no apology. The video is back up. The live stream's back up. Yeah, I still have to figure out what happened. But yeah, good luck with that. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's messed up. Yeah. All right. Okay. So going back to Morad Vaisi. So that's basically what he's saying. So he's convinced the Islamic regime is going to fall. It's just a matter of how quickly. And so he basically says that the reason that, you know, some people like Ghalibaf and Arakchi are actually considering you know, possibly surrendering or, you know, meeting all the terms that President Trump is putting out is because they believe that, yeah, I am on Rumble. I'm on all the platforms. I'm on YouTube, Rumble, X, Kick, and Twitch. I'm on all 5 of these on these platforms now, live streaming at the same time, because I want to have backups for YouTube. Anyway, so where was I? Yes. So he's convinced that they're going to collapse. It's just a matter of how quick. And so he thinks that the reason Arakchi and Ghalibaf are considering, you know, surrendering and meeting the terms of the United States is because they want to try to survive. They want to try to keep the Islamic regime alive. But there are other factions who view surrendering to the United States as that in and of itself would lead to the end of the Islamic regime. So, and you know, yeah, his live stream yesterday, remember, he said, regardless of what happens, the Islamic regime is collapsing. It's just a matter of how quick.
دو تا دیدگاه در بینشون وجود داره.
So there's 2 views among them.
یه دیدگاه میگه که اگر تسلیم نشیم و شرایط آمریکا رو نپذیریم، جنگ از سر گرفته میشه، اقتصاد از هم میپاشه، بمبارانا شدیدتر میشه، احتمالاً پتروشیمیا و نیروگاه ها و پالایشگاه ها مورد هدف قرار میگیرن، وضع از اینی که هست بدتر میشه و در یک جایی که بدتره باید شرایط آمریکا رو بپذیریم. در واقع همین الان هم که دارن میگن بپذیریم نسبت به 11 ماه پیش که در خرداد میتونستن شرایط آمریکا رو بپذیرن در وضعیت بسیار بدی هستن. به این نتیجه رسیدن که جنگیدن با آمریکا فایده نداره، مقاومت در برابر آمریکا فایده نداره. شعار میدیم به مردم، جمهوری اسلامی دلخوشی میده، ولی در عرصه عمل موقعی که پشت صحنه پشت پرده میشینن با خودشون جمع‌بندی میکنن، میگن نسبت به جنگ 12 روزه تا الان اگر اون موقع میپذیرفتیم به نفعمون بود. الان میگن باید بپذیریم که برنامه غنیسازی کامل متوقف بشه، اورانیوم رو هم بدیم، تأسیسات هسته‌ایمون هم بمباران شده، خامنه‌ای و مقامات هم کشته شدن. با خودشون فکر میکنن اگر قبل از جنگ 12 روزه میپذیرفتیم، خامنه‌ای زنده بود، مقامات زنده بودن، تأسیسات غنیسازی سر جاش بود، نیرو دریایی سر جاش بود، پتروشیمی و بقیه فولاد و اینها هم سر جاش بود. اون موقع میتونستیم بپذیریم که آقا شرایطی که آژانس میگه حتی بپذیریم، نه آمریکا. آژانس که آسونتر میگفت که یه سری سوال دارم، بیا سوالات جواب بدید. جمهوری اسلامی قلدربازی در آورد، رسید به اینجا که خیلی از مقاماتش کشته شدن، محاصره شده، نمیتونه نفت صادر کنه، صنایع فولادش بمباران شده، صنایع پتروشیمیش بمباران شده، خامنه‌ای و مقامات کشته شدن. حالا رسیده به اونجا که همون حرفی رو که در قبل از جنگ 12 روزه بود، در 22 خرداد آژانس فقط گفت بیا همکاری کن. آژانس چیز زیادی نمیخواست، میگفت بیا همکاری کن، سوالا رو جواب بده.
So when he says the agency, I think he's referring to the IAEA. He's referring to the IAEA.
به مذاکرات با آمریکا ادامه بده. الان بعد از 11 ماه همونا رو میخوان بپذیرن، به شکل بدتر میخوان بپذیرن.
So basically what he is saying is that after 11 months, the Islamic regime is now, you know, some people within the Islamic regime, after 11 months, they're now prepared to accept the exact same terms that was given to them 11 months ago, except they're in an even worse off condition. So he's saying if they had accepted these terms 11 months ago, they would be much better off. But in the last 11 months, you know, you can see, you know, like the Khamenei is dead. they're all like being boom boomed. The Islamic regime is at risk of collapsing, right? So guys, this is a very different analysis than what you get on the mainstream media or from like the woke left or like, you know, these like podcasters or whatever, right? This is why, guys, I never pay attention to podcasters because they're all like, they know absolutely nothing when it comes to the situation in Iran, right? This is the real analysis right here. Like Morad Vaisi is the OG. So he's basically saying the Islamic regime is way worse off, right? They're pretty much at the brink of collapse. They're in the process of collapsing. And now they're prepared to accept the terms that, you know, they should have accepted 11 months ago if they were smart. But the Islamic regime basically always plays the bully, and they thought that they could play chicken with the United States, and now they're basically being destroyed. So he's saying, so they want to accept the same thing as like 11 months ago, but now they're in an even much worse shape than before.
با این تفاوت که خیلی هم ضعیف‌تر شدن.
Yeah, it has
ولی
become much weaker.
کسانی که در جمهوری اسلامی طرفدار پذیرفتنن، مثل قالیباف، مثل عراقچی، مثل روحانی، مثل پزشکیان، میگن اگر نپذیریم بدتر میشه. هر جایی که نپذیرفتیم بدتر شده. و الان هم اگر نپذیریم جنگ از سر گرفته میشه. معلوم نیست که در مرحله بعدی بمبارانا چه اتفاقات بدتری برامون بیفته. در واقع قالیباف فکر جون خودش هم هست دیگه. قالیباف میگه اگر این مذاکرات موفق نشه 4 روز بعد میتونه جنازه من رو دست مردم باشه تشییع جنازش کنن. تازه ممکنه تشییع جنازش هم نکنن با این وضعیت. قالیباف به این داره فکر
میکنه. So it's not attend my funeral. So he's basically saying Ghalibaf is thinking about like, you know, if we don't accept these terms, you know, he could be dead in the next 4 days and people could be attending his funeral and then, perhaps they might not even bury him, right? The same way that they haven't buried Khamenei yet.
4 روز بعد میتونه جنازه من رو دست مردم باشه تشییع جنازش کنن. تازه ممکنه تشییع جنازش هم نکنن با این وضعیت. قالیباف به این داره فکر میکنه دیگه. قالیباف بین 2 تا وضعیت داره فکر میکنه. یه وضعیتی که من این باقی مانده جمهوری اسلامی رو حفظ کنم، با هر خفتی و تحقیری برم با آمریکا امضا کنم، بعد خودم بشم همه کاره این باقی مانده جمهوری اسلامی. این یه وضعه.
Okay, so this is really important. So there's 2 scenarios. There's 2 scenarios that Ghalibaf is thinking about right now. So the first scenario is one where he remains alive and or like there's 2 possible scenarios or 2 possible outcomes. The first one is where he remains alive and with, you know, whatever shame and humiliation, he signs a surrender deal with the United States. And then, you know, he basically tries to consolidate power and he becomes the leader of whatever is left of the Islamic regime. So that's the first scenario.
جمهوری اسلامی رو حفظ کنم، با هر خفتی و تحقیری برم با آمریکا امضا کنم، بعد خودم بشم همه کاره این باقی مانده جمهوری اسلامی. این یه وضعه. یه وضعم اینه که با آمریکایی‌ها تسلیم نشیم، 4 روز دیگه جنگ از سر.
And then the other scenario is that he could you know, not agree to terms of surrender and then 4 more days from now the war will resume.
من قالیباف بشم هدف اول.
And then it's not remember guys, Ghalibaf means carpet weaver, so sometimes when the AI translates, he's not actually saying I'll become a carpet weaver. It's just a weird AI translation on that. But basically what he's saying is that so the second scenario could be that you know, I don't surrender to the United States and we continue the war in 4 days, and then basically you know, Ghalibaf becomes the first target.
و آمریکایی‌ها شروع بکنن به زدن.
And Americans will start, you know, boom booming again.
یه هفته بعدم جنازه منم مثل خامنه‌ای و لاریجانی.
And you know, a week later my
body.
And then, you know, like, so he's like, so the second situation is once the Americans start hitting, you know, a week later, you know, his corpse will be found, like Khamenei, Larijani, Shamkhani in tanks.
رو دست طرفدارای نظام باشه. حد اکثر کاری هم که برام میکنن یه تشییع جنازه برام میگیرن.
And you know, the most that the regime supporters will do is basically, you know, they'll just hold you know, a quick funeral, they'll bury him and then move on.
یه گوشه دفنم میکنن. اینقدر تعداد کشته شده زیاد شده اصلا دیگه از یادها فراموش میشن.
Yeah, right. So basically, because the IDF and the United States have boomed so many Islamic regime people that, you know, they'll just hold like a quick funeral for him and then they'll just move on because there's so many people that are dead. So those are the two scenarios that Ghalibaf is probably considering.
الان کی فکر شمخانیه؟
It's true. He's Morad basically is just saying, like, who's thinking of Shamkhani right now? So guys, Shamkhani was one of the people that was boomed, not at the beginning, but, you know, within the first, like, I think honestly, I don't even remember when he was boomed. And Shamkhani was even more, like, you know, influential and important than Ghalibaf. Shamkhani is the guy that was boomed, and then they had to bury him without a head. So he was buried without a head. And Morad Baisi is right. Like, we basically laughed at Shamkhani being, you know, buried without a head. And then we all moved on. We forgot about him, right? Because he's a terrorist and we actually don't care about these people. And, you know, now that they're dead and gone, like, whatever, like they don't deserve to be remembered. And so that's what Morad Baisi is like. It's like, who's thinking of Shamkhani right now? That's absolutely true. Who's thinking of Shamkhani? DS 1919 DS. Thank you, Goldie. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I hope you guys are enjoying this analysis. Like, Morad Baisi is the OG, right?
جنازش بی سر دفن شد و رفت.
Yes, he just said, remember, he's like, who's thinking of Shamkhani now? His body was basically like just thrown away without a head and just left there, right? Like, remember, I just said, like, Shamkhani was buried without a head because they can't even find his head. I love how he says it. He's like, who's thinking of Shamkhani? They just tossed away his corpse, his headless corpse, and everyone forgot about him. Look at this. It's so funny how he says it.
یه گوشه دفنم میکنن. اینقدر تعداد کشته شده زیاد شده اصلا دیگه از یادها فراموش میشن. الان کی فکر شمخانیه؟ جنازش بی سر دفن شد و رفت. کی فکر لاریجانیه؟ جنازش تو قم دفن شد و تمام اون میگفتن آقا لاریجانی قدر قدرت لاریجانی برگشته که معادلات رو رهبری کنه، رفت لباس سبز نظامی پوشید، من آماده جنگم، تسبیح میچرخوند، یه حالت تکبر و غروری با خبرنگار صحبت میکرد، میگفتن این شده دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی، دیگه همیشه تموم شد رفت، کشتنش، خاکش کردن رفت. تازه
I love how he says that. He's like Laddie Johnny was like putting on like this military outfit and he was acting so arrogantly and haughty and like he was saying to the reporters, yeah, like, I'm in charge, we're gonna defeat America. And then he's like, so the rosary, yeah. So guys, rosary is like the English, I guess, translation, but it's tasbih. So there is like the Muslim version of that. Right? It's basically like a Muslim rosary. It's like the Islamic prayer beads. So yeah, see, it's like this thing. So this is the tasbih. So yeah. Anyway, so that's what he's speaking about. When he says rosary, he's not referring to the Catholic rosary beads, or I think it's Catholic, I don't know, but he's not referring to the Christian version of the rosary beads. He's referring to like he says tasbih, which is the Muslim version. So basically what Morad Baisi is saying is that like Laddie Johnny was like so haughty, he was like, you know, walking around in this like IRGC suit, and he was like, you know, like spinning his like prayer beads as if like, you know, he's like a big deal, and he was like threatening like the Islamic regime, and then he's like they killed him, like Tamum Shodor Raft, bitch. Tamum Shodor, the way he says it is so funny. Tamum Shodor Raft means he finished and left, basically. So Tamum Shodor Raft is like it's not a rude way to say like someone is dead, but it's definitely like a disrespectful way. Like it's disrespectful, but it's not rude. You know what I mean? Like it's just basically saying like it's over, he's gone, right? I love the way that he says it. Look at this. Just listen. So this is here. He's like, he's like, Larry Johnny is all haughty and whatever. What happened to him? They boomed him. Done and over with.
که معادلات رو رهبری کنه رفت لباس سبز نظامی پوشید من آماده جنگم تسبیح میچرخوند یه حالت تکبر و غروری با خبرنگار صحبت میکرد میگفتن این شده دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی دیگه تموم شد رفت کشتنش خاکش کردن رفت
I love how he says that. تموم شد و رفت. He's like کشتنش خاکش کردن رفت. Basically he's just basically saying they killed him, they buried him and he's gone now.
غروری با خبرنگار صحبت میکرد میگفتن این شده دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی دیگه تموم شد رفت کشتنش خاکش کردن رفت تازه اونایش کن شانس آوردن خاک شدن اونایی که شانس نیاوردن مثل خود خامنه ای الان 50 روز جنازش تو سر
Guys, this part's so funny. Okay, so basically he's saying by the way guys, the lucky ones are able to get buried. Like the lucky ones were buried. The unlucky ones still haven't been buried. And then he's like, they are the ones who are lucky enough to be buried. Those who were not lucky enough, like Khamenei, because he's basically not going to say Khamenei, it's been 50 days. Khamenei still hasn't buried and his body is probably rotting somewhere, right? It's so funny.
خاکش کردن رفت. تازه اونایش کن شانس آوردن خاک شدن. اونایی که شانس نیاوردن مثل خود خامنه ای الان 50 روز جنازش تو سردخونه مونده حتی با وجود 2 هفته آتش بس نمیتونن دفنش کنن.
So he's saying those who were not lucky enough, like Khamenei himself, have had their body in the morgue for 50 days, and even despite the 2-week ceasefire, they can't bury him. Right, guys? That's a really good point. So there's been a ceasefire for almost 2 weeks. They still haven't held like a funeral for Khamenei, right? His corpse is still like in a morgue somewhere. It's the craziest thing. I love how he says it so casually.
شدن. اونایی که شانس نیاوردن مثل خود خامنه ای الان 50 روز جنازش تو سردخونه مونده حتی با وجود 2 هفته آتش بس نمیتونن دفنش کنن. بنابراین قالیباف داره به این فکر میکنه.
Okay, it's not Weaver, guys. Whenever you see Weaver or Carpet Weaver, it's Ghalibaf. That's just AI translation. Doesn't do it justice. So basically he's saying, so Ghalibaf is thinking about this. Ghalibaf is thinking about the fact, like how easy it is to just like boom terrorists. And, because so many of them have been boomed, like his life is worthless. And he knows that. And then it's not my doctor, that's Pezeshkian. So Pezeshkian is the president of the Islamic regime. His last name translates to doctor. So this is also like not a proper AI translation. So there you go. So that's Pezeshkian. So basically he's saying Ghalibaf is thinking about the fact Pezeshkian, the president, is also thinking about like, how he could be boomed if the Islamic regime does not agree to President Trump's terms of surrender.
قالیباف داره به این فکر میکنه میگه من رئیس جمهورم رئیس دولتم ناسلامتی دورم یه چند سالش مونده باقی مونده تمومش کنم برم میگه خب اگر جنگ از سر گرفته بشه فولاد که از دست رفته پتروشیمی که از دست رفته واردات صادرات هم که از دست رفته خب 4 تا پالایشگاه و نیروگاه هم هست اونا رو میزنن دولت میمونه با هیچ تازه هیچ تضمینی هم نیست خود پزشکیان هم نزنن اگر جنگ از سر گرفته بشه دفعه قبل که اسرائیل بمباران کردن شانس آورد کشته نشد اینا اینو میگن در مقابلش رقبا قالیباف هم هستن دیگه حالا به اون میرسم اجازه بدید
It's Ghalibaf. He means Ghalibaf. He's speaking about Ghalibaf now. All right, guys, I'm not going to like pause anymore for Carpet Weaver. If you just see Carpet or Weaver or Carpet Weaver, it's Ghalibaf. That's just the AI translation.
اول خبرها رو بگم بعد اون چه اتفاقی که در تهران داره میفته اون رو هم خدمتتون عرض میکنم. دور بعدی مذاکرات معلوم نیست. نتایج سفر شهباز شریف به منطقه و ژنرال منیر به تهران معلوم نیست هنوز دور بعدی مذاکرات در کار هست یا نیست. تصنیم خبرگزاری بخشی از سپاه. قبلا زمانی که خامنه ای زنده بود من میگفتم فارس و تصنیم خبرگزاری‌های وابسته به سپاه. الان چون تو خود سپاه چند دستگی شدید هست، خبرگزاری فارس و تصنیم تعبیر دقیق‌تر اینه که بگیم خبرگزاری فارس و خبرگزاری تصنیم وابسته به بخشایی از سپاه. معلوم نیست ده همه سپاه نیست.
Oh, guys, so this is really interesting. So Tasnim News Agency, which unfortunately, like a lot of Western media outlets quote Tasnim and Fars. It's insane, by the way, because it's all propaganda and fake news. But so this is another example of the internal collapse and the internal division within the IRGC. So back when Khamenei was still alive, remember, Khamenei was the glue that kept everything together. And so when Khamenei was alive, Tasnim and Fars were the mouthpiece of the Islamic regime. Now that Khamenei is dead and there's internal factions, what he's saying is that, not that each one is representing a different faction, what he's saying is now that there's internal divisions within the IRGC, he cannot confidently say which faction Tasnim and Fars are now supporting, which faction is controlling them. All he knows for sure is that you cannot say that they are the mouthpiece of the entire IRGC. You can say that they're the mouthpiece of one part of the IRGC, but we don't know which faction, right? Because like they're saying things that are now contradictory. Whereas before, the messaging was pretty much all the same because the messaging would come from Khamenei. But now, he's like, who knows what's going on? All we know for a fact is that there's contradictions there.
اصولا سپاه الان یه صدا نداره. سپاه چندین صدا توش.
Right? So he's saying the IRGC, so SIPA is IRGC. So he's saying the IRGC doesn't have one, it's not a voice, it's basically one voice. So the IRGC does not have one voice right now, right? The IRGC isn't united. The IRGC has several voices, right? Because it's you have that like internal division right now, the factions. So the IRGC isn't one entity anymore. It's divided. It's fractured. So IRIB, we don't know. Another good question. We don't know. We don't know who, like we don't know which faction IRIB is supporting either. And then with IRIB, it's even more challenging because you have different TV shows within the IRIB. So, I mean, who knows, right? It's crazy.
و اتفاقا صداهایی که مقابل هم ایستادن. یعنی الان اون جنگ قدرت در جمهوری اسلامی جنگ قدرت بین باندهای مختلف سپاس بین سردارهای مختلف.
Right, so he's saying the power struggle right now within the Islamic regime is between the different factions of the IRGC. It's between different commanders, different, you know, like people in charge, right? So there's that internal power struggle right now.
سپاس. خبرگزاری تصمیم گفته جمهوری اسلامی فعلا برای دور بعدی مذاکرات آماده نیست. به طرف پاکستانی اطلاع دادیم. در واقع به
Okay, someone is saying, would you like Iran to change its name to its former, the Persian Empire? No, Iran was never called the Persian Empire. Iran has always been Iran. Persia is the Greek word for Iran. So absolutely not. Iran should remain Iran. But thank you for the question.
خودشون توافق ندارن که چی جواب سفر ژنرال منیر رو بدن. به پاکستانی‌ها چی بگن؟ بگن ما قبول کردیم، بیایم تسلیم نامه رو امضا کنیم. یا بگن نه ما امضا نمی کنیم 4 روز دیگه هم جنگ از سر گرفته میشه از سر گرفته بشه. اول گفته بودن شنبه مذاکره میشه بعد یک شنبه بعد گفتن دوشنبه هیچ کدومش هنوز نه به داره نه به بار. در تنگه هرمز بیش از اینی که در خلیج فارس و تنگه هرمز بیش از اینی که بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی درگیری باشه بین بخش‌های مختلف قدرت در جمهوری اسلامی درگیریه.
Guys, okay, so this is critical. This is what Armin was saying earlier as well. right? So Morad Basi is saying that right now, the internal conflict between different factions of the IRGC is bigger than the conflict between the Islamic regime and the United States.
در خلیج فارس و تنگه هرمز بیش از اینی که بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی درگیری باشه، بین بخش‌های مختلف قدرت در جمهوری اسلامی
So there's more conflict between the different branches of power in the Islamic Republic, right? And this is why right now there's like all this like insane stuff happening with the Strait of Hormuz. Is it open? Is it closed? You know, President Trump is saying it's open. The Islamic regime, different factions are saying it's closed. You know, this poor ship from India wanted to go through. Like the ship from India got clearance to go through. And then the Islamic regime started shooting at them and they had to turn around and go back, right? So like all of this chaos and confusion is because of the internal conflict within the Islamic regime itself. But then you have like these insane like Western analysts or whatever, and they're like blaming President Trump. And I'm like, are you guys like insane? It's wild. It's wild.
وزیر خارجه عباس عراقچی دیروز گفت که تنگه بازه به رو همه کشتی‌ها.
Right? So he's saying last night, the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said yesterday that the strait is open to all ships, and now obviously today it's not.
وزارت دفاع گفت عراقچی بیخود کرده. تنگه
See? So Araghchi said the strait is open, and then the Ministry of Defense said that it's not that Araghchi was reckless. گفت غلط کرد. Oh my gosh, he's being so rude. Anyways, but then he's basically saying the defense ministry came and said Araghchi was speaking nonsense and the strait is closed. So even like last night when Araghchi said, yeah, the strait's open, the Ministry of Defense came and said, no, he's wrong. It's actually closed. So you're seeing this power struggle open and in public.
بسته است. سپاه اومد گفت عراقچی بیخود کرده. تنگه بسته است. قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا اومد.
Yeah, it's not reckless, it's wrong.
سپاه اومد گفت عراقچی بیخود کرده.
Araghchi بیخود کرده. Okay, so I guess the best way to explain that would be like, so the IRGC came and said like Araghchi is like stepping out of line. So the Islamic regime, the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, said that Araghchi is stepping out of line and he should not have said that the strait is open.
قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا اومد اعلام کرد گو عراقچی بیخود گفته.
Yeah, so again, it's not reckless. So Khatam al-Anbiya also came and said Araghchi stepped out of line and the Strait of Hormuz is closed.
یه سری حملات هم شروع شد به عراقچی.
And he's saying now those factions are starting to attack Araghchi.
بینشون حتی در درون دولت دعواست. درون سپاه که هیچ. در درون دولت.
So he's saying put aside the infighting within the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, even within the government, even like the elected officials, right? Again, like there's no real elections because it's an Islamic dictatorship. So basically it's all a selection and, you know, the elections are all fake, like people are handpicked anyways. But he's saying even within like this semblance, you know, semblance of a government, there's infighting amongst the politicians themselves.
در درون دولت بین وزارت دفاع و وزارت خارجه دعواست. وزارت خارجه میگه تنگه بازه، وزارت دفاع میگه تنگه بسته است. این از دولت. در درون سپاه قالیباف داره میره توافق کنه، تسلیم نامه رو امضا کنه، بقیه پاشو گرفتن دارن میکشن که نره اسلام آباد امضا بکنه.
So it's not a proper translation. So basically he's saying within the government, you know, Ghalibaf wants to go sign the surrender deal. And then, but there are other government officials who are like holding, you know, trying to like hold him back. They don't want him to go to Islamabad to sign the deal.
جلوتر عرض میکنم این نشانه اوج شکنندگی جمهوری اسلامی این وضعیت. حالا جمع‌بندیشو جلوتر خدمتتون میگم. در تنگه هرمز 2 کشتی خواستن رد بشن، رویترز گفته همین الان. سپاه تیراندازی کرده مجبور شدن برگردن.
There you go.
یادآور وضعیت امروز تنگه هرمز و این تیراندازی سپاه به سمت کشتی‌ها که رد نشن دقیقاً یادآور اتفاقی که اوایل دهه 1380 20 سال پیش.
Okay, so guys, now he's going to give the example. So it's not 1980s. That's just the improper numerical translation because the date is, the dates in the Persian calendar are different. So 20 years ago, this is about, so of course, 20. So this is the early 2000s. So so this is the example I was speaking about. He's now going to talk about the example from the Imam Khomeini airport. So I hate saying that name. But basically, like there was going to be some sort of like renovations or upgrades at like the main international airport 20 years ago. And what happened is that the politicians decided to hire like this Turkish company, like this company from Turkey or whatever, it basically wanted to give them the development and building contract. However, the IRGC was not happy about that. So what they did is the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they took a tank out onto like the tarmac, and they pointed the tank. They aimed the tank at like the next civilian airliner that was going to land. Just like a regular civilian airplane, and the IRGC. Basically said to the government officials, if you don't give the contract to the IRGC for us to do the building and the renovations and the upgrades, we're going to shoot down every single plane that tries to land on the tarmac. So yeah, like that's how insane these people are. The IRGC literally took a tank out onto the airport runway and they aimed it at a civilian airliner. So that's the example he's going to give right now. So basically what he's saying is that what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz with the IRGC just shooting at ships, this is reminiscent of what the IRGC threatened to do 20 years ago. Because this is how the IRGC operates. Is President Trump live? Where is President Trump live? Because if you're, let's see. I don't see President Trump being live anywhere. President Trump is not live. Yeah, that person was wrong. Anyways, let's continue.
در فرودگاه خمینی روی باند افتاد. اون موقع دقیقاً مثل الان دولت عراقچی میگه تنگه باز کشتی‌ها بیان برن، سپاه تیراندازی میکنه میگه ما اجازه نمیدیم. در 20 سال پیشم موقعی که میخواستن فرودگاه خمینی رو افتتاح کنن، اون شرکتی که قرار بود فرودگاه رو اداره کنه یه شرکت ترکیه‌ای بود. الان اسمش یادم نیست. خدمات فرودگاه رو قرار بود اونا انجام بدن. سپاه مخالف بود، میگفت قرارداد رو باید به ما بدید. هواپیمای اماراتی اومد بشینه، یا هواپیمای اماراتی نشست، هواپیمای بعدی میخواست بشینه، سپاه با تانک رفت روی باند فرودگاه با خودرو زرهی، گفت اگه بشینید میزنیم. هواپیما مسافربری ها، گفت اگه بشینه میزنیم.
See? So he's basically just giving the example. He's saying the IRGC took a tank out onto the airport runway, like on the tarmac, and just said, if you don't give us the contract, we'll shoot down the passenger plane. Yep.
الان هم دقیقا سپاه هم کار میکنه. وزارت خارجه میگه تنگه بازه، سپاه میگه کشتی رد بشه میزنیم. سپاه مقابل دولت قرار گرفته و تازه بخشایی از سپاه علیه بخشای دیگه از سپاه.
Right? So basically he's saying that like not only is the IRGC now at odds with the politicians, but there are factions within the IRGC that are at odds with each other.
قرار گرفتن. اونورم سنتکام هم میگه محاصره ادامه داره. 21
So that's not my envoy, it's CENTCOM. So he's saying CENTCOM is saying like the blockade continues.
کشتی که از بنادر ایران میخواستن عبور کنن بیان محاصره رو بشکنن و برن، ناوای آمریکا جلوشون رو گرفتن، گفتن برگردید.
Yeah, right? So he's basically saying CENTCOM is confirming that the American blockade is still in force, and they've turned back 21 ships leaving Iranian ports.
اجازه ندادن بهشون.
Refused to allow the
بارگیری بدون مقصد نفتکشای جمهوری اسلامی ادامه داره. واشنگتن پست امروز یه گزارشی داده، گفته 5 تا نفتکش بزرگ در خارک و 5 تا نفتکش بزرگ در جاسک دارن نفت ایران رو بارگیری میکنن. واشنگتن پست این خبر طوری داده که انگار مثلا به رغم جنگ 10 تا نفتکش بزرگ دارن نفت رو بارگیری میکنن و میخوان مثلا جمهوری اسلامی به صادرات نفتش ادامه بده. این نیست.
So guys, right now he's criticizing the Washington Post. He's saying the way that the Washington Post wrote this article, where they say, you know, that 5 tankers, you know, loaded oil in Harg and another 5 from Jask. He's saying that this article is making it appear as if like the Washington Post is implying that the war, that the war, because the war has stopped, the naval blockade isn't working, and like these Islamic regime ships can like go through. And he's like, that's not the case at all. Just because these ships are, I'm assuming what he's going to say is just because these ships are like loading up on oil, it doesn't actually mean that they're going to go through, right? And that's what he says, right? Like he's basically saying that the way that the Washington Post article is written, it's, you know, implying as if the Islamic Republic is going to continue exporting its oil. And then he literally says, that's not it. Like, that's not what's happening. So now he's going to give the accurate analysis.
جنگ 10 تا نفتکش بزرگ دارن نفت رو بارگیری میکنن و میخوان مثلا جمهوری اسلامی به صادرات نفتش ادامه بده. این نیست. 10 تا نفتکش بزرگ دارن بارگیری میکنن به دلیلی که مخازن خارک و جاسک پر شده.
Oh, guys, do you see that? So he's saying that the reason that 10 large tankers are loading up is because the storage facilities within Kharg Island and Jusk are full, right? They've become full. So they have to load up the tankers in order to allow more oil coming, right? Because they can't actually stop oil production, right? So they're screwed because eventually they're also going to run out of tankers.
با این محاصره که شده اجازه صادرات نفت جمهوری اسلامی نمیدن، چاهای نفت تولید میکنن، با خط لوله میاد اون پایانه که باید صادر بشه، انبارای نفت در اونجا مخازن پر شده، خالی میکنن اینو تو سوپر نفتکشا، ولی این سوپر نفتکشا از خلیج فارس و دریای عمان نمیتونن برن بیرون. نکتهش در اینه. خبر واشنگتن پست ممکنه گمراه کننده باشه که جمهوری اسلامی
Right, so he's saying the Washington Post news is misleading.
رغم این همه حرف آمریکا داره صادرات نفتش رو
Right, so the Washington Post article is misleading because it's implying as if the Islamic regime is exporting oil. That's why they're filling the tankers, but that's not the reason. What he's saying is that the reason that the oil is like the reason that they're filling up the tankers is because they've run out of storage, and if they stop production, that's it. Like it's going to be very damaging.
نه اینطور نیست. سوپر نفتکشا دارن بارگیری میکنن به دلیلی که پایانه‌های جاسک و خارک بیشتر از این جا ندارن نفت نگه دارن و این نفتکشا که پر بشه جمهوری اسلامی به مشکل میخوره.
So he's basically saying once these tankers are full, then the Islamic regime is going to be in trouble, even more in trouble, right?
یکی از دلایلی که جمهوری اسلامی الان به شدت تحت فشار تصمیم گیری بکنه غیر از اینه که 4 روز دیگه آتش بس تموم میشه و ممکنه جنگ از سر گرفته بشه که ترامپ هم تهدید کرده، جلوتر خدمتتون میگم، غیر از اون یه مشکل فنی بزرگ وجود داره. اگر محاصره ادامه پیدا کنه و جمهوری اسلامی کماکان نتونه نفتکشی رو از خلیج فارس و دریای عمان خارج کنه، به بازار نفت بفرسته، چاهای نفت جمهوری اسلامی باید متوقف بشه تولید نفت، چون جایی نیست انبار کنن.
Right, so he's saying that like if like the blockade doesn't stop and the Islamic regime runs out of tankers, then they're going to have to stop the oil wells because there's going to be nowhere to load it. Like, what are they going to do? Just let the oil like flow into the ocean or something? But that's going to be like, if they stop it though, like that's going to be very detrimental.
و چاه رو به این راحتی نمیشه متوقف کردن.
Right, he's saying wells cannot be stopped so easily.
فشار داره.
Right, like wells can't just be stopped. You know, like you can't just like stop an oil well. Like you can't just plug like a cork in it or something.
پروسه سختیه و بعد اگر متوقفش کنید دوباره فعال کردنش به این راحتی نیست.
Right, and then that's the other thing. So he's basically saying if first of all, it's very difficult to stop the oil. And then if you somehow manage to stop it, it's not exactly that easy to reactivate. So it might be an even bigger problem to like get it restarting.
مخصوصا چاهای جمهوری اسلامی که چاهای کهنه‌این و طی این سالها به دلیل تحریم‌های شدید چاهای نفت خیلی خوب اقتصادی و با بهره‌وری مناسب اداره نشدن. همین
That's true, guys. So basically, all of the equipment that the Islamic regime is currently using, especially for the oil, it's all over 50 years old. Like everything that they're using for oil production was basically built during the Shah's time. Okay? The Islamic regime has not renovated or upgraded or anything. So you're dealing with very, very very old infrastructure that was built during the time of the Shah. Just want to point that out as well. And they've basically just been exploiting the pre-existing infrastructure.
یه مشکل فنی هم میخوره که اگر تسلیم نشه. بنابراین این خبری که واشنگتن پست گفته باید با این ملاحظه نگاش کرد. نه به این معنا که 10 تا نفتکش دارن بارگیری میکنن پس صادرات نفت ایران ادامه داره. نه.
Okay, guys, I need to take a 5-minute break because I have a delivery, but I'll be right back.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بالین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی فخر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردم بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Okay, guys, thank you for that. All right, I'm back. Let us continue with Morad Besi. Okay, so where we left off, he was speaking about, he was criticizing the Washington Post article that came out today, where, it says that the Islamic regime's tankers are still continuing to fill up on oil. And the article by Washington Post made it seem as if the Islamic regime is continuing to export oil. Excuse me. But that's absolutely not the case at all. And the reason that these tankers are getting filled up is because the Islamic regime is running out of storage space. And because the oil infrastructure is so old, right? It's over 50 years old, and it hasn't ever been upgraded or renovated or maintained. It's very difficult, first of all, to stop oil production. And even if it was stopped, it would be even more difficult to restart it. So the Islamic regime has no choice but to try and, fill up tankers. But that's going to be a problem because eventually these tankers are going to, they're going to run out of tankers. And then what are they going to do? Because there's still going to be no storage space. So that's where we are. He's like, it's not like that.
Trump. تو هواپیما
Oh, we're getting to President Trump. Oh, he's going to speak about President Trump's, what he said on Air Force One last night. Trump.
ایران ادامه داره. نه اینطور نیست. اما ترامپ تو هواپیما داشته از آریزونا برمیگشته صحبت کرده. گفته تحولی در راه است و باید رخ دهد. باید منتظر ماند و دید چه خواهد شد. منظورش اینه که جمهوری اسلامی جوابش به این مذاکرات اسلام آباد چی میشه. ترامپ هشدار داده اگر تا چهارشنبه توافق نشود احتمال دارد آتش بس تمدید نشود، یعنی جنگ از سر گرفته بشه روز چهارشنبه.
So it's not meaning the war will be over. It means the war will resume. This was not a proper translation. So basically, he's just repeating what President Trump said, that if there's no agreement, then the ceasefire will be over and the boom booms will resume.
محاصره ادامه می‌یابد. در این صورت دوباره بمب‌ها فرو ریخته خواهد شد. ترامپ داره هشدار میده که چهارشنبه میتونه جنگ از سر گرفته بشه اگر جمهوری اسلامی تسلیم نشه. 4 روز. گفته ذخایر اورانیوم جمهوری اسلامی به هر صورت اینو به دست خواهیم آورد. اما در صورت شکست مذاکرات این کار را بسیار غیر دوستانه تر انجام خواهیم داد. یعنی به ضرب زور این کارو میکنه. میگه میخوای بیاد تسلیم نامه رو امضا کن، ذخایر اورانیوم بده، اگرم امضا نکنی به زور ازت میگیریم. و بعد اومده توضیح داده ترامپ چرا در جمهوری اسلامی چند تا حرف هست راجع به اونی که بین ایران و آمریکا داره میگذره. چرا در تهران چندین حرف متفاوت هست که آیا توقف غنیسازی پذیرفته شده بالاخره یا نه؟ چند سال پذیرفته شده اگه پذیرفته شده؟ آیا ذخایر اورانیوم رو میدن آمریکا ببره یا نه؟ چون چند تا حرف الان در تهران هست دیگه. ترامپ روز گذشته گفته بود که ما جمهوری اسلامی پذیرفته.
Guys, I'm going to give you a very, very quick way to so one thing about Persian accents, okay? Like I'm not very good with the Persian accent, but even I know this much. So you know how like a lot of words, a lot of English words begin with like 2 consonants, right? So for example, school, okay? It's SK and then O. So we say school. For some reason, the Persian accent, it's difficult. For some reason, when it's at the beginning of a word, it's difficult to just have the 2 consonants together. So people like we just add a vowel in there. So for example, school becomes iskul. Okay. Trump, TR, right? 2 consonants, it becomes terump. Street becomes istirit. What else? Like Marco Rubio, like that works, right? Because it's not 2 consonants. I don't know. You can give me some more words, but yeah. So that's why it's not Trump. It's terump, right? We just have to add, like it's just the accent there. So is sport, yeah. Like so, for example, sport becomes is sport, right? Yeah, it's because you're absolutely right. We don't have instances of that in Persian. You're absolutely right. So that's why like we add the vowel there. So there you go. There you go. I think it's kind of cute. I think it's cute. So yeah. So we are fans of adding the Spanish do it too? Yeah, exactly. Now we are is smarter. Exactly. Is smart. Oh my God, Smarties. So like when I was a kid, and whenever my parents, would get me Smarties or something, they would call it is Smarties. So for the longest time, I actually thought that Smarties was pronounced is Smarties. So yeah, is Smarties. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool that Spanish is the same way. Oh, I love that. Honestly, I really love learning about like the different ways that like various cultures are like, like these similarities that we have. It's super cool. But yeah, there you go. It's Smarties. And now you know. So yeah, it's Smarties. It's spaghetti. No, so we don't say it's spaghetti. We say macaroni. Guys, for Persians, everything is macaroni. Doesn't matter what kind. It's all macaroni. Okay. So here's the thing. It wouldn't actually be istar etrek, because I don't know why, but so it would be istar terek. Don't ask me how I know that, but it would be pronounced istar terek. And then it wouldn't be es bread. It would be bered. You would put, so for bread, you would put the vowel between the B and the R. So it would be bered, like teramp. Istar terek. Yeah, that's how we would pronounce it. Istar terek. Right? But spaghetti, we would just say macaroni. Doesn't matter what kind, it's all macaroni. Yeah, that's because they are Indo-European language, 100%. Yeah. But so it would be bered. Yeah. Istar terek. El sketit, I don't know what that is. Istanbuli. Yeah, Istanbuli polo. Istar terek. Yeah, there we go. All right, so there you go. So that's why he says tiramp, because it's literally the T and R. So in the Persian accent, is Farsi different from Persian? No, Farsi and Persian are the exact same thing. Persian is the English word for Farsi, similar to how German would be the English word for Deutsch. So yeah, this is right. So it would be istar, exactly. We would say istar. Estupid. Estupid. Are you stupid? I don't know. Are you stupid? I don't know. Armin can probably do the accent better. Oh yeah. How do you order penne with Alfredo sauce? Just macaroni. We just got macaroni. Although, I mean, to be fair, like at that point, you're at an Italian restaurant, so you would order penne with Alfredo sauce. But I'm saying like for Persians, we really only have like one macaroni dish. I don't know if you guys are ready for Iranian macaroni, because like I don't want to offend the Italians. I do not want to offend the Italians. I mean, I think it's delicious, but I don't want to offend the Italians, because the way that we cook our macaroni, like, it's delicious, especially with potato tahdig, but it's not the way that Italians cook pasta. And I don't know. I don't know if Italians are ready for a Persian for Persian macaroni. Oh my gosh. There's actually this really cute video of like these Italians who are like reviewing a Persian macaroni like recipe, and it's really cute. All right. Let's see if I can find it. Let me find something short. Okay. Okay, so guys, if you're Italian, look away. If you're Italian, look away. Look away if you're Italian. Where's this from? Okay. Like, this guy says it right. If you're Italian, look away. If you're Italian, look away. Don't watch this if you're Italian. Just go la 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 for like 5 minutes.
This video is not for you.
There you go.
If you are Italian, this video is not for you. We are making Iranian version of spaghetti called macaroni. Let's go. Chop your onion very fine. Chop as many as garlic that you like, but I'm doing 4 cloves of garlic. Use good quality olive oil. Saute your onion for about 8 minutes. Add your garlic as soon as the color of the onion changes. As soon as you smell the garlic, is the time to add your 1 pound of ground beef. Couple minutes after sauteing your beef, add your 1 teaspoon garlic, 1 teaspoon onion powder, 1 teaspoon black pepper, a half a teaspoon turmeric, half a teaspoon cumin, a teaspoon of coriander seed powder, 1/4 of teaspoon hot pepper, 2 teaspoon salt, 3 tablespoons of tomato paste, 8 minutes to sauteing the beef. Mix everything together. Some of you need to close your eyes now. 1 tablespoon of ketchup, 1 cup of water. Mix them. Lower the heat. Like most of my food, I add some saffron. Of the basil, dry one. Same with the mint. If you
Okay, I just want to say something. So, like everyone who makes Persian spaghetti, like Iranian spaghetti, we use like different herb combination or spice. Like I actually don't add I don't add like pepper to mine, right? So I don't add pepper to mine. Ketchup is a must, although I actually don't add ketchup when I'm cooking it. I add ketchup after, like when I'm making, like, you know, when I'm done with the Persian spaghetti and I'm serving it, like I yeah, I put ketchup on top. But I never use ketchup in the cooking. And I don't make it spicy either.
need a little
Like, so yeah, like everyone has like different, time. Oh yeah, like I like to add, I add parsley, I add thyme, I add a little bit of like, basil and oregano. Like I like to use more fragrant herbs and spices. Yeah, see, guys, the Iranians are coming out. You don't, like, this is where I don't agree with him. Like, you don't put the ketchup when you're cooking it. You add the ketchup on top. Guys, I told you, if you're Italian, don't look. Don't look. Yeah, time. Time is very important.
bit of the heat, just 1 serrano pepper.
Yeah, so he's making it spicy.
Leave it for 20 minutes. Water is boiling. Add the salt. Pasta goes in. Just a little bit of oil. We are doing a side quest with 2 different tahdig.
See, even the Iranians are saying faqat rush mirizim. Yeah, exactly. Guys, we only put, so he's saying faqat rush mirizim, which means we only put it on top, right? So yeah, ketchup is only put on top of the already prepared and cooked macaroni. You don't add ketchup in while you're cooking it. That was weird, but I mean, I guess that's his version of the recipe, but it's just the first one I found. Oh, he's making potato tahdig.
2 or 3 potatoes to 1/3 of an inch. Make sure it's al dente, is not cooked all the way. Drain, add 4 to 5 tablespoons of olive oil. Potato slices goes at the bottom. Time to layer. Now the sauce goes in. Layer this till it's finished. And it's the final whatever left goes on the top. Use all the goodies in the pan. High heat for 10 minutes, just like Iranian rice. Steaming, add a little bit of olive oil. Final step, kitchen cloth. Reduce the heat. Leave it here for 40 minutes. Iranian spaghetti.
So good. So good.
Let's eat. Half spaghetti, half beautiful tahdig. Look at this. Gorgeous. Nusha Jan.
You forgot the ketchup.
That's what I'm talking about. Tahdig.
My spaghetti's better.
Crunchy.
Guys, I make the best Persian spaghetti. Like I make the best macaroni. I learned, I got the recipe from my mom, obviously, because my mom is like, the best cook ever. I think I have a photo of like my Persian spaghetti somewhere. I think I have a photo of my macaroni on Instagram. Let me see if I can find it. Why is Instagram being so slow? It's from like the summer. I think I posted a photo. And guys, my tahdig came out amazing. I made potato. Guys, I'm starving myself. I haven't even eaten anything yet. Now I want to find like my macaroni. It was really good. Give me a moment. I'm going to find it. And then we'll go back to Morad Vesi. Guys, here's like your little commercial break. Your commercial break where we speak about food. But again, I'm only doing it because people are asking about spaghetti and other things. So happy to do it. But yeah. This is why I was like, Italians, close your eyes and like cover your ears and just go la 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 la. Because yeah, we do put ketchup. Like, I mean, I love putting ketchup on my macaroni. Like you can't have macaroni without ketchup on it. I'm sorry. You just can't. Even if it's just a little bit. But the thing is though, like Iranian ketchup is not as sweet. Right? Iranian ketchup is not as sweet. It's a little bit more savory. Like there's some ketchup brands which are like super sugary. I don't like that. Like it has to be like a little bit like less sweet and more savory. Like Iranian ketchup is really good. Let me find it. Sorry. Instagram is being really slow. Like it's not loading up properly. But I have my macaroni picture somewhere. Sorry guys. All right, let me just play this video one more time for you.
If you are Italian, this video is not for you. We are making Iranian version of spaghetti called macaroni. Let's go. Chop your onion very fine. Chop as many as garlic that you like, but I'm doing 4 cloves of garlic. Use good quality.
Okay, I found it. There you go. That is my Persian macaroni. The tahdig, it looks a little bit dark in the picture, but it came out perfect. And it was just so like, oh my gosh, it was so good, guys. It was so good. I literally make the best macaroni. And like my potato tahdig came out perfect. Jahamatun khali. It was so like saucy. Like it was just so good. So yeah, that's my Persian macaroni. I love it. It's really, really good. So no, it's not burnt. Nagu. Tahdigam nasukhte. It's perfect. I like mine a little bit extra crunch. Listen, I like a little bit of extra crunchy. So, and guys, so the reason that we have like the potato at the bottom, or like you can add bread or whatever, is because this part gets crunchy, but then no, it's not overcooked. آبرومو نبرین. tahdigam عالیه. tahdigam خیلی خوب بود. من یکمی برشته تر دوست دارم. Oh no. Guys, all the Iranians are judging my tahdig. برو خودمو بردم. Oh man. Okay. There you go. Okay, رو tahdigam کار میکنم. میدونم یکمی سوخته است دیگه. It's okay. ولی خیلی خوشمزه بود. جاتون خالی. Anyways, okay, so let's go back to Morad Vesi now. Yeah, but Persian macaroni is amazing. Okay. I know, guys, I know. But there you go. So that's Persian macaroni. Oh man. Okay, back to Morad Vesi now. It's okay. You guys can judge my tahdig. That's fine. You guys can judge my tahdig. All good.
غنیسازی به شکل نامحدود متوقف بشه. ذخایر اورانیوم هم ما میریم اونجا جمع میکنیم میاریم.
Okay, where were we? All right. So we're back to Trump. So now you guys know the accent. سوخت. میدونم خودم کردم دیگه.
چون چند تا حرف الان در تهران هست دیگه. ترامپ روز گذشته گفته بود که ما جمهوری اسلامی پذیرفته غنیسازی به شکل نامحدود متوقف بشه، ذخایر اورانیوم هم ما میریم اونجا جمع میکنیم میاریم. جمهوری اسلامی بعدش اومد گفت نه ما اینا رو ندادیم.
Oh wait, yeah, I just want to add to this. Yeah, I agree. Like I use tomato puree. I don't use ketchup when I'm cooking Persian macaroni. I agree. Like that's the only thing about that recipe that I found kind of weird. But the only reason I played that video is the first one I found. It was a short video. He was speaking in English. So, that's all it was really. But I don't agree with ketchup during the cooking process. No.
اصلا بینشون اختلاف افتاد. سعید جلیلی گفت اگر اینایی که ترامپ میگه راسته بیاین اعلام کنیم، اگر مجتبی با اینا موافقه بیاید اعلام کنید، یه صدا از مجتبی پخش کنید ما بفهمیم.
Well guys, so this is really important here. Okay. So now Islamic regime politicians are calling out one another, and he's talking about this one guy named Jalili, and Jalili is basically saying, well, if Mujtaba wanted this agreement and the ceasefire, where the heck is he? Why doesn't he put out a voice? Why doesn't he show his image? Why doesn't he come out and actually say himself that this was what he wanted, right? So again, he's calling out the internal fractures and the internal divisions within the Islamic regime. Right?
سعید جلیلی گفت اگر اینایی که ترامپ میگه راسته بیاین اعلام کنیم.
Right? So Jalili is saying, well, if what President Trump is saying about this agreement is true, well, why don't we announce it? Why isn't Mujtaba commenting on this, right? So even like within the Islamic regime now, people are like, where is Mujtaba? Like, where is Mujtaba?
با اینا موافقه بیاید اعلام کنید، یه صدا از مجتبی پخش کنید ما بفهمیم که مجتبی با این چیزا موافقه. زاکانی شروع کرد حمله به عراقچی، گفت اگر این چیزایی که ترامپ میگه راسته واویلا، اگرم راست نیست باید بیاید تکذیب بکنید. حالا ترامپ اومده میگه چرا در تهران اینقدر مقامات مختلف حرف میزنن. توضیح داده. گفته مقام‌های جمهوری اسلامی در واقع منظورش تیم قالیباف عراقچی. میگه مقام‌های جمهوری اسلامی خواسته‌های آمریکا رو پذیرفتن، ولی برای راضی نگه داشتن یه عده‌ای در داخل ایران حرفای خودشون رو متفاوت میزنن.
Did you catch that? So Murad Baisi is saying, it seems as if Ghalibaf and Araghchi have agreed to President Trump's terms. However, in order to please certain factions within the country, they're saying something different. They're lying.
میگه اصلش رو پذیرفتن که عقب نشینی کنن و تسلیم بشن، ولی چون در تهران از یه عده میترسن مدام حرفاشون رو عوض میکنن.
So he's saying the Islamic regime has essentially agreed to President Trump's terms. They've agreed to surrender and retreat. However, because they're afraid of certain factions within Tehran, they're lying. They're lying about it. They're pretending as if they haven't agreed.
در واقع جمهوری اسلامی همین چند روز پیش یادتونه در خبرگزاریاشون همون روز قبل از مذاکرات اسلام آباد میگفتن جمهوری اسلامی 10 تا شرط داره، مذاکرات بر اساس 10 تا شرط جمهوری اسلامی شروع میشه. الان معلوم شد اصلا اون 10 تا شرط مورد توجه نبوده. ترامپ گفته میاید غنی سازی.
So guys, now he's talking. Remember like the whole fake news about like the 10 conditions that Araghchi put out the statement, or someone put out a statement that the United States has agreed to like these 10 conditions, and then afterwards it turned out that was fake news, and the Islamic regime said nothing of the sort, right? And that's what he's talking about here. So he's saying like those 10 conditions were not taken into account at all, right? So do you see, guys, like how when the whole story about those like 10 conditions came out, the mainstream media ran with that story as if it was like as if it was like a legitimate verified news. And then when President Trump came out and said, what the heck are you guys talking about? We haven't agreed to like any condition whatsoever, like no 10-point plan or whatever. People were saying that President Trump is lying, which is like, again, like, this is why like I can barely watch like mainstream media in English, because it's just the way that people interpret what the Islamic regime say, what the Islamic regime says, like it's unfathomable to me how anyone could actually think that what the Islamic regime is saying is trustworthy over what President Trump is saying, right? But as you can see on the Iranian side, right, like especially with Morad Baisi, the top geopolitical analyst, like there's no question, right? Like, so within like within the Iranian diaspora and Iranians in here, like basically like amongst Iranians, we already know the Islamic regime is lying. So, you know, he's basically saying this, you know, as a matter of fact, because this is not even something to dispute, right? This is why I don't want, like, this is why like I feel bad for people who only get their news about Iran from like mainstream media, because they literally have no idea what's going on. And that's why I like to share Morad Baisi with you guys, because this is where you can get the actual facts and truth. You get it from an Iranian person. And there you go.
میپذیرید متوقف بشه، ذخایر اورانیوم میتونم میدید. همیشه این تبلیغات رسانه جمهوری اسلامی بعدش ثابت میشه که دروغ بوده، رجزخانیاش. ترامپ، بریم یه خورده تحلیلی تر موضوع رو ببینیم. ترامپ با این اظهاراتش،
Wait, that's not Trump's rascal. What?
میشه که دروغ بوده، رجزخانیاش.
Oh, so the rascal relates to like the Islamic Republic. It's not Trump's rascal. That's weird.
ترامپ، بریم یه خورده تحلیلی تر موضوع رو ببینیم. ترامپ با این اظهاراتش و علنی کردن عقب نشینی‌های قالیباف و عراقچی، چون دیشب چیزی که گفته این بود دیگه، علنی کرد، گفت قالیباف و عراقچی عقب نشینی کرده، مقامات و فرمانده‌های باقی مانده جمهوری اسلامی رو به جون هم انداخته. ترامپ عمدن این کارو میکنه، میاد اطلاع رسانی میکنه، میدونه اطلاع رسانی پاشنه آشیل جمهوری اسلامیه، نقطه ضعفشه. میگه من اطلاع رسانی میکنم که چی گذشته در مذاکرات، برای اینکه در تهران بیفتن به جون هم دیگه، و همین اتفاق افتاد. در تهران افتادن به جون هم دیگه. تا ترامپ خبررسانی نکرده بود به جون هم دیگه نیفتاده بودن. ترامپ که دیروز اومد گفت همه چیز رو پذیرفتن، بعدش جلیلی و زاکانی و عراقچی و وزارت دفاع و علی عبداللهی و همشون به هم افتاد، جون هم دیگه افتادن. من یاد یه صحنه میافتم از تام و جری و سگه.
Guys, when I saw this part, I laughed out loud. So, okay, now Morad Baisi is making a Tom and Jerry reference. He's making a Tom and Jerry reference here. So watch this. So basically, he's saying like this whole this like it's a Tom and Jerry cartoon. So he's basically saying how he's like basically he's gonna say, like, remember that scene in Tom and Jerry where, like, you know, the cat, the mouse, and the dog are like fighting and they're like hitting each other with pots and pans, and then they agree to like some sort of ceasefire, so they all sign a ceasefire, and then there's peace, and then basically all of a sudden they get into an argument, and then they tear up the ceasefire agreement, and then they start hitting each other again. He's like, basically what's happening right now is pretty much like Tom and Jerry. This is so good. When I saw this part, when I was watching this part this morning, and he mentioned Tom and Jerry, I knew that you guys were gonna laugh. Like, I laughed out loud. I was like, I cannot wait to share this with you guys.
دفاع و علی عبداللهی و همشون به هم افتاد، جون هم دیگه افتادن. من یاد یه صحنه میافتم از تام و جری و سگه دارن با هم صحبت میکنن، همدیگه رو میزنن، بعد متوقف میشن، با هم مذاکره میکنن، یه قراردادی امضا میکنن، بعد دوباره دعواشون میشه، قرارداد رو امضا میکنن، با مایتابه شروع میکنن ستایی به هم زدن. دقیقاً این وضعیت که الان در تهران هست اینجوریه.
I mean, it is a pretty good analysis, right? Like it is a pretty good analogy, right? So I love that. I love that he he's mentioning Tom and Jerry. I was not expecting that, but that was excellent. That was really, really good. That was very, very good. So yeah. I don't know when Armin's gonna, guys, I have a Newsmax interview and I have to like be there in like 8 minutes. I forgot to mention that to Armin before he left, but I messaged him on WhatsApp, but I don't know if he got the message. Yeah, you know what? He is doing it with a straight face, but I can see him like he's smirking a little bit, right? He's smirking just a little bit. All right, if Armin isn't back, I'm just gonna have to like, I'll have to like, we'll have to do one of those, right? Okay.
به هم افتاد، جون هم دیگه افتادن. من یاد یه صحنه میافتم از تام و جری و سگه دارن با هم صحبت میکنن، همدیگه رو میزنن، بعد متوقف میشن، با هم مذاکره میکنن، یه قراردادی امضا میکنن، بعد دوباره دعواشون میشه، قرارداد رو امضا میکنن، با مایتابه شروع میکنن ستایی به هم زدن. دقیقاً این وضعیت که الان در تهران هست اینجوریه که همه مقامات افتادن به جون هم دیگه. در تهران اختلاف شدید وجود داره در مورد ادامه جنگ یا تسلیم شدن. این مهمترین اتفاقی که الان در تهران در جریانه. اختلاف شدید مقامات در موردی که جنگ رو ادامه بدیم 4 روز دیگه، برای جنگ آماده باشیم یا بریم تسلیم بشیم.
Guys, I know that you're saying 2C at 5. I can't go to 2C because I have to go to my interview. And if Armin isn't back in time, I can't live stream 2C for you guys while I'm doing my interview because the audio is going to like interfere. So hopefully if Armin's back in time, let him know so that he can stream 2C. But if Armin's not here, your guys are going to be stuck with watching me behind the scenes at Newsmax Live. So because I can't do like I can't stream something else while I'm doing that. So guys, we're gonna have to go backstage together at Newsmax. Unless Armin comes back. Let's see what happens. Well, basically, like I have to like go into I have to log into the Zoom for Newsmax in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So let's see. But we will go to 2C as soon as we can.
انصافاً هم تصمیم دشواریه. چون 4 روز دیگه آمریکا اگر اینا تسلیم نشه و شروع به جنگ بکنه، خب باید دور بسیار شدیدتری بمباران میکنه. اسرائیل هم که از خودش هواپیماهاش آماده لب باند مجهز به بمب وایسادن. ایال زمیر گفتم گاه هواپیماهای ما آمادن به محضی که جنگ شروع بشه برن بمباران کنن. موندن که برن به این سمت یا برن تسلیم نامه رو امضا کنن. هیچ کدومش هم برای مقامات جمهوری اسلامی انتخاب خوب و بد نیست. بین این بمباران‌های شدیده و تسلیم شدن و تحقیر شدن. منتها بعضی‌هاشون میگن اگه بریم تسلیم بشیم هم نظام تحقیر شده میمونه هم خودمون تحقیر شده میمونیم. ولی اگر بریم به جنگیم معلوم نیست نظام بمونه، معلوم هم نیست ما بمونیم. تا اینجا که میدونیم قالیباف و پزشکیان و عراقچی و روحانی به رغم اختلافات شخصی در طرفداران تسلیم شدنن. اسمشون خودشون البته میذارن توافق و هر ستا با هم رقابت دارن، پزشکیان و روحانی و قالیباف. قالیباف چرا دنبالشه؟ قالیباف در فکر به قدرت رسیدن در باقی مانده جمهوری اسلامیه. برای قالیباف تا حد زیادی مسئله شخصیه، رسیدن به یک آرزوی شخصیه که دلش میخواست همکاری جمهوری اسلامی باشه و یه عقده‌ای داره که 3 بار در انتخابات شکست خورده. و البته حفظ جونش هم هست دیگه. عرض کردم میترسه که اگر مذاکرات شکست بخوره کشته میشه، چون اینو دیده به چشما، دیده مذاکرات شمخانی شکست خورد کشته شد، مذاکرات لاریجانی شکست خورد کشته شد، خامنه‌ای هم مذاکره نکرد کشته شد. خب میگه بعدیش هم منم دیگه. این دلش میخواد یک جمهوری اسلامی بمونه، همه کارش بشه، دلش نمیخواد بمیره. معلوم شده که قالیباف همه سپاه رو پشت سر خودش نداره و مقاومت‌های جدی در مقابل قالیباف در سپاه وجود داره، با وجودی که قالیباف خودش الان ارشد فرمانده‌های زنده سپاه است. در بین تمام فرماندهایی که زندند و مسئولیت دارند و در جمهوری اسلامی سمتی دارن، به عنوان رئیس مجلس ارشد همه فرمانده‌های سپاه است دیگه در ساختار سیاسی. هیچ کدوم از فرمانده‌های سپاه در جایگاه سیاسی قالیباف نیستن، ولی با وجود این همه سپاه پشت قالیباف نیست. باندهای مختلف قدرت در سپاه نمیخوان روند توافق و تسلیم به تثبیت قدرت قالیباف منجر بشه، چون فقط تسلیم و پایان جنگ اینا نیست، بعد از جنگ هم اثر میگذاره دیگه. اگر قالیباف بره اینو امضا کنه و جمهوری اسلامی بمونه، معنیش این میشه که قالیباف میشه همه کاره دیگه. بقیه باندهای قدرت اینو نمیخوان. ما شاهد نوعی از توزیع قدرت در ساختار جمهوری اسلامی هستیم بین باندهای مختلف سپاه. در زمان خامنه‌ای توزیع قدرت نداشتیم. تا 50 روز قبل تمرکز قدرت داشتیم. قدرت در دست خامنه‌ای متمرکز بود. الان در 50 روز گذشته شاهد توزیع قدرت هستیم. قدرت در یک جا جمع نشده. در جاهای مختلفی توزیع شده ناخواسته. و رهبر جدید امکان اینی که این قدرت رو متمرکز کنه در دست خودش نداره. رهبر جدید حتی صدا نداره، چه برسه به که حالا بخواد تمرکز قدرت بکنه. به نظر میرسه این نکتهش مهمه، به نظر میرسه اختلافات بین فرمانده‌های سپاه و قالیباف بیشتر از اختلافات بین قالیباف و ترامپه. قالیباف و
Okay, we're gonna have to stop here because wait, where did my comment go? Oh no, wait. Okay. Shh. Hopefully Armin will see this whenever he gets back. Wait, it was a little bit too high. Okay. Guys. Okay. I need to log in. And Armin's not back. Honestly, it's not his fault. It's my own fault because I actually forgot to mention to Armin that I have an interview at 5, and I sent him a WhatsApp message and he hasn't seen it. So that's fine. Not his fault. It's totally my fault. Okay.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Newsmax New York. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Can I get a quick 5 count, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. Just look right at the camera, please.
This is New York Audio. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you.
I'll be right back. One moment. Sorry.
Hey, sorry.
Okay, Armin, it's okay. You're here, so I can go to my interview. It's okay. You can come back.
Okay. I didn't know. You didn't. I
I
didn't
know
know.
it's totally my fault. It's my fault. It's totally my fault.
You didn't tell me.
No, I know. I forgot. It's my. I'm
Yeah.
telling. I told everyone in the chat that it's my fault. All right.
Okay.
I gotta go. But I'll be back. I'm doing like a Newsmax.
Can we see it?
Do you want to? Sure.
Yes, of course we
Oh
want
my
to see
gosh.
it.
Okay. I'm not gonna like. Okay, so I'm not gonna share the screen right now because she's just getting ready, and I don't want to be disrespectful, right? So I'm not gonna share my screen right now. But whenever like my live interview starts, I'm more than happy to like share my screen. You guys are just gonna have to wait. So, but Armin, if that's the case, like you have to shush right now because I just turned off my audio and video on Zoom. But I'm gonna turn it on again. But then you're gonna have to do the whole like audio thing that you do, right? You know how you okay. Okay. So I'm gonna turn on my video and audio on Zoom now, which means I'm no longer speaking with you, Armin. I'm speaking with the producers.
Hi, ma'am. This is Brent, producer in New York. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We appreciate your time.
Happy to
We're going
be
to be
here.
live here in a little less than 2 minutes. Then we got a quick intro, and then we're coming right to you.
Okay. Is it just me or is it a panel?
A panel.
Okay, great.
Welcome to the Count, where we count down the major stories of the week. We'll also be bringing you the numbers behind the stories that matter. I'm Lydia Serrani. Kicking off the count tonight is story number 10. Can't get it straight. Only one day after President Trump and Iran both publicly announced that the Strait of Hormuz was open, Iran now saying that the strait is closed, warning vessels not to cross, claiming they have strict control over it. After at least 2 ships off the coast of Oman were reportedly fired upon earlier by Iranian gunboats as they attempted to cross the Hormuz Strait. The Wall Street Journal now reporting that around 20 vessels have turned around and that the U.S. military is preparing in coming days to board Iran-linked oil tankers and seize commercial ships in international waters. President Trump saying from the Oval Office earlier that Iran cannot blackmail us. Listen to this.
We have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years. Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no leaders. They have no nothing. Actually, their leaders are, it is regime change. You call that enforced regime change. But we're talking to them. They wanted to close up the strait again, as they've been doing for years, and they can't blackmail us. It's going actually along very well, and we'll see, but we'll have some information by the end of the day. We're talking to them, and, we're taking a tough stand. They've gotten away with murder for 47 years. They're not getting away with it anymore.
No, they aren't. And we'll be talking more about that executive order
Coming to you.
program. But here to weigh in on what's going on with Iran, Aaron Cohen, Israeli special ops veteran. He's also the founder of Gideon AI threat detection for law enforcement. Also with us, Goldie Ghamari, an Iranian-born human rights activist and former Canadian politician. Also with us, Ryan McBeth. He's an open source intelligence analyst. Aaron, let's start off with you first. The strait is open one day, then it's closed the next. Axios is reporting that Trump convened a Situation Room meeting earlier over this, and Trump says he should have an update by the end of today. And then there's also this, the U.S. military blockade. It's still in full force. And the Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. is planning to seize Iran-linked oil tankers in the next coming days. So what do you think happens next? Because, again, we've got ceasefire. It expires on the 22nd. And then we thought we were in the clear yesterday, right, with the strait. And now here we are. It seems like back again. What's your take?
So it's good to be on with you. Here's where I'm at with all this. I think the meeting that just happened was to discuss how big the massive strategic mistake Iran is now making. And they think that firing on ships and trying to control the strait is going to give them some kind of leverage. they're sadly mistaken. So all they're doing is just triggering a bigger response. And what could potentially have been discussed is how dramatic this smackdown is about to look, Lydia. And what I'm talking about here is their oil is going to get hunted globally. Every tanker tied to Iran is going to become a liability, tracked, stopped, boarded, and in most cases probably seized. Trump is going to go after the IRGC's oil lifeline. Second, their entire shipping network is going to start to collapse. So Iran relies on these shadow fleets, these shell companies, covert transfers to move oil. And that system is about to get squeezed hard. That's what that meeting was probably about. So it's going to turn into an absolute nightmare. But I say, hey, good. If we have to escalate, let's do so. The IRGC is making a mistake. And I think that meeting is about to, open up how very easy it is for the United States and the U.S. Navy to finish off this wannabe blackmail for good. That's where I'm at with that.
And then Goldie, the president also saying aboard Air Force One yesterday that when the ceasefire officially ends on Wednesday, he might not extend it. Take a listen to what he said here.
Maybe I won't extend it, but the blockade is going to remain. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
He might drop bombs again. What do you think about that, Goldie?
I think that's great news. This is exactly what the Iranian people want. It's exactly what they've been asking for. Ultimately, the Islamic regime is a brutal totalitarian dictatorship that not only has murdered Americans, they've also murdered Iranians. And unless and until the Islamic regime is completely destroyed and the Iranian people have an opportunity to free themselves from this brutal dictatorship, you're going to see the exact same thing happening. So good for President Trump. He's staying the course. And, the message from Iranians inside of occupied Iran is President Trump, finish the job, get rid of this brutal Islamic dictatorship, allow the Iranian people to reclaim their country. We have a leader. His name is Reza Pahlavi. We have a plan, and we have a document that's, shows how we're going to transition from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democratic society. Because, Iranians, Americans, and Israelis, we're all on the same side. We want peace. We want to go back to what we had before 1979. And we have one enemy, and that's the Islamic regime.
Right. And Ryan, at this point, we still don't officially know who's in charge. I know, Aaron, you said the IRGC. Trump has said a few times, though, recently that the regime there has changed. But Mojtaba Khamenei, he's the supreme leader. He's the son of the former leader, Ali Khamenei, and he's reportedly still threatening the United States, saying today that America will suffer new bitter defeats. But we still don't know what this guy's condition is, right? We don't know. We've heard some reports that he's been badly wounded. So who do you think's calling the shots, Ryan? Is it a collection of people? Is it possible that this Khamenei guy is able to kind of issue these type of threats?
That's an excellent question. And you could certainly have a couple of options here. Option number one is that Khamenei really is in charge. I don't really see that. What I can see is lower deputies acting on their own accord. And you can also see some IRGC units who are acting on their own accord. In lack of orders from the top means they decide, all right, well, we're going to attack these two Indian tankers coming across the strait, even though we only have small arms and light machine guns. So you might have things going on and nobody really knows who's in charge. So you have some people doing the best that they can under the circumstances.
And Aaron, I'm just reading this now that Pakistan mediators are working to organize new negotiations between the United States and Iran. But Iran's deputy foreign minister, he told the Associated Press that Tehran isn't ready for new face-to-face talks. What does that tell you?
It tells me that they don't have anybody to talk because Israel has killed all of their leaders. That's number one. Number two, I want to go back to the IRGC trying to disrupt the global oil flow because I think that's what the center of this is. They think they have leverage. They think they have the ability to have leverage while still selling their own oil. And I don't think they realize that that's just not the way it is. Trump is actively flipping that system. So while Iran can create a little bit of chaos, Lydia, They've lost the ability to profit from it. And so right now, I think the leadership is splintered. I think that the Iranian Navy might be acting on their own accord, assuming that they're doing what they would have probably been ordered to do. And I think the leadership is completely cracked. I think they're operating from the middle. And to your other guest point, in Canada, I think it's just a question of time until that whole thing cracks open. And hopefully we'll start to see a point where the Iranian people can ultimately step up. Either way, we don't lose. This system has been pushed back 10 years. I say let the people continue to rise. Israel and the U.S. will continue to support where they can. The regime is in big, big trouble right now, Lydia. That's what I think.
Goldie, do you agree with that? Because we do know that this regime, it kills its own people. There's an estimate of 40,000 protesters. Every day we see a new report of like a beautiful young person that simply was protesting the regime being executed publicly. But to the people of Iran, do they overwhelmingly support what the president is doing here?
100%. I agree with everything the other two commentators said. And, in fact, today is the 100-day anniversary of the January 8 massacre, where in less than 2 days, on January 8 and 9, the Islamic regime slaughtered at least 42,000 people. And I know these numbers are difficult to comprehend, but that's exactly what the regime did. It's one of the reasons why the Islamic regime has shut down the internet, and they've kept it shut down for 7 weeks now, because they do not want the world to know the truth. They do not want the world to know that Iranians support the United States. They support Israel. They want to see the Islamic regime destroyed. And what Iranians are basically asking President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu is finish the job, to destroy the Islamic regime, and let us take over. And to the point about the factions, the other two panelists here are 100% correct. There is an internal division right now. On one hand, you have Ghalibaf. On the other hand, you have Vaisi, and they're basically fighting amongst one another. And I think President Trump knows that, and he's using this to further the collapse of the Islamic regime.
Right. And you mentioned Israel there. We want to give you an update to the Trump-brokered ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. The Israeli Defense Force claiming earlier that Hezbollah had violated the ceasefire, writing that terrorists violated the ceasefire understandings by approaching from north of the Yellow Line toward IDF soldiers, posing an immediate threat, adding that in order to remove the threat, the IDF conducted precise strikes against the terrorists and terrorist infrastructure sites. And then just yesterday, Trump, he put this on Truth Social, that Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. But Ryan, this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, it's tied to what's happening between the United States, of course, and Iran. What do you make of that ceasefire there, and how does that affect our ceasefire that, again, is expected to expire on Wednesday?
So these things are connected, and I think Iran wants to look like they are still supporting Hezbollah, even though they really can't support Hezbollah financially anymore, or since Syria flipped, they can't support them with weapons, because weapons used to go from Iran through northern Iraq into Syria and into the hands of Hezbollah. So having this ceasefire kind of makes Iran seem like they helped in some way. So people who support Iran or support the regime can say, look, we're standing up for the Palestinian people. Whereas in reality, Hezbollah, I would like to say that their time on this earth is limited. If Israel can get in there and finish the job, they can hopefully pave the way for the Lebanese to take back their own country. I mean, when you think about it, it's absolutely crazy. You have a religious army inside of a country that is parallel to their own military. And this sort of thing just cannot stand in a modern state.
And we also know that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization backed by Iran. Aaron Cohen, Ryan Macbeth, Goldie, Ghamari, thank you all.
Thank you.
Coming up, disgrace, Eric Swalwell is apparently...
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
...his bag in Congress.
You're on mute.
That was fantastic. You were great. You were amazing. And
thank
great
you.
job. And
I
thank
fumbled
you.
a
This
little
was
bit.
a
I
panel.
fumbled a little bit at the end. I was like trying to remember the names of my panelists, and I was like, oh, I don't. But so I felt terrible. But
No,
they were great.
No, they were
I love how
great.
they were
I know.
agreeing with me on what I was
Yeah,
saying.
I know Ryan. I follow Ryan Macbeth. I follow him.
Oh, he was fantastic.
Yes.
Your
yes.
analysis was so good as well. I'm so happy people this is what I mean, guys. The people who know what's going on with the Islamic regime, they can see the internal fracture. So I'm so happy about that. Aaron and
Yes.
Ryan. Oh no, they were great. All right, but
Yeah.
Armin,
you were the best. Though. You were the best. You were amazing. And every time you mention Princess of Pahlavi, I get so happy. I'm like, yes. So thank you for that. And you did such a good job. Basically, because the Iranian people's voices are cut because of the internet, you never forget them. You always mention them. You're always their voice, and I just really appreciate that. I always want to remind myself how lucky we are to have you. Thank you, Goldie.
Oh, no, thank you. Happy to do it. And for everyone who's saying this is better than Pierce, guys, Pierce Morgan is like the Jerry Springer. Pierce Morgan is like the Jerry Springer, trash TV. These news panels are so much more informative and way, way better. And I do appreciate them way more. So yeah. No, I'm glad you guys like that. So I'm hoping to, I've requested the, the news clips so I can share them later. But there you go. You guys were backstage. You saw that. All right, Armin, back to you. How was your group discussion, by the way?
Oh, it was really, really good. We went through so much detail. There was a request by somebody for us to, if we could, mention the name of the people on death row in Iran, if we could find that list and maybe just read out their names at some point.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a list. I don't know if there's a list, but if there is a list, maybe we could just go through them at some point. So somebody in the group mentioned that.
There is no list, but I just I put things on my X that I speak about them. I mean, there's so many people, right?
Yeah.
And we are always constantly raising awareness about that, especially on social media.
No, I know you always do that. I know that you do that. So,
Armin, did you have an opportunity to eat? Because I know you just came back quick.
No, I did not. And thank you for Goldie, you're so thank you for noticing.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is because I think we could both use a quick break, and 2C went live 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
So why don't we use the opportunity? We can both take a 30-minute break or so, and we can go to 2C TV, and then we can come back and continue, and that gives us both an opportunity to eat something. Are you good with that? Because you could
fantastic.
Use
unless it's Rickroll, and is it the Rickroll?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
All right.
It's literally he. So 2C went live at the same time as my interview on Newsmax.
Okay.
So we're going to go to 2C and we'll be back.
Wait, can I just answer this question? Is somebody saying, is Armin still an atheist? Yes, I am. But
no, he's not. No, he's not. Armin loves saying praise be to Allah. So there you go.
Like President Trump says that all the time, that he's not a Muslim, as far as I know. Right.
So funny.
Okay. All right.
Okay, guys, we'll be back.
Right.
Go tune into 2C TV, support his channel, and we'll be back in about 20-30 minutes.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we come to you guys with some breaking news coming from the Middle East. Things are kicking off as we speak in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. The United States military are mobilizing their troops, and the Israeli Defense Forces are also prepared to join the war in Iran. Apologies for a slight delay. The whole system malfunctioned 1 minute before we were supposed to be coming live. Everything's fine now. Everything was reset and we can continue. All right. So Some of you might have already heard over the last few hours, we have had some weird issues in the Middle East. Earlier this afternoon, the IRGC announced that they have once again closed the Strait of Hormuz. Now, things have been relatively less stable than yesterday for the Islamic regime in Iran. The infighting is reaching a whole new level. Literally nobody knows who is actually in charge in Iran. But we're going to give you guys the latest on this. First, we're going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz and what's actually been going on. After the announcement earlier by the IRGC, the Central Military Command said that the Strait of Hormuz has returned to its previous state before the ceasefire and is under strict control of the IRGC and will remain so until the United States lift its blockade. Now, we had already the IRGC blockade of Hormuz. Then we had the United States imposing a blockade on the blockade. And now we have the IRGC imposing a blockade on the blockade on the blockade. So you can see there's a couple of issues with this, is because the Islamic Republic don't seem to have an actual strategy except for keep pushing and poking the bear. So we've had now clashes erupting in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Multiple vessels, international commercial vessels, have now been hit by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps from Iran. We have had 2 vessels from India. The Indian government are not happy about this, of course. The Indians claim that the Iranian side made a mistake because they actually had already given permission to one of the vessels to go through. They gave them clearance, but the IRGC were not listening. We have this audio communication from one of the Indian oil tankers, Sanmar Herald, that were pleading to the IRGC to stop firing and were saying, you literally gave us clearance. We were next in the line. Let's go.
Navy, motor tanker Sanmar. Navy, motor tanker Sanmar Herald, Sepa Navy, you gave me clearance to go. Sepa Navy, this is motor tanker Sanmar Herald, you gave me clearance to go. My name is second on your list.
Now they're going to start firing.
Clearance to go. You are fighting now. Let me turn back.
And now they started hitting the tanker. Now, following this, we also had a number of other vessels that were targeted. It seems like because there's no actual central leadership right now in Iran, everybody's gone rogue. All the mid-ranking commanders in each part of divisions or units across the military of the IRGC, I think they genuinely think that they're in charge of the whole thing. I was speaking to my dad, who's still stuck in Tehran, and he said that the way people are describing the situation in Iran is that whoever wakes up first in the regime, on that day, he will decide, I'm in charge now. So whoever gets there first and calls the shots, basically, they're called shotgun, no pun intended. But the IRGC and so-called Navy, the naval officers who are still alive without the naval assets, are now also publicly mocking their own foreign minister. The infighting is so bad that it is now in public. So as you guys know, there are different parts of the Islamic regime. Everybody's fighting each other. You got the government side, you got the IRGC military, you got the clerics, the Ayatollahs, and you got random groups as well. But the IRGC Navy, they were sending a message to the world and to obviously the commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, making fun of the foreign minister because Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, yesterday posted on X saying that, yes, we have agreed with the Americans, we're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. The rest of the IRGC said, shut the F up. You're not in charge. You're just a puppet as foreign minister. Listen to this.
In Persian Gulf and Oman Sea, this is Iranian Sepa Navy calling you on channel 16. Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our leader, Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiot. If you want to pass through the strait, you must ask permission from Iranian Sepah Navy. All vessels that have a connection with our enemies will be targeted if they try to pass the Strait of Hormuz out.
Wow. Yes, as he said, we're not going to give you permission based on tweets by some idiots, as in the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Now, we reported first on 2CTV yesterday that the infighting has gone so bad that the IRGC are now coming for Abbas Araghchi. Of course, the legacy media were denying those claims, and we have yet more evidence. And Abbas Araghchi has not been seen for a couple of days because they're not letting him talk anymore. Since yesterday, when he did that public post on X, obviously saying that we have decided to open the Strait of Hormuz, he has not done any other statements, no other posts, nothing. He's not allowed to say anything anymore. I'll be surprised if he's still alive at this point. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces are now on standby. They are prepared to get involved as well. There is a message to the Iranians released by the IDF's Persian spokesperson. Let's go there.
هنوز برای جنبندی نهایی این نبرد زود است. رئیس ستاد کل ارتش اسرائیل ایران را به عنوان صحنه اصلی آمادگی برای ما تعریف کرده است. لذا هواپیماهای نیروی هوایی در حالت آماده باش و مسلح می باشند و اهداف در سامانه‌های ما ثبت شدند تا در صورت نیاز فوراً حمله قدرتمند را آغاز کرده و به نبرد بازگردیم. ارتش اسرائیل به اقدام خود برای آینده ما به عنوان مردمی آزاد در این سرزمین ادامه خواهد داد.
Yeah, in case you couldn't read the small subtitles, of course, they're saying that the Israeli Defense Forces are on standby, and of course, everything is ready to go. And the goals for Israel has not changed, and that is to bring down the regime in Iran. Now, on that point, the United States military continue to mobilize their troops. So this ceasefire was not really a ceasefire for peaceful purposes. It was to simply regroup, rally the troops, and get some of them to rest for a little bit, but also redeployment of the others. The USS Gerald R. Ford is now in the theater of war. We now have the aircraft carrier that is now in the Red Sea operating. Over the last few days, everybody was waiting for this to arrive. They are now conducting operations in the Red Sea in support of the United States Central Command, or CENTCOM. Now, Thursday, about a couple of days ago, USS Gerald R. Ford hit 296 days at sea, which is a record for the longest deployment the aircraft carrier has had since the Cold War. Now, we know, and I'm going to show you more evidence of the deployment of the US military troops towards Iran over the last few hours. But the most important thing that we now have is the breaking news that just came minutes before we came live to talk to you guys. And that is from the President of the United States, who has now given a new window, a deadline, by the end of tonight. Now, we've seen the pattern. In June 2025, the so-called 12-day war, we didn't see any military action until President Trump created a window. Not a deadline for deal, not a deadline for negotiations, the window, the final deadline, final ultimatum. And once that was reached, we saw the attacks. We saw the same thing in February, when the US president said, well, this is the final window. And now he came earlier on and he said, by the end of today, tonight, he will know whether there is any chance of a deal with the Islamic Republic or not. We know what that means. We've seen this game before. Now, Wednesday is technically the official final day of the ceasefire, despite the fake news and rumors that came out over the last few days. That deadline has not been extended so far. And technically on Monday, we were supposed to be having negotiations, but the Islamic Republic have not confirmed that. And President Trump has now said, I will decide by the end of tonight. The Deputy Foreign Minister of the Islamic Republic, Saeed Khatibzadeh, responded by saying that President Trump talks too much, apparently.
President Trump said that if there is no agreement on Wednesday, there will be a return to the military action. Then let's President Trump talk. He talks too much. He said contradictory things within the same statement. This cannot be prevailed. I don't know what exactly he meant. The American people must decide about him if his statements are aligned, and if they are going with international law, then we will continue our defense.
Now, this is fascinating because obviously this is propaganda, right? Any statement from any politician is controlled, right? Even during their responses to the media, they sort of admit that we don't understand. President Trump contradicts himself in the same statement. Every time he says something, he's saying random things. Yes, that's the whole point. The whole point is that this is the Trump tactic. And the funny thing is, we've had President Trump for years now, and there are so many idiots who continue to not understand Trump language from both sides, the pro-Trump side and the anti-Trump side, the pro-IRGC side, anti-IRGC side. President Trump has been saying a lot of crazy things, right, the last few days. Contradictory, none of it makes sense, confusing, on purpose. And we've had some of the people who are anti-IRGC, they are pro-Iranian people, saying, oh, President Trump just said, this is a week ago, half a week ago, President Trump just said that there's a deal, we've got a deal. The Islamic Republic have already agreed to everything. It's like, calm down, calm down. And then in the same statement saying, we're going to hit them hard. Like, it's so confusing. What's the president doing? It's literally on purpose. And obviously the markets keep reacting up, down, like it's so predictable. But of course, nobody wants to take that risk every single time. They're like, wait, what if? Is this a bluff? Is this a double bluff? Is this a triple bluff? That's why the latest that we now have from the Islamic Republic is that they have still not agreed to the next round of talks, which is supposed to be happening on Monday, by the way, in Pakistan. We got 2 days to go. They haven't actually confirmed that they will be attending. Now, they agreed that the talks should be happening on Monday, but I think one of the reasons that they haven't confirmed is because they don't know who to send. Nobody trusts anybody. It's not really just about their relationship with President Trump. It's not really about them not trusting the Americans. They don't even trust themselves. They don't trust each other. They don't know who's supposed to be representing the Islamic Republic. And at this point, they also fear that they might get taken out a little bit. Now, this is what the Americans are doing, meanwhile. A huge US military buildup is currently happening, has been happening over the last few hours and the last few days, as you can see on the live map, towards latest footage into the Middle East. We've had equipment, munitions, critical logistics, extra personnel, obviously troops, everybody moving from the US to Europe, from Europe to the Middle East. And that is still non-stop. Well, a lot of people believed, for some stupid reason, the people who go on Tim Pool's podcast, the Timcast IRL, or whatever it is, and the other so-called podcasters, who take things literally as they hear, because they take Trump literally instead of taking him seriously. They've been saying, well, no, ceasefire, that's the end of the war. President Trump said there is a deal. Well, we are hoping that the IRGC would submit to the surrender deal, but so far, Nope, not yet. The saga continues. Now, the Indian government are not happy with the Islamic regime. India have now summoned Iran's ambassador following two of their commercial vessels, the oil tankers that were attacked by the IRGC Navy in the Strait of Hormuz. One of the tankers came under fire from the IRGC gunboats, or their so-called small fast boats that they have. They're not large ships. And another one was hit by a drone. Lovely, right? Now, there have been some miscommunication, as we showed you earlier on in the audio communication that we had. But all this shows that the IRGC are not ready to surrender. They're not ready to submit. They don't want to because they can't. You can't blame them, can you? So, the Israeli Defense Forces are also getting ready. This is the latest we have from tonight, a few minutes ago, in the northern parts of Israel. The Israeli Air Force are being activated. Fighter jets flying around. Now, while we're supposed to be having a ceasefire in Lebanon, we're going to be able to use a lot of the IDF assets in Iran at the same time. The regime in Tehran are also getting so desperate for support that obviously they had to bring in a lot of the foreign mercenaries from Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. And all these proxies who are currently in Iran, who were already told to just come anyway, feel free to invade Iran. But the regime now have to beg them and give them money to stay on the streets to show support at these IRGC rallies that we are seeing. Same thing we saw in Syria a couple of years ago, year and a half ago, towards the end of Assad's regime, where you had all these pro-Assad rallies. We had tens of thousands of people in Damascus with Assad flags and everything else. And then obviously when he fled, everything fell apart. Now we have this, look at this video. The IRGC literally paying money. They're giving money. Now, for those who are not familiar with this is not the first time. Iranians know what this is. The Iranian people have been seeing this for 47 years. The IRGC always give money to people who attend rallies to show support. Arab.
وكبار الحيدرية يقومون بتوزيع المبالغ المالية على الفقراء والمتعففين في العاصمة طهران، وكما تشاهدون يعني الآن توزيع وجبات طعام مستمرة من الصباح وحتى المساء. إن شاء الله سنوافيكم بكل التفاصيل.
Apparently there's a lot of support. Everybody is united and they are ready and the atmosphere is great, but they still have to bribe people to be there, including the foreign mercenaries who have already been told to be there anyway. This is a sign of a dying regime. Now we're going to talk about what President Trump has been up to over the last few hours by holding an urgent security meeting in the Situation Room in the White House. Before we get to that, a couple of reactions. Angela says, Maya, any news on your team? Yes. Oh, I forgot to actually give you guys an update. I assume that you guys follow TCTV on social media and on our website. Yeah, clearly, if you have a question about what happened earlier today, you're not following us on X. Follow us on X. You'll find out at 2CTV Official. Just a quick summary. If you haven't seen the previous live stream, our 2CTV team was sent to France to film a documentary about the migrant crisis in Europe. The French authorities arrested our team. They were detained for over 8 hours without any explanation, without being charged. We had to get in touch with the British Embassy in Paris and get in touch with lawyers. A lot of stuff happened. They were finally released without charge. In fact, we have received an apology from both the head of the police in Calais, the chief, and also the judge. I was surprised that they managed to find the judge on Saturday in France, but that was impressive. But so yeah, our team have received an apology. If you haven't seen the update, go watch it after this, because that was a whole dramatic situation as they got arrested. So we're now filming a documentary about the migrant crisis in Calais, which will be on 2C TV Plus, and you can join 2C TV Plus, as you can see under the screen, by going to 2c.tv. All right, let's talk about President Trump. What has he been up to? Watch this footage. This is General Kane, who earlier on attended the White House. So we have President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, the White House Envoy Steve Witkoff, the CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and, as I said, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Kane. All these people attended an urgent security meeting in the Situation Room. And following that, we had the announcement by President Trump that he will decide by the end of tonight. So obviously, currently, it is 5:25 p.m. Eastern Time if you are watching this live. If you're watching this on repeat, obviously, it's not 5:25. By the end of tonight, we are going to see a lot of activities. We have somebody in capital letters shouting, saying, "Unrighteous lies from 2C TV." 2C is the Trump supporting TV channel. Hang on. This accusation, this huge accusation that we are pro President Trump. I don't know where he got that from. Uncle Donald, what do you think? Do you think we are pro MAGA? Yes. I don't know why Trump talks like this. Yes. Yes. No S, Sherlock. Trump is getting heavy. This is gold. Or an absolute nutter. We have the president, but also Greg the Goat, both working together to create a lot of martyrs in the IRGC so that they could get their 72 virgin goats. All right, you can sit down, Uncle Donald, for a second. There we go. Anyway, let's go to Tehran, as we have more checkpoints that have been set up during the ceasefire, because they're not really terrified of Israeli drones hitting them or the US strikes. This is the latest footage we have from the city. Everywhere. The funny thing is, see all these guys who are standing there on the streets of Tehran with confidence. We are in charge. Firstly, they're there because they're absolutely terrified. While they're scared of the Israelis and the Americans, they are more terrified of the Iranian people starting another uprising. That's why they're there. They are terrified of the uprising. But they're standing there with confidence, right? They're all there, out in the open. The moment the strikes begin, they're all going to go into the holes again because they don't want to become martyrs. Not really. They say they do, but ideally they don't want to die. Now, if this was not terrifying enough for you guys to be scared of the IRGC with their tents in the streets, well, we're going to now introduce you to a new brigade inside the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on the streets of Tehran. We have the Fatih Commando Brigade. Yes, literally called Fatih Commando. Fatih. And this is the IRGC women in hijabs, like penguins, well, ninjas, basically, like ninjas. And driving pink, actually pink Jeeps. These are the armored vehicles at this point because they got machine guns on top of it. And these are what I call the jihadi Barbies. Jihadi Barbies. Pink. So good. Now, firstly, obviously, these are not burqas. Obviously, if it were burqas, then they would be ninjas or letterboxers. But the chador means that these guys are basically the Dementors from Harry Potter. They used to be in charge of the prison, Azkaban. What was it called? Azkaban? It's been a few years. But the Dementors are now on the streets of Tehran. The Fatih Commando Brigades continue with their pink vehicles. Meanwhile, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps continue their infighting out in the open, which is a little bit embarrassing. They're now doing it also on the Islamic Republic state media. The hardliners seem to be very much united against the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, which is getting slightly funnier than before. This is Hossein Park, who has been attacking today Abbas Araghchi on their propaganda machine and saying that we should not abandon Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. He says that the 10 demands that were set by the IRGC for these negotiations to the US are non-negotiable. And he accused Abbas Araghchi and the rest of the negotiating team from the Islamic Republic of lacking confidence and being traitors. He's claimed that the foreign minister is acting independently and his views do not align with the regime's core principles and policies. The guy is in charge of Foreign Office, but apparently he's not in charge of the Foreign Office. Now, they have labeled him the JCPOA diplomat because he is soft, which is the funny thing is, the JCPOA, the so-called Iran deal that was signed in 2015 between the Islamic Republic and Barack Hussein Obama was so unpopular from all sides. You had obviously our side and President Trump, Uncle Donald, didn't like it. You didn't like it, did you? No. But you think that in Iran, that deal was popular? No. The Islamic Republic still saw that deal as a huge compromise. They saw it as a surrender deal. That's why they also decided to basically break it by just enriching uranium regardless. And then President Trump came and said, whoa, what is happening here? Seems like Obama's administration didn't even care to monitor the nuclear activity in Iran after the deal. And now we're in this mess. So obviously Uncle Donald had to cancel the deal. But the deal was not even liked by the IRGC. We do have some more good news, by the way, because we have now received confirmation from the Israeli Defense Forces that the senior Hezbollah commander, Ali Reda Abbas, or who was known as Haj Abu Hussein Barich, has now been eliminated by the Israeli Defense Forces in Lebanon. So another one bites the dust, which means that, of course, we have Greg the Goat, who, in case you're not familiar with this channel, he is the representative of the 72 virgin goats, because that's all they get, the martyrs. He's now going to be busy tonight introducing the latest jihadi to his virgins. So Greg is now going to leave us. He's going to go and do his business with the new martyr. And also, for those of you who have been, again, somehow watching the establishment media like CNN or CBC or BBC or all the other letters, or maybe you've been brainwashed to watch random, rogue, and illogical podcasters to get your news for some reason. I don't know why some people watch podcasts to get news. Just watch news channels to get news. Or just be on X at this point. You might be wondering who's actually in charge of Iran right now. The Speaker of Parliament, Ghalibaf. We've talked about him a lot. Ghalibaf, who, again, the people on Tim Pool's podcast a few weeks back, a couple of weeks ago, thought that President Trump has been talking to him to appoint him as the interim president, interim Ayatollah or whatever in Iran. And when I called it out, apparently our channel, 2C TV, and me personally with my connections to Iran, I don't know anything, but they do. They were saying that Ghalibaf and all the others, the other podcasters saying Ghalibaf is actually a moderate. He's actually different, mostly because he doesn't have a big beard, right? And there have been a lot of people who've been brainwashed thinking that Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy you can deal business with. He's the new Gorbachev, right? Well, here's a report of who Ghalibaf actually is. Let's go.
You've probably been hearing Ghalibaf's name a lot these days. A man suddenly appearing in talk about dealing with the United States. But who is Ghalibaf exactly? At first glance, he looks like a serious political figure, one of the most visible men in the Islamic Republic. But that is not what he really is. Ghalibaf is not an independent politician. He is not a new answer, and he is not a man who built himself on his own. He is a product of the IRGC system, raised inside it, shaped by it, and kept for the right moment. That is why he has always looked less like a civilian leader and more like another version of Qasem Soleimani. One was presented as the face of the battlefield, the other was polished for politics. But both came from the same machine. And this is also a man surrounded by years of corruption allegations. During his time as mayor of Tehran, reports pointed to massive financial irregularities, from discounted transfers of public properties to billions in missing or mismanaged municipal funds. His name has also been tied to major cases linked to IRGC economic networks, where billions of dollars were alleged to be involved. And his world was never far from violence either. His ties to the IRGC and to Qasem Soleimani placed him inside the same system that relied on tactics like roadside bomb warfare, the kind that later became one of the deadliest threats to American forces in the region. Ghalibaf was prepared for a moment like this, not as a symbol of change, but as a tool of survival. That is why selling him as a moderate or as a solution is misleading, because in the end, he is not the answer to Iran's future. He is just another face of the same system. And that matters because Iran's future will not be decided by the men the regime keeps recycling. It will be decided by the people. And the people of Iran have already shown the world who they see as their alternative. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. And as always, light wins over darkness.
Special thanks to our 2C TV team for providing us with this. Of course, all this information is out in the public. They're not speculative or opinions. This is his background, which you can also just do manual research to find out. But having said that, at this point, it doesn't really matter because there are big issues. The big issue is Ghalibaf might not even survive the next few weeks or the next few days. Not because of the Americans and not because of the Israelis, but because of the infighting. Although his side might be able to win. We have a retard in the live chat saying the reports of Tutsi being arrested in France would seem to have been greatly exaggerated. Number one, there has been no report of me being arrested in France. So you are spreading fake news. Nobody has even claimed that I was arrested in France because I am not in France, you idiot. I am in London, the capital of the former British Empire. I'm not really sure where you got that from, but nope. I have not been arrested, and nobody has said that I have been arrested. Of course, on the issue of the rest of our team, that's a whole different thing. So, and they have now been released, and we got the apology from the judge and the chief of police in Calais. Although there was, I think there was an article that said, where is the article we found? I think they said, what is it called? Yeah, there was an article, I'm going to show you. I think this one says Dunkirk instead of, is it Dunkirk? I think they said, instead of Calais. Here we go. So I'm going to put this on quickly. This was what we got when it was reported. I don't know. Yeah, on this one it doesn't say. Yeah, French police arrest CCTV team while filming documentary on illegal English channel crossings. This article was not really... Yeah, there was another article that said something about different location, basically. Anyway, going back, Bill says, is anyone in charge in the IRGC? No, as I said, the way my dad described it, obviously, was his personal opinion, but that's what basically people are saying, unofficially, that whoever wakes up first in the morning in the IRGC, they can call shotgun and they're in charge for the rest of the day. But in reality, basically, they're all calling shots for their own areas, wherever they are and what division they are running. And there is no central leadership. And this is becoming a bit of a problem because as things get heated over the next few days, they're going to need some sort of unity. Otherwise, the defeat is going to be too easy. So strategies were being used against them. And the captain was hard to understand. Was he talking about my car's extended warranty? I get the joke. Where is the IRGC firing from? I thought they had no navy left. Yeah, they don't have the big ships anymore. All of them are at the bottom of the sea. But as President Trump said, they have these small, so-called fast boats. They're tiny boats, basically. They just drive. They sail through the Persian Gulf and they start shooting. But most of the attacks are coming from the drones, which is from mainland Iran or the islands. And they just launch their drones, suicide drones, towards these vessels. You're effing with reptilians. They want your head. Keep your head down. 5 months ago, France arrested your people for filming. Hang on. Have we time traveled forward? It wasn't 5 months ago. It was 9 hours ago. Also, why are we talking about the lizards? It is Saturday, I guess. Everyone goes crazy at this time. All right. You done messed up. I think that's supposed to say Iran instead of Iran. Otherwise, the joke would make no sense. Do you think that the regime can only collapse through a ground invasion and with the help of militias armed by the USA? It's not ground invasion. So yeah, the regime will collapse. Well, any regime in history would only collapse when you have things happening on the ground. So that could be a ground invasion of a foreign force, or it could be by the people. But again, when we say people on the ground in Iran, I'm not saying people going on the street protesting. Oh, I demand democracy. I demand freedom. You don't do this. People in Iran have been trying that for like 47 years. Keep protesting. Protesting doesn't do anything. You get killed if you protest against a dictatorship. Now it's time to fight. If they get armed, some of them are now armed, but not all of them. The only situation would be the people who get armed, who know how to fight, then they can take control. Every example throughout history has been the same thing. It will have to happen on the ground, whether it's by the ground forces or by the people of a country. I would say again, in Iran, it's been difficult because people have been mostly unarmed and they get killed if they try to take over a building. But they still managed to do it. If you remember, during the uprising, they managed to take control of police stations and the Basij units. But the problem with that was that there was no actual strategy. So they were taking over these buildings and they were setting fire to it and they would just leave. And because that would be, what are they going to do next? They didn't know what to do next. So they would just set fire to it. But during the 1970s, when the communists and the Islamists were working together to bring down the monarchy in Iran, they knew what to do. It was a small group, but they were armed and they were going around shooting at everybody, shooting at police officers, shooting at buildings and taking over buildings. And that's how they did it. How are Iranians able to talk with the outside world? On the phone, and also those who have internet using the Starlink devices. Prophecies anyway, 8. And the US should start negotiating with the prince. That doesn't really work. You don't. That's not how it works. It's not in charge. What are you going to negotiate with? It's not how it works. You have to wait for the crown prince to go to Iran first, and when is the transitional leader in power, then you can negotiate. Also, you don't need to negotiate because he'll be on your side. There's no need to negotiate with someone who's already on your side. So they've already been talking. Obviously, Steve Witkoff and the crown prince have already had those meetings over the last few months. As between Starmer and Macron, who is the top? I would say Macron, and that says a lot, but, you know, if I had to pick. At this point, it's pretty clear that the IRGC have very low IQs. They definitely are not the smartest out of anyone they know firsthand. Trump doesn't play. I feel a hard slap coming, and that dude is right. We love Trump. How can?
Okay, Armin, I think 2C's done. He's just going to super chat. So, yeah, I guess we can continue.
Yes. All right. So, Durka dating?
Oh my gosh, sure.
Okay. Okay. Durka dating. Let's go do that. All right. So, as I mentioned to you guys already, the Islamic regime is now trying to use girls to bring people out into the streets. You thought I was exaggerating, and now they confirmed that that's what, like, they're saying it. They're advertising it on state TV. Okay, they were bringing hijabless women and asking them into the streets. So, for people who might not know, not been following this, the regime has been having pro-regime Iranians into the streets, occupying the streets in Iran for the past 44, 45. What day are we on? 45 days, I think. And the reason why they're doing this is because they're terrified that there will be an uprising. They're terrified that there's going to be an uprising, and they don't have enough suppressing power. So they have decided, as a way to avoid the Iranian people coming and doing an uprising against the regime, to get the pro-regime Iranians to keep coming out every day and night in the street for the past 45 days. Guys, is it 45? I think it's 45, right? What day are we on? And they have been telling the regime supporters that you are the reason why we're still here, which was a bad idea. Bad idea, because the regime supporters are like, then why didn't you listen to our demands? You say that we have been the reason why you're still here and you're survive. You owe us. You owe us. So if you owe us, then why are you negotiating with the devil? You should be listening to us, okay? Anyways, the regime has been advertising the street protest and gathering in so many different ways. They put it. Armin. Goldie has that view that makes me like I'm gonna stop. Armin. I'm gonna stop. Yes.
Ghalibaf is on Islamic Regime State TV.
Okay, fine. I'll stop. Let's watch this.
You need to translate what Ghalibaf is saying. Guys, we'll get back to Durka dating, but Ghalibaf is on Islamic Regime TV.
آیت کرده بوده اینا از حیله‌هاشونه دیگه، ولی ما محکم ایستادیم، اونا به هر حال قبول کردن. ما برای این کار تنگه هرمز رو بستیم. ما حتی به اونها به طور روشن گفتیم هم تنگه هرمز رو می‌بندیم، هم حتما جنگ رو، از همه ابزارمون استفاده کردیم و ما تونستیم اراده خودمون رو و خواست خودمون رو تحمیل کنیم. الان ما دیروز روشن گفتیم اگه بخواد محاصره رو ادامه بده، تنگه رو بسته خواهد شد. من فقط این رو میخوام بگم، ما در مذاکرات که 3 جانبه بود خیلی به این موضوع تاکید داشتیم، یعنی جا افتاد برای هیئت آمریکایی که ما واقعا بی‌اعتمادی، یعنی بی‌اعتمادی کامل وجود داره. این را هم بیان روشن، هم بحث روشن موضوعاتی که اونا بحث کردن ما خواسته‌هامون رو محکم گفتیم. الان هم چند موضوع هست که اختلاف نظر وجود داره و اونا یه نظراتی در حوزه هسته‌ای دارن، یه نظراتی در بحث مربوط به موضوعات تنگه و اینا دارن و ما به هر حال سر مواضع و اونهایی که داریم. البته مذاکره بدون شک اصلا نفس مذاکره مال این است که خلاصه طرفین به یک تفاهمی برسن، ولی ما در حقیقت اون چیزی که برای ما اصل بوده این بوده که این بی‌اعتمادی همون نکته‌ای که اشاره کردم، ما حسن نیت داریم، ما برای که یه صلح پایدار باشه، صلح پایداری که تضمین درش باشه که دیگه این بحث دو مرتبه تکرار نشه، چون رژیم و آمریکا مخصوصا رژیم در 80 سال گذشته جنگ، آتش بس، صلح، جنگ، شما نگاه کنید ما توی یک سال دوباره اتفاق افتاده. این لوپ غلط باید قطع بشه کنیم و در واقع این پیروزی که ما داریم خلاصه این کار انجام میده. ما الحمدلله ترکیبی هم که در هیئت رفتیم سعی کردیم، چون من معتقدم امروز بیشتر هر زمان همه نیاز به اجماع داریم. ترکیب هیئت به گونه‌ای بود که صلاحیت به اجماع داریم. ترکیب هیئت به گونه‌ای بود که صلاحیت مختلف، نگاه‌های مختلف واقعا اونجا بود، هم از جهت کارشناسی هم از نقش ملی. در واقع میخوام بگم هیچ کار جناحی و سلیقه‌ای و اینا واقعا نبود، این بود اقتدار و منطق و سرسختی در جاهایی که لازم بود داشته باشیم، این رو بهش توجه کردیم. حواسمون به طور کامل بود که خلاصه بی‌اعتمادی داشتیم. ما در چند بار در مذاکرات این بحث گفته شد و پیش رفت و ما کار رو درست بردیم. من در آخرم این نکته رو اشاره کردم. من گفتم که این مذاکرات او بی‌اعتمادی ما رو حل نکرد، ولی من فکر میکنم هم هیئت آمریکایی هم هیئت ما با سوابقی که من از قبل در مذاکره داشتم یه مقدار درکمون از همدیگه واقعی تر شد. واقعا مثلا اونجا اینگونه شد که در صحبت ها یک سوء تفاهمایی پیش می اومد، یعنی از یک موضوع برداشت متفاوتی می شد، ولی همونجا بعد چون سه جانبه بود بحثا، میانجیگری اونجا حضور داشت بحث میکرد مثلا و روشن میشد که نه مثلا منظور اینه، این نیست، اون هست. مثال میگم مثلا بحثی بود که مثلا در آزادسازی اون مثلا آزاد بشه برای این کار، بعد معلوم بود نه مثلا این منظور اون وجهه برای اون کار. اینا چون خیلی ظرافت داره، دقت داره، این کار پیش رفت. حالا به هر حال نگاه کنید، مهمیه که ما یک لحظه غفلت نکنیم از اون موضوعی که اشاره کردم. میدان، خیابان، دیپلماسی، اقتدار، همه برای یک هدف، اون هم تحقق حقوق ملت و ایمن کردن کشور که دیگه کسی دو مرتبه جرأت تهاجم به یک کشور رو پیدا نکن. این مهمترین موضوع که ما باید دنبال کنیم. از هر کدوم از این میدان ها، البته که خیابان طبیعتاً اون محور اصلی است که هم حوزه نظامی رو و نیروهای مسلح رو و هم عرصه دیپلماسی رو تقویت میکنه و کار رو پیش میبره و بدون شک ما معتقدیم که این اثر حضور ملی مردم، مقاومت همه جانبه مردم و حضور عزیزان ما در خیابانها به عینه میتونه کمک کنه هم به عرصه نظامی هم به عرصه در حقیقت دیپلماسی و همه اینا مبارزه هست با روش‌های مختلف.
روند مذاکرات با شما جزئیات حالا شاید صلاح نمیدونید بگید یا شرایط شما نیست. روند مذاکره پیشرفت داشته و آیا فکر می‌کنید مذاکره مجددی امکان پذیر باشه در پیش رو باشه؟ چون خیلی اخبار دارن میگن که یک شنبه پنجشنبه هی دارن اطلاعات میدن که فلان مذاکره فلان تاریخ هست و غیره.
خب نگاه کنید، بله بعضی موضوعاتش به جنبندی رسیده، بعضی موضوعاتش نه، پیشنهادهای دیگه ای داشته، اما با اون بحث نهایی هنوز فاصله داره. یعنی یه جاهایی هست که ما بر اون موضوعات اصرار داریم به این معنا که واقعا دیگه اونجا این نیست که ما این خواسته ها قابل گذشت ازش باشه، نیست. یعنی ما نقاط اینطوری داریم، اونا هم بعضی حالا ممکن البته این موضوعات یکی دوتا باشه، یکی یا دوتا، اونها هم یه جایی هستن یه نظراتی دارن که به قول معروف یه خط قرمزایی دارن. الان تو این بخشا داره دنبال بشه. ولی اگه من سرجم بخوام بگم که ما پیشرفت داشتیم اما فاصله هامون هنوز زیاده، بعضی نکات اساسی باقی مونده. این نکته مهمه که بدونی. و اون نکته که آمریکایی‌ها باید بدونن اینه که آمریکا باید تصمیم بگیره که اعتماد ملت ایران جلب کنه. این مهمترین گامیه که باید آمریکایی‌ها بردارن. اگر اونا واقعا میخوان که با حسن نیت پاسخ بدن، باید اون رویکرد گفتگوی خودشون رو از یک جانبه‌گری و روحیه‌ای که بخوان یه چیزی رو بر ما تحمیل بکنن از این دست بردارن و تجربه کردن که چنین چیزی اتفاق نمیفته. و سیاست ما هم اقدام گام به گامه. ما تعهد در مقابل تعهده، یه گام اونا بود بردارن، یه گام ما بود بردارن. اینطوری نشه که ما تعهد خود رو عمل کنیم اونا عمل نکنیم. ما سعی کردیم این تجربیات به همون حس بی‌اعتمادی دنبال کنیم. من در پایان صحبت یه نکته‌ای که میخوام اشاره کنم این که ما باید توجه داشته باشیم که دشمن خلاصه از دشمنیش دست بر نداشته. دشمن حتما در کمینه.
دشمن means enemy.
دشمن حتما به دنبال آسیب زدن و از این امید نشده. هر روز هم یک نقشه و یک شرارت و اینها از آستینش میاد بیرون. این رو ما حتما باید بهش توجه داشته باشیم. یکی از نکات مهمیه که همه تلاشش اینه که بتونه این وحدت و این حضور مردم و این اتحادی که من در اون جنگ 12 روزه گفتم واقعا 90 میلیون ایرانی، شما نگاه کنید قریب به 30 میلیون نفر ثبت نام کردن زن و مرد در میدان. شما دیدید دیروز چند ساعت از میدان امام حسین تا چهارراه حضرت ولی عصر عجل الله خانوما اومدن از زنشون. این کنید این هاست، این حضور مردم. وقتی میگه من زیر ساخت میزنم، مردم بچه هاشون رو برمیدارن میرن اونجا. امروز ما موظفیم این قدر شناسی کنیم، اینها قدرت ما هستن. بدون شک همه ما این کلام امام کبیرمون رو که فرمودن محور وحدت جامعه اسلامی ما خلاصه ولی فقیه است. امروز اگر میخواین آسیبی به مملکت ما نرسه باید پشتیبان ولایت فقیه باشیم. امروز این وظیفه ماست و انشالله ما مسئولین هم طبیعتاً بیشتر از مردم وظیفه داریم برای این اجماع، برای این وحدت تلاش کنیم. هم بین خود مسئولین این یک پارچگی باشه، هم که تلاش کنیم رفتار ما باعث خدای نکرده دوگانگی نباشه. و از همه مردم عزیزمون هم میخوام که خلاصه به حق همه رزمندگان دعا کنن. حالا اونهایی که چه در مبارزه رزمن در حوزه های نظامی، چه اونهایی که در مبارزه رزمن در حوزه دیپلماسی، چه برای این مردمی که شب و روز در میدان هستن، اینها برگه های برنده ماست. انشالله که روح امام کبیر ما، روح امام شهید ما از ما راضی باشه، این شهدا، این مردم، این خانواده‌ای که عزیزان خودشون رو در این راه تقدیم اسلام کردن، تقدیم ایران کردن، برای افتخار ایران، عزت ایران، آرمانهای دین و عزت مسلمین و امنیت دیگر بخش جامعه. انشالله مدیون اونها نباشیم، تلاش کنیم و از همه اونها التماس دعا دارم.
Okay, guys, so that was live. That was playing live on Islamic Regime State TV. So I just wanted to record that because we're going to go to ARMIN GPT shortly. But let's
do that. No, let's do this. This is actually way more important.
No.
This is more. No, I want to do this one. But Goldie, how do you notice these things? Do you have like? I'm so glad we recorded this. Do you have like these open and watching them like 24/7? Like, how are you?
Yeah,
how do you have this on screen and just trying to make sure that we capture if something important that happens?
Yeah, like I pretty much have like I have like 50 tabs open and I have all these different channels and like the Goldie antenna just goes off and then I tuned into Chabad. Yeah, I tuned into Chabad and I saw that.
This is really impressive, like because now we're going to be able to analyze this before anyone else does.
Yeah, because this is live.
Yeah, basically nobody else is going to interpret this now before us because you're watching everything live. So that's why I'm thinking we should interpret this right now because I don't want to lose that advantage. You gave us this advantage of watching all of this, so we shouldn't lose that advantage. So let's do it. Let's do the translation. I'm going to bring it up.
Yeah, bring up the live stream. And then I'll fix the layout.
Guys, Goldie has eyes everywhere. So like I was like asking her, is this live? Like, yep. I'm like, oh my god. She just no one. This is so good.
Honestly, that's the only reason I interrupted you because I really do want to go to Durka dating because Durka dating is hilarious and it is really funny and we need to expose the Durka dating. we need to go like expose Durka dating, but this was live, so I was like, okay, well,
no, that was just for fun. This is so much more important. By the way, before we go through it, I just want to say that my impression is that he's hurting. Like the fact that he's coming out and talking is like, guys, we're going like I'm as he's basically saying I'm as anti-American as the rest of you. Believe me, that's what he's saying, and he's basically begging people to just understand that he's very anti-American. So let me bring this up.
مفهوم قدرت تغییر کرده است و دیگر الزاماً داشتن ناب، تانک یا جنگنده.
This is just like jihadi propaganda. So yeah, pull it up. Now they're just going to like their weird propaganda. Okay, let me fix the.
Okay, fine. I'll stop. Let's watch this. Wait, hold up. Pause. Okay, there we go. Is this good?
Yeah. You need to translate what Ghalibaf is saying. Guys, we'll get back to Durka.
Okay, Goldie, I will translate it.
Dating, but Ghalibaf is on Islamic Regime TV. That's not me, that's the other Goldie.
All right, let's do this one. Oh, Petito! My God, Petito! Guys, we got Petito.
Hi, guys.
Durud, Petito!
Durud.
How are you? Oh, his internet connection might not be the greatest.
It's okay. It's some kind of laggy, but it's the best thing I can have my hands on right now. Thanks to you and your always your support and your help. I'm doing just fine. Not only me, so many people, so many freedom fighters and their families are going to get through this the dark nightmare. and with your helps and supports, you make this all possible, and you make everything clear for us in Iran right now.
Well, Bodipto, we're very happy to see you.
So do I. I was counting seconds to see you again.
Oh, well, you have a new nickname. It's Bodipto because I was explaining to people that there's no letter P in Arabic, and then we were
You
like saying,
Arabized, you
yeah,
Arabized Potipto?
yeah, Bodipto. اسم عربی Bodipto.
Okay.
آره خیلی کیوته.
He says it's cute. Okay, Potipto, we were just about to translate what Ghalibaf was saying on Islamic Regime State TV, but before we go to that, if if you can give us maybe like an update on the situation in occupied Iran, and what you're hearing from the ground.
You know what? Actually, I think it's time for me from inside Iran to come along and have a talk with you and our lovely listeners and audience from around the world. Because as we are progressing and Iranian revolution are progressing, uh, the level of IRGC propaganda and hypocrisy they are creating through their TV wounds are getting all-time high. And actually, I've made a keynote about this and about 100 days after. Actually, today is 100 days after Princess of Pahlavi call. So I just wanted to join with you guys and share my thoughts through this keynote with you and all of your audience, if it's possible.
Yes, absolutely. Potipto, so earlier we did speak about how today is the 100-day anniversary of the January 8th massacre. And we did speak about that and raise awareness, but 100%, absolutely. Please go ahead with your statement. I think it's really important to share that.
First of all, I wanted to dedicate all of my thoughts and all of my words to you, Goldie and Armin, and hundreds who watching around the world. And peace and love from me to all of you guys. And I'm really, really proud of you, especially great Goldie and lovely Armin. We are so happy and fortunate to have you as Iranian. We are so happy and fortunate to have you alongside us in this magnificent journey. And to all my brothers and sisters listening from all of the world, as you know, I am speaking to you from inside Iran. And for obvious reasons, you cannot see my face, but you know my voice. You have heard it crack with grief, and you have heard it soar with hope. Today marks exactly 100 days since the nights of January 8th and nights, 100 days since the earth shook beneath the Islamic Republic, and 100 days since the course of Iranian history was violently, beautifully, and permanently altered. If you want to understand what the last 100 days have been like inside Iran, imagine a heart being torn out, set on fire, and then placed back into a chest that is finally learning how to breathe. It started with the call when Prince Reza Pahlavi asked us to stand. We didn't just stand, we surged. For those 48 hours in early January, millions of us flooded the streets. We tasted an absolute, unadulterated joy for the first time in generations. The fear evaporated. We looked to our left and right and saw a nation reborn, chanting the name of Prince who represented the very history the regime tried to erase. But regime's answer was a slaughter. The internet went dark and the machine guns mounted on trucks opened fire. The sheer disbelief we felt in the days that followed as body bags of ran out and 18-wheelers carried away our bravest children was paralyzing. They tried to drown our revolution in blood. We were thrown into a valley of despair, wondering if the world had simply closed its eyes to a massacre of more than 30,000 souls. And then the impossible happened. The assassination of Ali Khamenei, the architect of our misery, the dictator who ordered our children executed, was gone. The euphoria that swept through our neighborhoods, the secret celebrations, the tears of pure vindicative happiness was turning point that proved the regime was not invincible. They could bleed, they could die. From there, we navigated the maddening games of international politics. We endured the roller coaster of President Donald Trump's emotional games, the shifting promises, the sudden strikes, and the eventual ceasefire. It was but through every political maneuver and every headline, one truth remains unshakable. We were no longer waiting to be saved. We were forcing the world to react to us. Let me be clear with the world today. This revolution did not start in 2022, nor did it start
Petito, you're cutting in and out. I apologize. Petito, you might have to leave and come back because you cut out. We can't hear you. I removed him. He'll come back, and he'll continue. Yeah, his internet connection isn't the greatest. Let me send him a message. Okay. He's not even getting my Telegram messages. All right. Jeez. Yeah, like I'm sending him messages on Telegram and it's not connecting. All right, Armin, why don't we go to the translation and then hopefully, if Petito is able to rejoin, we can continue with his
Should we do
speech.
something else? Because I don't think it would be good to cut halfway because it will lose the momentum if I start that and then
Okay,
Petito
so you know
comes
what?
in. And
How
then...
about, so you know what? Why don't we go to Durka dating, and then that way at least
But that would also get cut halfway. Like maybe something else because I don't want to. Okay,
yeah, I don't know. I
maybe
don't know if he's coming back though because I sent him a message on Telegram, and it's not going through.
let me maybe share some shorter things that I have until we'll see if Petito is coming back or not. So this is Ghalibaf related because Ghalibaf is going around. Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do this later because I want to make sure. Yep. So let me know, Goldie, when let's just wait. Let's just wait and see what happens.
Well, I mean, he's not even getting my my Telegram, like the message, because I just sent him messages on Telegram. That hasn't gone through either. So he's not connected to the internet at all. Otherwise, he would see my Telegram messages. So yeah, I think we should just go to the translation.
Okay. I just wanted to show you this if you are ready. Unless you're like dealing with something else right now.
No.
Look at this. Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
is this
look
the
at this.
whole thing?
No, that's not the whole. That seems to be somewhere else because he's now out there putting out a lot of messages, right? But basically, he's giving the excuse for why it took him so long to come out and say anything. So look at this. So it says Speaker of Parliament in a televised conversation with the people, and this is from Tasneem, this is the IRGC affiliated media, right? Saying, so Ghalibaf is saying, I believe that knowing and being informed is the right of the people. We must act in such a way that we are not indebted to our dear and proud people. It would certainly have been better to speak with our dear people sooner. Look at this. But unfortunately, the busyness and work pressure did not allow for this opportunity. So this is what he's saying to come up with an excuse for why he's late. But look at the comments, Goldie. So this guy is saying you're busy. You're supposed to serve the people. What are you busy with? Hold on, let me actually look at these comments because these comments are from pro-regime people and they're angry, right? Saying this guy is saying, please choose the spokesperson position as the head of the negotiating team. You're not talking to people because of whom you have work busyness and pressure. So he's saying you're not representing the people. This person is saying, what busy? Your job is serving the people. What kind of busy? Like, what are you busy with if you're not responding to us? But look at this one. This person is pro-regime. This guy is saying, "Ey kha'en," like say you traitor. And look, on the image, he says, "Ma hameh ro kashtim ta man hameh ro kashtam ta rahbar shavam." So they're saying, the regime people are saying that Ghalibaf killed everybody so he could be the leader. And then under here, they're saying Kha'en, the big traitor, the Zionist spy of Israel, the murderer of the supreme leader. Oh, okay. And this is a swear word, which I'm not going to read. Okay. So, and look at this, Goldie. Look at this. They're saying Ghalibaf is stepping on the bodies of Khamenei and the IRGC leaders to get on the throne. Okay, Patipto is here. I'm gonna stop.
Sorry guys, من متوجه نشدم که تا کجا صحبتام شنیدین. فقط متوجه شدم کانکشنم قطع شده بود.
Your connection cut out. بعد از اون جایی که گفتی که مثل یه قلبه که شکسته، بعد دوباره گذاشتن توی یه سینه، قفس سینه که تازه داره یاد میگیره نفس بکشه، بعد از اون ادامه بده.
اوکی، پس دقیقا از همون اول من نداشتم. من کانکشنم یه جوریه که مثلا هر یکی دو دقیقه یه پکت لاست دارم. اگر قطع شدم پس دوباره میرم دوباره میام. اگر نشدم متن میفرستم، شما زحمت بکشین بخونید دیگه. اوکی. الان صدا من هست؟
بله بفرمایید.
خب ببخشید.
نه خواهش میکنم.
خب من متنم دوباره پیدا بکنم. اوکی. داشتم میگفتم که if you want to understand what the last 100 days have been like inside Iran, imagine a heart being torn out, set on fire, and then placed back into a chest that is finally learning how to breathe. Sorry. It started with a call when Prince Reza Pahlavi asked us to stand. We didn't just stand. We surged For those 48 hours in early January, millions of us flooded the streets. We tasted an absolute, unadulterated joy. For the first time in generations, the fear evaporated. We looked to our left and right, and we saw a nation reborn, chanting the name of Prince who represented the very history this regime tried to erase. But the regime's answer was a slaughter. The internet went dark, and the machine guns mounted on trucks opened fire. The sheer disbelief we felt in days that followed as body bags ran out and 18-wheelers carried away our bravest children was paralyzing. They tried to drown our revolution in blood. We were thrown into a valley of despair, wondering if the world had simply closed its eyes to a massacre of more than 13,000 souls. And then the impossible happened. The assassination of Ali Khamenei, the architect of our misery, the dictator who ordered our children executed, was gone. The euphoria that swept through our neighborhoods, the celebrations, the tears of pure, vindicative happiness, it was turning point that proved the regime was not invisible. They could bleed, they could die. From there, we navigated the maddening games of international politics. We endured the roller coaster of President Donald Trump's emotional games, the shifting promises, the sudden strikes, and the eventual ceasefire. It was exhausting, but through every political maneuver and every headline, one truth remained unshakable. We were no longer waiting to be saved. We were forcing the world to react to us. Let us be clear. With the world today, this revolution did not start in 2022, nor did it start in 100 days ago. The Iranian People's Revolution began the very second the Islamic Republic hijacked our nation in 1979. For over 4 decades, we have been a captive nation, fighting an occupying force from within. And for those same 4 decades, Prince Reza Pahlavi walked a path of complete solitude. He was mocked by the regime. He was ignored by Western politicians who preferred appeasing terrorists to supporting freedom. He carried the weight of an exiled crown with no guarantee that his nation would ever call him back. But he is solitary no longer. He did not arrive at this global image through force or entitlement. He was empowered by the raw, undeniable power of the Iranian people. It was the youth in the streets of Tehran, Isfahan, and Kurdistan, facing live ammunition, who resurrected his name. They sacrificed their lives to hand him the mandate to lead. He is our voice because we, the people, screamed his name into the void until the world was forced to listen. Today, we are entering the final phase of this long, bloody war. The board is set, and the pieces are finally in our favor. The issue is no longer whether
Petito, your internet.
بله
Okay.
آره
The
من
issue
قطع
is
شده بودم.
آره الان برگشتی.
خب آخرین چیزی که شنیدین چی بود؟
The issue is no longer whether
اوکی. اه. فایل شما پلیه یا من دارم میشنم اینجا رو؟ هیچی، من اینجا یه فایل میبینم پلی داره میشه، اگر نیست که من ادامه بدم.
شما ادامه بدین، این بدون
اوکی.
صداست.
اوکی شما من
گلدی با
صداشو میشنم.
صداست.
آره
با صداست؟
آره من صداشو میشنم. اوکی. The issue is no longer whether the Islamic Republic will fall. The only issue is the timing of its collapse, and that time is closer than ever. The Iranian people and the king are moving to the absolute top of the battlefield. We are the spearhead. The transition is no longer a dream. It is an active, ongoing operation. The Israel, IDF, and Israeli people has stood as a genuine ally to the Iranian people, striking the head of octopus while we dismantle its tentacles. With the United States now actively supporting Iranian people and our revolution, the geopolitical isolation of Iranian people has ended. صدامو داریم؟
بله.
Okay. این قسمت آخر. I want to say something directly to the IRGC, the Basij, and the regime propagandists, desperately trying to project a strength. You are walking ghosts. No matter what hypocrisy you spew on your state-run media, no matter what hollow threats your so-called commanders make, we see right through you. Your supreme leader is dead. Your proxies are crumbling. The streets you patrol no longer belong to you. You are no longer a thing to be feared. You are simply an obstacle waiting to be removed. To the world and all of our lovely audience, thank you for watching. To Goldie and Armin, thank you for being our megaphone when our voices were silenced. And to the Iranian people, the nightmare is ending. It is finally our turn. It is our turn to taste power. It is our turn to dispense justice. We will see each other in free Iran. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petito. That was beautiful. جاوید شاه پاینده ایران.
جاوید شاه پاینده ایران.
جاوید شاه.
من حالا با کمک شما و لطف شما که این پیامم رسوندم، پیام اصلی رو، الانم تا هر موقعی که بتونم در خدمتتون هستم. اگر سوالی موضوعی هست من در خدمتتون.
بفرمایید. آرمین سوالی داری؟
No, that was خیلی شفاف و قشنگ بود. سوالی ندارم. نه. گلدی تو سوالی داری؟
نه الان ندارم، ولی پوتیپ تو اگه بتونی لطفاً در کنار ما باشه که ما الان داریم حرفای قالیباف رو میخوایم ترجمه بکنیم و اینم خیلی مهمه، چون که الان میدونی که جریان مذاکره چیه و منم تند همش مصاحبه انجام دادم و حالا در کنار ما باش. اگه خبری چیز بود حتما تو حرفمون بپر، ولی خیلی خوشحالیم که اینجا هستی و خیلی لطف میکنی که در کنار ما هستی.
باعث افتخار من انجام وظیفه میکنم، ولی نکته اصلی هم در همین راستا اینه که از داخل رژیم به شکلی چند پاره شده که شاید الان واقعیتش مشخص نباشه، ولی انگار که اینا خودشون در درون خودشون در حال از بین بردن همدیگه. یعنی الان ما فقط به عنوان مردم فقط کافیه تماشا کنیم و لذت ببریم. حالا چند تا سناریو، چند تا تئوری هم من دارم که اگر هر موقع وقت شد میگم، ولی در کنار شما هستم تا هر موقعی که بتونم.
Thank you so much. ما اتفاقا همینو گفتیم. منم از دیشب تا الان 3-4 تا مصاحبه داشتم تو تلویزیون آمریکایی، همینو گفتم. So guys, Petito basically just confirmed what Armin and I have been saying for the last few days, that the Islamic regime is currently basically collapsing internally because they've divided into various factions, and these factions are going after one another and attacking one another. Right? So basically President Trump, just let him cook, because, and what Petito was saying is that these internal divisions and these internal attacks, basically, Iranians can just sort of take a step back, just sit back and watch the show and just let the Islamic regime, the various factions, go after one another. And that's exactly, guys, what Morad Vaisi was saying as well when I was translating Morad Vaisi for you guys earlier. It's what Petito is just saying, what Armin has said, and of course what I said in my news interviews. So yeah, let's go to Ghalibaf, Armin, because so this interview by Ghalibaf is really important, because this basically feeds into that narrative. And like the way that Ghalibaf is speaking right now, like Armin, it sounds like he's like trying to convince the IRGC support base like not to basically murder him and execute him.
Yeah, or not to throw him under the bus. So the way that they will execute him is not by bullets. The way that they execute, because if they execute him, he might actually end up looking like a hero. So they would do a personality execution, instead of like a actual execution. So that's what they need to do. If the other parts of IRGC are trying to replace him, they will basically try to sell him as a traitor. With basically, these are the things that regime supporters are now posting online. This is what they think is actually happening. This is another version of what the regime supporters are thinking is happening, that he's stepping on the bodies of the martyrs of Ali Khamenei, of IRGC leaders, so that he could get on the throne himself. Which is not wrong, to be fair. Like, that's actually what he's doing. Right. So that is the impression. And again, I showed you this already. They're calling him a traitor, saying that man hamar kushtam ta rahbar shavam, I killed everybody so I could become the leader. They call him the great traitor, the spy of Israel, qatil agha va digaran, the murderer of Ali Khamenei. So they think that he's the one who is maybe the spy that is the. So Goldie, for example, remember when they killed Ali Khamenei, and then the Israelis confirmed that they got him, right? I mentioned that how could they have confirmed they got him unless they had somebody there on the ground to go confirm his body, right? And eventually the Israelis confirmed that yes, they had somebody on the ground to go confirm that Ali Khamenei is dead. And because that's now public, so some pro-regime people think that was Ghalibaf, right? I'm not saying that, but some pro-regime people thinking that that's Ghalibaf who went and confirmed for the Israelis that Khamenei is dead. So things are getting out of hand. Again, Ghalibaf needs to worry about three things. Ghalibaf, and it's really hard to manage this, He has to be alive. That means you have to satisfy President Trump. If President Trump doesn't get what he wants, Ghalibaf will be dead. So, like, forget about being in power. I wouldn't even be alive if I was Ghalibaf. Okay, so first I have to somehow satisfy President Trump so I could stay alive. But then, if I could satisfy President Trump so I could stay alive, then the other parts of IRGC will use this against me and label me as a traitor to the regime supporters. So once I save the Islamic Republic, they will push me aside and they will take power instead of me, even though I was the person who saved the Islamic Republic by being flexible with President Trump. So he needs to be flexible to President Trump and then somehow get in front of the cameras and steal the narrative from the competing parts of IRGC to the regime supporters and basically convince them that he's not a traitor and explain the reason for his absence. So that's the whole point of this interview that he's doing right now and the other media presence that he's having. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So let's see what he's saying. Let's see if he does that effectively. I need to unmute my. Okay.
Say, guys, we'll get back to Durka dating, but Ghalibaf is on Islamic Regime TV.
Okay. So he's saying, I don't know what he was saying before, but he's saying we stood firm and they accepted, like the Americans. Like we closed the Strait of Hormuz.
از همه ابزارمون استفاده کرد.
Oh my God, he couldn't finish what he was saying. He's saying, we told him that we will close the Strait of Hormuz and we also will do with the war. And then he didn't know what to say because there's nothing they could do. So he interrupted himself and he said, we will just use all our tools. I think he couldn't think of any other tool other than the Strait of Hormuz because he was going to say, he said, we will close the Strait of Hormuz. And when it comes to the war, and then he couldn't think of anything. So he just said, we'll just use all our options. So this also means that they have no other leverage other than the Strait of Hormuz.
و ما تونستیم اراده خودمون رو و خواست خودمون رو تحقق کنیم.
And he's saying we were able to force our will, and our demands on our will was forced upon them, on the Americans. So guys, this is what he needs to do. This sounds retarded, but this is exactly what he needs to do. He needs to come out in front of the TV and basically say, like, we're strong against the Americans. Oh, Goldie, you got a $62 super chat. You want to respond to that? That was really nice.
It's Raider. Oh my gosh. Hey, Raider, I haven't seen you in a long time. Thank you so much for the support, Raider. Raider is like one of my OG supporters. They've always come into my channel, and I haven't seen them in a few months, but thank you so much for the support, Raider. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Raider is like one of my OG supporters from when my channel was really, really small. So thank you so much for the support. That's so kind of you. Hope you're doing well. And like Raider always comes in, gives a super chat, but never speaks. He never comments, never types. So yeah, but thank you, Raider.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you. All right, let's continue. Guys, does that make sense? Like, I'm trying to put yourself in Ghalibaf's position. I'm trying to make you feel like put you in his shoes so you can understand what he's doing. Like, what the mission that he has right now is to basically show to the pro-regime Iranians that he's as anti-American as he's supposed to be, and that he is strong against the Americans. He's not capitulating. He's not bending the knee. He's actually very strong, and the Americans are very annoyed with him, and he's basically teaching them a lesson and humiliating them and all of that. Okay, but it's really hard for him to do that because they think he's lying.
خودمون رو و خواست خودمون رو تحمیل کنیم. الان ما دیروز روشن گفتیم اگه بخواد محاصره رو ادامه بده تنگه رو بسته خواهد شد. من
Oh my God! So he's saying like we told him already. Who's Ghalibaf? Ghalibaf. This guy.
Right.
Ghalibaf.
This is Ghalibaf, guys. So this is the guy. This is the main guy that President Trump has been, like President Trump's team has been negotiating with, right? So he's responsible for the negotiations on the Islamic regime side. So he basically he's his team is putting out these tweets in English language, but we caught him doing this like interview on Islamic regime state TV. So now we're translating this so that you guys can get like the insight on what he's actually saying to his base inside of occupied Iran.
Yes, and by the way, guys, his name. Let me tell you something that people don't know. We call him Ghalibaf. Okay, so Ghalibaf means a person who weaves carpet. So Ghali means carpet, Baf means weaving, right? So Ghalibaf means carpet weaver. But we changed his name in Iran to Ghalibaf, which means a person who weaves lies, like a BSer, a BS artist. So Ghalibaf is what we call him in Iran. Yes, exactly, Ghalibaf. And actually, that actually fits him very well because
it does. It's a very good name for him.
Yeah, weaver of lies, exactly.
فقط این رو میخوام بگم ما در مذاکرات که سه جانبه بود خیلی به این موضوع تاکید داشتیم، یعنی جا افتاد برای هیئت آمریکایی که ما واقعا بی‌اعتمادیم.
Okay, so he's saying that because of these negotiations, what we achieve to do is to show that the Americans cannot be trusted.
یعنی بی‌اعتمادی کامل وجود داره. ایران هم
Oh no. So he's saying that we basically in our negotiations with the United States, we made it very clear that we do not trust the Americans. He didn't say it very well, but now I understand what he means. It says that we made it very clear that we are talking to the Americans without trust. Do you know why he's saying that, guys? The reason why he's saying that is because so many pro-regime Iranians are telling the Ghalibaf and Arakchi, what's wrong with you? Why would you even talk to the Americans? You know that they cannot be trusted. Why would you negotiate with people that keep on backstabbing you every time you negotiate with them? So the understanding, guys, let me tell you an interesting point, right? The understanding of regime supporters is that the Islamic Republic wins in battlefield and loses on the negotiating table. They think that the Islamic Republic is good at war. They think that they have good warriors and bad politicians. That's what the regime supporters think. So they think that the IRGC and the soldiers do their job well, but the politicians always ruin it. They think that in the battlefield, they keep winning against the Americans and Israelis, but as soon as you bring it into the negotiating table, then the Islamic Republic loses because the politicians betray the soldiers, right? And they think that's why the regime supporters think that the Islamic Republic should just keep it in the battlefield. Don't negotiate because you suck at negotiating. The Americans and the Jews, the scheming Jews, they are always better. They outsmart you in the negotiations. So don't bring it to the negotiating table. Just keep doing war. That's what they think. I know, guys, I know that's retarded, but that's what they actually think, right? So now the regime supporters are telling the Islamic regime, why are we back on the negotiating table? We were winning this. And as soon as we were about to end the job and finish this, all of a sudden the Jews, they have their way and they just bring it back to the negotiating table where we would lose, right? So, and they say you are so retarded for trusting the Americans and the Jews again and to talk to them. So that's why Ghalibaf has to come no, we did not trust them. We made it very clear that we're talking to you with zero trust. And then the regime supporters are okay, well, why you even talk to them if you don't trust them? Anyways, so that's what's happening behind the scenes. Yeah, so Stephanie is saying, Armin, for the YouTube algorithm, you should probably point out that you didn't mean literally Jews. Algorithm is retarded. Never know. Yeah, guys. Yeah, YouTube. I'm not saying Jews are scheming. I'm basically educating people about this anti-Jewish views that the regime supporters have in Iran. Okay. Guys, a lot of you might tell me, Armin, that's not how it works. Why are you talking to the algorithm? The algorithm isn't that. It is actually how it works, because the algorithm is getting smarter a little bit, so they take the full context. And also, even if the algorithm is dumb, if I get a strike, at least I could point to this part where I said this, so that they would, when I appeal it, maybe I have a higher chance to get rid of the strike. All right.
بیان روشن هم بحث روشن موضوعاتی که اونا بحث کردن ما خواستهام رو محکم گفتیم.
We gave them, so look at his vocabulary. He doesn't just say that we gave them our terms for a ceasefire. He says we gave them our terms of ceasefire defiantly, very strongly. It's not we gave them our terms for ceasefire. We gave them our terms of ceasefire. He doesn't talk like that because he doesn't have high energy, but he uses the word muhkam as if it's we strongly gave them our so he basically literally says that we strongly gave them our terms of ceasefire. How do you strongly give it? You either give your terms, you mention your terms, or you don't. Okay. He needs to act like I'm tough. That's his mission right now. Like, I'm tough against the Americans. That's what he's trying to do. And he's failing. He's failing. Yeah, he's failing because he has no energy. He's trying to show that he has energy, but he has no energy.
چند موضوع هست که اختلاف نظر وجود داره و
Like, there were a couple of things that we had, like, there were a couple of points of disagreement.
اونا یه نظراتی در حوزه هسته‌ای دارن، یه نظراتی در بحث مربوط به موضوعات تنگه و اینا دارن.
Oh my God, I can tell this is going to backfire among regime supporters. I could tell already. It says they have some views regarding, nuclear. They have some views regarding the Strait of Hormuz. This is not going to work well, because if I was a regime supporter, like, who cares? Who cares what the Americans, what their view is about nuclear? It's none of their business. We were kicking their A's. We were kicking them in the behind, in the Nishimanga. We were kicking them in the Nishimanga. You guys remember Nishimanga? We were kicking them in the Nishimanga. Why do we even care what their views are?
و ما به هر حال سر مواضع و اونهایی که داریم، البته مذاکره بدون شک اصلا نفس مذاکره مال این است که خلاصه طرفین به یک تفاهمی برسن.
Oh my God, he's like stumbling so hard. He doesn't. Oh my God, he's stumbling so hard. He's like, look at this. So he's trying to make excuses for why we're talking to the Americans, and look at what, like, he doesn't know how to put it into words.
و اینا دارن و ما به هر حال سر مواضع و اونهایی که داریم، البته مذاکره.
So he's saying, we, however, our conditions, of course, negotiation. So he didn't finish his sentence.
بدون شک اصلا نفس مذاکره مال
Of course, negotiations, without a doubt, the nature of negotiations. The nature of negotiations is for, let me summarize. By the way, guys, that is so many words for saying just a simple thing. So it's for us to get to an agreement. Guys, Ghalibaf is educating us. Ghalibaf is telling us that the point of negotiations is to get to an agreement. I did not know that. Thank you, Ghalibaf. I didn't even know what negotiations mean. But he's saying it in the most retarded way. He's saying, like, we were talking to them, but of course, negotiations, I mean, to summarize, the nature of negotiations, of course, is for us to get to an agreement. Wow. Okay. Not a good public speaker. Not a very good public speaker.
ولی ما در حقیقت اون چیزی که برای ما اصل بوده این بوده که این بی‌اعتمادی همون
Speak already. He's saying, however, the thing that was our principle, truth be told, has been this, that. Oh my God, spell it out.
بوده این بوده که این بی‌اعتمادی همون نقطه‌ای که اشاره کردم ما حسنیت.
Oh, he's going back to the point that he was originally making. So the principle, truth be told, is that, if I'm being honest, is that not trusting them, the point that we already made just a few minutes ago, that we don't trust them. Okay, so just so far we've gone through this and he's just repeating the same thing.
داریم ما برای که یه صلح پایدار باشه، صلح پایداری که
Oh my God, what?
این بی‌اعتمادی همون نقطه‌ای که اشاره کردم ما حسنیت داریم.
Oh my God. So he's saying that we're trying to argue with good faith.
ما برای که یه صلح پایدار باشه.
For a long-lasting peace. No, stop it.
صلح پایداری که
No. Ghalibaf, you just killed yourself. Long-lasting peace with the Americans? You want long-lasting peace with the Americans? Okay, this is not gonna sell well. Who's giving you this? I think whoever told you to say this is not your friend, Ghalibaf. Whoever told you to say this is not your friend. They're throwing you under the bus.
ما برای که یه صلح پایدار باشه، صلح پایداری که تضمین درش باشه که دیگه این بحث دو مرتبه.
Wait, guys. I'm actually, oh my God. Hold on. I'm offended here. I'm offended as a Shia boy. I'm going to be Shia right now and say, you want long-lasting peace with the people who killed my supreme leader? Are you effing kidding me? Long-lasting peace with the murderers of Allah, of our Lord? Wasn't it our Lord that said that our very nature of our regime is to be the enemy of Americans? We haven't even buried him yet, and you're going against his teaching. هنوز چالش هم نکردیم. We haven't even put him in the ground yet. His blood hasn't even dried yet. And you're saying you want long-lasting peace with the people who killed him? Even after he himself told all of us that it's within our DNA. He said it's within our DNA to be the enemies of Americans. He said that. Wallahi, you're a traitor. Wallahi, you're a traitor. Zionist spy confirmed. Zionist spy confirmed. Like, what else do you need? بچه ارزشی. ارزشی. دیگه چی میخوای؟ اومد لو داد خودشو. Get him.
تکرار نشه چون رژیم و آمریکا مخصوصا رژیم
جان Oh,
Petito, go ahead. Connectionت خوب نیست پتیپتو. صدا نمیاد. Let me message him.
Okay. Do you want to see some regime propaganda while we wait?
No, he'll come back. But I mean, sure. And then
it's 26 seconds.
Yeah, go for it. Oh my God. I mean, all they have is AI. They don't have anything else. Like the reality is so different. Petito, welcome back. Do we have your voice now?
بله میخواستم به این موضوع اشاره بکنم که از ترس جونش میرفت تو کنیسا و در واقع به عنوان یه تهدید حساب میشد و از دست آمریکای اسرائیلیا فراری بود. بعد از اینکه رفت مذاکرات و برگشت الان داخل ایران باز از طرف جمهوری اسلامی نداره، یعنی به صورت واقعی تهدید داره میشه.
It's not good. I mean, someone was saying, I wish Petito had better connection. Yeah, guys, we all wish. Yeah, I mean, Fred is saying, I wish Petito had better connection. Guys, we all wish that not just Petito, but everyone inside occupied Iran had better internet connection. I mean, the fact that Petito's, even able to get through just a little bit, Right? Like this is why the Islamic regime has shut off the internet for the last 7 weeks. They don't want anyone to know the truth. So we all wish Petito had better internet connection, and it's really frustrating. Armin, did you get the gist of what he was saying though?
Yes, he just said that Ghalibaf used to be more afraid and hiding from Americans and Israelis, but now he's hiding from the pro-regime people.
Yeah. Yoshi's asking, as an American, why is our media so pro-regime? That's because, unfortunately, there's a lot of people in the mainstream media who suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, and that's why they would rather, be on the side of a brutal Islamic dictatorship than to acknowledge that President Trump is doing the right thing. Oh no, Petito just messaged me. He's like, sorry for the technical difficulties. Look how polite he is. My gosh. All right, Armin, please continue. I'll message him.
All right.
در 80 سال گذشته جنگ آتش بس صلح جنگ شما رو کنید ما توی یک سال دوباره اتفاق افتاد.
Oh, that's Goldie. Goldie, shh. I'm trying to translate.
لوپ غلط باید قطع بشه. کنیم و در واقع این
Okay, let me see what he said.
جنگ شما رو کنید ما توی یک سال دوباره اتفاق افتاده. این لوپ غلط باید قطع بشه.
So he's again, okay, I have to put my Shia hat on. Shia, okay. So he's saying that for all of these years we go through war and then negotiation and then peace and then war, negotiation and peace. He's saying we need to basically come up with an agreement that stops this loop, stop this madness of going through this loop with the Americans, right? But again, if I was a regime supporter, I would be like, well, you goddamn idiot. That's exactly why you shouldn't be talking to the Americans. Guys, this is not me speaking, okay? This is not Armin. Wait, guys, come up with a Shia name for me. What is that? Who is this Shia personality? Okay? If I was a because I know these people, I know what they would say. They would say, you goddamn idiot. That's exactly why you don't negotiate with them. They attack you, and then every time you are winning, they want to negotiate and then to get peace so that they could go recover, and then they attack you again. So you are telling us that this is a loop that we should stop. Well, the way you stop the loop is never to negotiate with them, to continue fighting. That's how you end the loop. You said this is a loop, and you walked into the trap where we're winning, and then you started negotiating with them again. And now we're back into that goddamn loop that you're talking to us about. The way that you end the loop is that you keep kicking them until they're dead because we were winning. What's my Shia name? Ali Hussein?
Zolfagar.
Zolfagar?
Okay. Oh, Hossein. People are saying Hossein.
Hussein. Okay. No, I want something like.
Let's make a poll. We should make a poll. Okay, let me make a poll. What is Armin's Shia alter ego name? Okay, so we got Hossein. What else?
Abul Faz. No.
Abul Fazl. Should we have the OG Muhammad?
Muhammad is Sunni. It's not very okay, sure. It's not very Shia. I mean, there are Muhammads, but it's not very Shia.
Oh, Abdul.
Abdul is not very Shia.
Okay, so we have Hussein, Abul Faz. What else? Ali, because you're Ali or whatever.
Yes.
All right. What else? Haji
is like everybody who went to Hajj is Haji. So no.
Okay, and then I'm gonna
try to find a ridiculous one.
Zolfagar.
Zolfagar. Nobody calls themselves Zolfagar.
Well, that's what we're doing now.
Oh, okay. Abul Faz, no. Ali, okay. Zol Arm, no. Abdullah. Obama. Somebody say Obama.
Guys, you have to put numbers. Oh my gosh. Look at this.
Ali. Zol Ali.
Ali is winning so far. You know what? Ali's a good
Okay.
one. Ali.
Ali. Oh, we should pick one for you.
Zulfaqar.
Oh my god. Okay, Goldie, we should pick one for you as well when you put your hijab on. Oh, wow, it's Nick and Nick.
We'll have to let it go for a while. You should continue translating and we'll just let the chat figure it out.
Okay, let's go. Okay. All right. So, yes. So,
Or,
as a regime supporter,
if you want, I could play a quick song. I could play because Cardboard Tusi is like basically our like poll song. So if you want, I could just play Cardboard Tusi for like another 2 minutes.
Yeah. By the way, regarding that song, you need to tell Tusi that I didn't come up with that song, okay? Because
that was you. That was totally you.
No, but now I think he believed it, and in the song, it's actually very mean to him. And now he thinks that I'm actually a hater. I hate him or something. The lyrics of the song is very mean towards Tusi.
I told him it's you, and I had nothing to do with it.
Oh my god, guys, that was not me.
It was totally you. It was totally you.
The only troll I had against Tusi was that it's every day is his birthday. That's the only one. I didn't come up with that.
Well, let's go to Cardboard Tusi while we let the chat decide.
Of course.
All right, okay, but we're going to Cardboard Tusi for real, and then that way we'll know. Guys, it's a battle between Ali and Zulfaqar.
I am Cardboard Tusi, standing tall and flat. Don't need food or coffee, don't get sweaty or fat. Hair locked tighter than a government line. Not one strand moves, not even in time. Flick, no blinking, no stress, just stand and stare. Meanwhile explaining things no one prepares. I am Cardboard Tusi, hey! Same speech, new day on replay. Cut me out, take me down, still run the show. Explaining it again, real slow. Every live stream, it's the same old show. Same 5 questions, IQ below. Faux. Wait, can you say it one more time? Bro, I just did. Like 8 times, dope. Surrounded by chaos, lost in the fog. Explaining basics like it's dialogue with a log. If patience was money, I'd own the street. Instead, I'm cardboard on repeat. I am Cardboard Tusi, yeah. Hair still perfect, don't need a mirror, oh. Flat but famous, loud and clear. Even Cardboard gets it, why you still here? Yeah, still explaining it. What?
So, the vote is in. Armin's Shia name is Zulfaqar. Oh my god, I love that. That's hilarious. Oh man. There you go. So Armin, when you put on your green headband, you have to change your name to Zulfaqar. You're on mute. I can't hear you.
And I go, no,
There's Zulfaqar.
Oh no.
The chat has
Wow.
decided. That's
Okay,
your
fine.
name.
Oh my god. Should we do you now? Like your turn?
No.
No? Okay.
We can do it. We'll do it next time. We'll do it later.
Okay. All right.
And then
All
don't worry,
right.
I'll let you pick the 4 names in the chat and decide. But
Yeah,
let's finish the
I'm gonna do some research to find some good names for you. So
Yeah,
that
find 4 names that you think should be my Shia name, and then the chat can decide. You can even put the poll like after you're done the translation here. But
okay. I want to go with some. Okay, fine. Let's go. We'll do that.
all right, Zolfa.
All right. Yes. All right. Let's go through this. Wait, I'm only Zulfaqar when I have this on. Okay. If I take this off, I'm back to Armin. Okay. All right. Wait. Let's go back to Armin because I don't want to respond to him.
کنیم و در واقع این پیروزی که ما داریم خلاصه این کار انجام میدیم. ما الحمدلله
Look at this, guys. He doesn't know how to speak. I don't know how he became the speaker of the parliament, given that he can't speak. Like he's saying, so you know what he literally says word by word. Like, so the summary is that this victory that we have, we will do this job.
پیروزی که ما داریم خلاصه این کار انجام میدیم. ما
Like, so this victory that we have, and to summarize, it will do this job. Like, he's not a very good speaker.
الحمدلله ترکیبی هم که در هیئت رفتیم سعی کردیم چون من معتقدم
Oh my God, finish your sentence before you go to another one. He's saying, and this group that we have, this delegation team that we have, we tried to, and then he doesn't finish that sentence. And he says, because I believe, oh my God, like, what are you saying? Okay. Well, okay, so because I believe.
امروز بیشتر هر زبان همه نیاز به اجماع داریم.
Because I believe these days more than any other days, we need a consensus.
ترکیب به گونه‌ای بود که صلاح.
Oh, so now it's going back. He's saying to the delegation that we had to Islamabad, he's talking about, was a combination of all forms of different people.
به اجماع داریم. ترکیب به گونه.
So this is why we saw, for example, in Islamabad, we see all kinds of people. We saw the head of the central bank. We had NAVABI, which is the most Durka people there. We had like reformers. We had so many. Guys, do you want to know really why there were so many people on that plane? Do you guys want to know the real reason? He's saying I had so many people on that plane because I wanted to have consensus. When I went to Islamabad to talk to the Americans, I wanted to have so many different people from all different thoughts there. But the real reason is that they were human shields. They were human shields. He wanted to have all of them on the plane so they don't shoot down the plane. That was the reason why he filled the plane. That is the reason. That's the actual reason. Oh, what happened? Oh, Goldie paused. Like we wanted to have people, we want to have people with different opinions, with different tastes, with different views. Like both from the position, so we wanted to have people that were experts in different areas, had expertise in different areas, and also had different roles within the regime. Guys, none of that mattered because at the end of the day, the Americans wanted to know one thing: will you give us enriched uranium? Will you stop enriching uranium? So all of those experts were unimportant, like they were useless. You brought the head of the central bank with you. Why would you bring the head of the central bank with you to Islamabad?
در واقع میخوام بگم هیچ کار جناحی و سلیقه‌ای و اینا واقعا نبود. این بود.
Like I just wanted to say that we weren't basically taking any. It wasn't partisan. It was bipartisan. Guys, he's the regime supporters who are thinking that he's like a spy or something, that he has sold the blood of Ali Khamenei to be powerful. Do you think they're going to be like, oh wow, so cool, The delegation was bipartisan. You brought all the people from different kinds to Islamabad. Why didn't you say so? We thought that you were betraying the country. Well, you were being bipartisan in Islamabad. Oh my God, we love you now, Ghalibaf. We love you. We should make you the supreme leader. Like, what the? This is not going to convince anybody.
اقتدار و منطق و سرسختی در جاهایی که لازم بود داشته باشیم این رو بهش توجه کردیم.
Oh my God. He's trying to, oh my God. He's trying to act alpha. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how weak, how low energy he is. He's saying when it comes to strength,
اقتدار و منطق و
like strength and logic
سختی در
and being hard. And he's not like him. Actually, he's not going like me. He's actually saying being strong and logical and being hard against the Americans.
هایی که لازم بود داشته باشیم.
Whenever that was necessary, we were paying attention to that. Do you guys feel strength from this? Like he's trying to show that he was being very strong against Americans, but he's saying like whenever it was needed for us to be logical and strong and hard on the Americans, we paid attention to do that. Okay. Okay. Wow. Wow.
این رو بهش توجه کردیم. حواسمون به طور کامل بود که خلاصه بی‌اعتمادی داشتیم.
Oh my God, he's saying this again. He's saying we were paying attention to summarize that we were showing lack of trust to the Americans. Okay, you're the most anti-American of all of them. Okay, guys? He was to convince the pro-regime people that like I'm the OG anti-American. I'm not a spy. I'm not betraying the country. I am more anti-American than anybody out there, okay?
در چند بار در مذاکرات این بحث گفته شد و پیش رفت و ما کار رو درست بردیم.
Oh my God. He's saying this was mentioned a couple of times during our negotiations with the Americans, and we basically went through the negotiations and we told them this. So basically what he's saying is that when we were talking to Americans, he were like, hey, we don't trust you, okay? And then like, hey, reminder, I know we're getting into technicals and stuff, but we don't trust you, okay? Remember, I told you we don't trust you. Like Americans are like, okay. And then we're like, hey, remember, just another reminder, I know we're like 8 hours into our talks, but just wanted to remind you again, Americans, we have no trust for you. I'm like, okay, got it. Americans are like, okay, got it, okay? So he's making sure that you know that during the negotiations, he made it very clear to the Americans that they don't trust the Americans. He wants you to know that he made the Americans know that he told them multiple times that they don't trust them. He thinks that's very important information for you to have.
گفته شد و پیش رفت و ما کار رو درست بردیم. من در آخرم این نکته رو اشاره کردم.
Like I also want to mention this last point to you guys.
من گفتم که این مذاکرات او بی‌اعتمادی رو حل نکرد. ولی من فکر میکنم
Oh guys, this is actually very important. Very important. He says, I also want to make sure I make a very important point here is that the negotiations we had didn't solve the lack of trust that we had for them. This is the fourth time he's mentioning this. And like, don't you worry, regime supporters. We went into the negotiations not trusting Americans, but guess what? After the negotiations, we still don't trust the Americans. Okay, don't you think I changed my mind? Do you not think I changed my mind? I still don't trust the Americans. Wow, okay, the negotiations did not solve that lack of trust. Wow, okay. Guys, the regime support here, if I was here, I'm Zulfagor now. Shut up about not trusting the Americans. Are you giving them the enriched uranium? Have you given up did you tell the Americans you're gonna give up the enriched uranium? What is all of this? Hey, I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I don't care. I don't care. Did you sell out? Are you a sellout? What did you get when you gave them the Strait of Hormuz? In exchange of what? In exchange for what? You told us you're never going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and then you opened the Strait of Hormuz. So maybe you're lying and Trump is telling us the truth. If you're lying about the Strait of Hormuz, maybe you're also lying about not giving them the enriched uranium. Maybe Trump is actually telling the truth. Stop talking about we don't trust them. We don't care. We don't trust you. You don't trust them. We don't trust you. There.
هم هیئت آمریکایی هم هیئت ما با سوابقی که من از قبل در مذاکره داشتم یه مقدار درکمون از همدیگه واقعی تر شد.
Wow, he's saying because of the negotiations, we now have a better understanding of each other. He's saying the Americans have a better understanding of us, and now we have a better understanding of Americans. This is not going to go well. This is not going to go well. This is not going to go well. But oh my God, as a regime supporter, we'll hate this.
واقعا مثلا اونجا اینگونه شد که
you know باید اینا رو میدیدی که ذات اینا رو میفهمیدی. خاک تو سرت، خاک تو سرت. این همه سال هنوز نفهمیدی اینا چیان؟ باید میرفتی میدیدشون که میفهمیدی اینا چی ساخته شدن. یه عمر داریم بهت میگیم که به اینا نمیتونی اعتماد بکنی. باید میرفتی میدیدشون که حالیت باشه اینا چی جیان. Guys, I understand these Shia people very well. So it's really infuriating to a pro-regime person because he's like, now we have a good understanding of the Americans. So from a pro-regime person, is like, we know the nature of the Americans. The Americans are backstabbers. They're untrustworthy backstabbers. You're like, I went and I got educated about what the Americans are like. You should have just listened to our Lord. You should have, maybe instead of going and talking to the Americans, you should have listened to some of the sermons of our Lord Ali Khamenei, because he was the master, he was the professor. He had 10 PhDs of how backstabbing these Americans are. You didn't need to go meet with them. You should have just listened to Ali Khamenei and listened to his sermons. He would have told you. There. Oh, wait. Sorry, I should have had that on when I said that. I'm confused. I'm having a crisis of identity. I don't know where Armin stops and Zulfikar begins. Yes.
سوء تفاهمایی پیش می اومد. یعنی از یک موضوع برداشت متفاوتی میشد.
Okay, so he's saying we and the Americans sometimes we had a different interpretation of the same thing. Like there was one thing and we had our interpretation and they had their interpretation. Guys, he's being this sounds like very understanding of the Americans. You need to go back to your anti-Americanism.
ولی همونجا بعد چون سه جانبه بود بحثا، میانجیگری اونجا حضور داشت بحث میکرد مثلا، بعد روشن میشد که نه مثلا منظور اینه، این نیست، اون هست.
Oh, he's trying to sell why we need to have the negotiations. He's saying that we had different interpretation and they had the different interpretation, but because we were there, it became very clear about where the differences were. Like we were there, the Pakistanis were there, and the Americans were there, and basically he's trying to say having those negotiations made it very clear, made it much easier to understand where's the miscommunication, right? So he's trying to come up with excuses for why the negotiations were necessary, because the pro-regime people hate him that he went and met with the Americans.
Yeah. مثلا بحثی بود که مثلا در آزادسازی اون مثلا آزاد بشه برای
So guys, I'm not just translating, I'm translating and I'm giving you the reason for why he's saying that based on the context of everything. So I'm basically translating it and I'm telling you why he's saying it to the regime supporters.
بحثی بود که مثلا در آزادسازی اون مثلا آزاد بشه برای این کار، بعد معلوم بود نه مثلا این منظور اون وجهه برای اون کار. اینا
Wow, he's not okay. So he's not being very clear. So he's saying, for example, we were talking about this needing to be free for that thing in that context, and then we realized no, that thing needs to be free for the other reason in that other context. And guys, he's basically not telling you the specific. He's saying freeing that for that purpose in that context. We thought this, and we realized like no, they mean that. And he's not giving you any specific examples. He's being this general.
کار بعد معلوم بود نه مثلا این منظور اون وجهه برای اون کار اینا چون خیلی ظرافت داره دقت
Like, oh, these are like, this is very nuanced. These are like really details and nuance. So this is why we need to. So he's basically saying there's so much detail and so much nuance that you could only do this if you're actually like meeting with them. And he's like, please, guys, I just had to meet with the Americans. There's just too much details here. But yeah, by the way, I don't buy it because no matter how much details there are, you like a Zoom call will solve it. Like, what can you say in person that you can't say in a secure line? You're there because you were there because you were here. No swearing. No, I didn't say. I cannot swear. Okay. چجوری فوشم که نمیشه بدم. اوکی. من که میدونم تو رفتی اونجا که یه اتاق خالی پیدا بکنی کشف خون رهبرمون رو بفرشی به آمریکا. چرا دروغ میگی؟ خائن، جاسوس، صهیونیست، دروغگو. هر چی میخواستی به اینا بگیری اینا رو میتونستی با یه نامه بهشون بگی. رفتی اونجا خون رهبر رو تو شیشه بکنی بفرشی به آمریکا. این همه خون دادیم که تو بری با یه ملاقات همه چی رو هدر بدی خاک تو سرت. رفتی اونجا یه اتاق خلوت پیدا بکنی همه چی رو بفرشی بهشون. من که میدونم برای رفته اونجا. Okay. So the understanding from a regime supporter is some regime supporters is that
wait, people want me to translate what you said. So basically, Armin is basically pretending to be like a Shia, like a supporter of the Islamic regime, and yelling and basically saying, "Oh my gosh, like you're going to negotiate with the murderers of Khamenei. We know why you went there. You went there to basically like sell yourself and just be a hoe for the Americans."
Yeah, so the reason why he went there, I would be suspicious as a regime supporter, is because if he wanted to communicate with them from inside Iran, he would be found out. But he wanted to go to Islamabad so he could be like find it like a private meeting with the Americans to basically give them all the information they need. He just needed a private room with the JD Vance. That's why he went there. Right? And he's coming up with these excuses. We're like, guys, like the negotiations are like detailed, nuanced, and the only way to do this is to talk to them face to face. But I know he's there to sell out the country. He's selling out. He's a spy.
Yeah, sorry guys, so just to the chat, you're right. So I made a quick a small mistranslation. That wasn't Armin speaking, that was Zolfaq Armin speaking. So yeah, I just want to clarify that. Yeah, that was Zolfaq Armin.
Yeah, guys, again, for people who are new here, this is what they are thinking is happening. Okay, yeah. And this is what they think is happening. Okay, yeah. So let's go.
And when Armin puts on the green headband, that's when he becomes Zolfaq Armin.
Oh yes, Zolfaq Armin. Zolfaq Armin. Oh, by the way, I lost audio. Let me reshare. There we go. Okay.
مهمیه که ما یک لحظه غفلت نکنیم از اون موضوعی که اشاره کردم. میدان، خیابان.
It's like the important thing is that we shouldn't move our attention away for even a second away from the thing that I already mentioned.
دیپلماسی.
میدان، خیابان دیپلماسی
اقتدار
دیپلماسی اقتدار. Okay, so here, so he's saying Maidan means the battlefield, خیابان meaning the people's presence in the streets, and then instead of saying, look at this, instead of saying diplomacy, he's saying diplomacy by strength. Because if he said diplomacy, they would be like, they would throw something at him right now. If he just said diplomacy, the regime supporters were like, shh, I'm going to slap you. I'm going to slap you. That's what the regime supporters will say, right? But he says like just diplomacy through strength, which is basically like peace through strength kind of thing, right? Hold on. Yeah.
همه برای یک هدف.
Like all for one goal.
اون هم تحقق حقوق ملت و
Oh, he's like, we're doing all of this, battlefield, presence in the streets, and strong diplomacy, like diplomacy through strength, for achieving one goal, to get the rights,
ایمن کردن کشور که
to get the rights of our people, the rights of our nation, and to secure the nation.
یک کسی دو مرتبه جرأت تهاجم به یک کشور رو پیدا نکنه.
So that no one would ever dare attack this country ever again. If you wanted to make them never attack our country ever again, then you should have kept on hitting them in the battlefield. You wanted to make sure that they never dare attack us ever again? Then why put a ceasefire? Why stop the attacks when we were winning? We were annihilating them. We were this close to ending the Zionist regime. We were this close. And you just put a pause on it for us to go talk to them in Islamabad. We were this close to completely destroying them. We were teaching them a lesson. We were beating them up. If you wanted to make sure that they would never attack us again, we should have kept on beating them so the whole world could see how fierce we are and so that nobody would mess up with us ever again. We were the army, the IRGC, they were doing their job. You should have just let them. You shouldn't have just intervened.
این مهمترین موضوعی که ما باید دنبال کنیم. از هر کدوم از این میدان ها، البته که خیابان طبیعتاً اون
like from all of, so he's like, this is what we have to go towards, and from all of these, like all of these are important.
میدان ها، البته که خیابان طبیعتاً اون محور اصلی است که هم حوزه نظامی رو و نیروهای مسلح رو و هم عرصه دیپلماسی رو تقویت میکنه.
God, I told you, I knew it. Guys, they're saying there's 3 areas that they need to focus on: the field, the streets, diplomacy. The field, the streets, diplomacy. So with the field, whenever they say the field, they mean IRGC. Whenever they say the streets, they're talking about the pro-regime civilians, the ones that are in the streets in the past 45 days, right? And diplomacy means the politicians, means him and Arakchi and all the people in the delegation team, right? And he's saying that, of course, the center of all of this is the streets. Like everything is basically orbiting the streets. The streets is the one that gives the strength to the field, and the streets is the one that gives strength to the diplomatic efforts. So, he's basically sweet talking the pro-regime people by saying that you're everything. Everything goes around you. You're the sun that we all orbit around. So we have the IRGC and we have the diplomats, but these are all just orbiting around you. So because he's being attacked by the streets, he's sweet talking the streets. Do you understand what I'm saying? The streets means the pro-regime people. The reason why the streets means the pro-regime people is because the pro-regime people have been in the streets in the past 45 days to support, to keep the Islamic regime alive, right? So he's saying that it's all for like all of this would be for nothing if it wasn't for you, right? So everything orbits that. Everybody is basically trying to sweet talk the regime supporters because the regime supporters are going to be weaponized by different people in power to kick their competition out. So if the Islamic Republic manages to survive all of this, whoever is in charge, the people who are in charge are going to try to kick out the other people who are in charge by labeling them as a traitor to the regime supporters. So if you want to not be pushed aside, you have to basically sweet talk the regime supporters. So that's why he's saying, like, everything, you are everything. You are everything. Forget the missiles. Forget the drones. Those are amazing. But the power of the people in the streets, that is what's keeping. It's your Haydar. It's your Allahu Akbar. That is hurts our enemies more than the missiles. The missiles are important. The ships our speedboats are important. Our mines in the Hormuz Strait are important. But it's your Allahu Akbar and your Haydar in the streets in Iran. That's what is going to, that is more important than anything else, right? So this makes sense as a way to try to gain these people back. And given that he's not a really good speaker, I don't think it's going to work. You know, the speaker of Khatam al-Anbiya, that's what these people like. You know, the guy that we make fun of, what's his name? What's the speaker of Khatam al-Anbiya's name? I forgot his name. The guy that comes out and gives like...
Yeah, the one that IDF said is probably dead and it's like AI videos.
I think IDF was joking, by the way, when he said that.
I don't know.
Because it's really easy to figure out if a video is AI, like using technical tools and stuff. But yeah, but that guy, okay, so that guy speaks with power. That guy speaks with charisma, right? This guy is like, what the hell? So this guy so he's saying all of this to gain the favor from the regime supporters. But the only reason why this man has any power is because he was useful to Ali Khamenei at some point and to IRGC. He has never been a good public speaker. So this is not going to work. This is not going to work. The only chance Mujtaba has right now to regain the favor of the people, the only chance that Ghalibaf has to regain the favor of the people is for Mujtaba to wake up and come out and support him. That's the only chance that he has right now to regain the support of the people.
و کار رو پیش میبره و بدون شک ما معتقدیم که این اثر حضور ملی مردم، مقاومت همه جانبه مردم و حضور عزیزان ما در
Oh my God, just get on with it. He's saying, and I could tell that this presence of the Iranian people in the streets, and he's saying that in like 7 different ways.
این اثر حضور ملی مردم، مقاومت همه جانبه مردم و حضور عزیزان
You said حضور already.
ما در خیابان‌ها به عینه میتونه کمک کنه هم به عرصه نظامی هم به عرصه در حقیقت دیپلماسی.
Okay, I'm not going to say any of that because he just repeated the same thing that I already told you he said in so many different ways and in such a slow and painful way. So he basically just repeated himself.
همه اینا مبارزه هست با روش.
Like all of these are battles
های مختلف.
In different ways. Okay, buddy.
روند مذاکرات با شما جزئیات حالا شاید صلاح نمیدونید بگید شرایط شما نیست. روند مذاکره پیشرفت داشته.
Like, has the negotiations been successful? Has there been any progress in the negotiations? Oh, look at this. This is pretty nice. Oh, I'm not going to highlight it. But somebody saying Armin giving a master class on Islamic Republic Durkheim mindset. Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
باشه در پیش‌رو باشه چون خیلی اخبار دارن میگن که یک شنبه پنجشنبه هی دارن اطلاعات میدن که
Like there's so much news that maybe on Sunday or another day we're going to be negotiating again.
مذاکره فلان تاریخ هست و غیره.
خب نگاه کنید بله بعضی موضوعاتش به جنبندی رسیده بعضی موضوعاتش نه پیشنهاد.
Oh my God. They're like, well, let's see. Well, pay attention to this. So it's true. Some of the things have been confirmed. Some of the things have not been confirmed. Okay.
دیگه ای داشته. اما با اون بحث نهایی هنوز فاصله داره.
However, we're still very far away from that final thing, for that final discussion. So he's basically saying that many things have been clarified with the Americans, but we're still so far away from the final discussion. And again, I think he's talking about the uranium. Okay, so he's not naming it, but he's talking about the enriched uranium, I think. It's like, so that final discussion, we're just basically communicating them that we are very determined on our conditions, like the conditions that we want. We are very
urging إصرار like you're
insistence
or you're insisting.
We're insistence. So he's saying that we're telling the Americans that we're very insistent on the things that we want for that final discussion. Okay, buddy. So
یعنی یه جاهایی هست که ما بر اون موضوعات اصرار داریم.
Okay, you already said that. He's saying like basically what I'm saying is that there are certain things that we are very insistent on. Didn't you just say that like 5 seconds ago?
داریم به این معنا که واقعا دیگه اونجا این نیست که ما این خواسته ها قابل گذشت ازش باشه. نیست.
Guys, I'm going to slap him. I'm going to slap this man. He's defining what insisting means. He's like he's now explaining what it means to insist on something. He's saying, so insisting meaning that those things we are not going to agree to give up on them. That is what we mean by like he's actually telling us what it means to insist on something. Like by insisting on them, I mean that we are not going to give up on the things that we want. Well, thank you for the definition. Is he getting paid per like second? Why is this dragging this on like this? Is this like is he trying to? Is he like making content? Is this for a YouTube channel and he's just trying to increase the runtime?
اونا هم بعضی حالا ممکن البته این موضوعات یکی دو تا باشه.
Oh, and he's saying like, oh, اونا هم بعضی, and then he stopped himself. It's like, and they also, he was going to say, and the Americans also have things that are insistent on, and they're not willing to give up. But he cut himself. And it's like, but these things might be one or two things. Only one or two things that you both are not flexible about? Really interesting. Guys, like this is making this Zulfaqar angry, okay? You know why this is making me angry? Because he's talking about Americans in a not so very hateful way. He's like, and they this, and they that. Are you talking about your buddy? Are you talking about your friends? Like, we want this and they want that. We are, these are the things, we have now a better understanding of each other. These are the things that we're not flexible about, but they also have things that they're not flexible about. They killed my supreme leader. Why are you talking about them as if you're buddies with them? Did you had like a night of? Did you just went to your like? What is it? Was this like a reunion of friends? And did you share memories? Did you share pictures with each? What is this? These are our enemies. Every time you mention them, you have to tell them that this evil American. That use the proper vocabulary. The blood of my supreme leader is still on their hands. The hand that you were shaking has still the blood of my supreme leader. And the Shahada and all the martyrs are Argentinian. They killed them. They killed all of them. And you're talking about them as if they're your friends. What are you doing? You have to refer to them as if they're the most evil thing that the world has ever seen. That's a proper way to refer to them. Have you forgotten? How soon have we thrown away all of the values of our Islamic revolution as soon as Khamenei is dead? Just like that, you forgot everything that we stand for? This proves that everything that we had was from our supreme leader. As soon as he's dead, all the values of this, everything that this Islamic revolution was about is all out the window. As soon as Ali dies, Ali was alone. He was always alone. We knew he was always alone. Our supreme leader was the only one on the right path. We always knew that the regime officials were traitorous spies and not loyal to this revolution. And now that he's dead, everything that we suspected is now confirmed. See how soon you betray Islam. As if these Americans and these Zionists are not our enemies anymore. Today you're talking so friendly about Americans. Tomorrow you're going to speak like this about the Zionists as well.
دوتا باشه یکی یا دوتا اونها هم یه جایی هستن یه نظراتی دارن که به قول معروف یه خط قرمزایی دارن الان
like guys, it's like they have these conditions, they have their own red lines. The Americans have their own red lines. If I'm a regime supporter, I would be like, why are you bothering yourself about their red lines? Like, what? Who cares? Who cares what their red lines are? Kill them.
تو این بخشا داره دنبال بشه.
This is not going to work out. Like, I can tell that this is not going to work well with the regime. So if he's trying to fix all of this negative PR that he's getting, this is going to backfire.
ولی اگه من سرجم بخوام بگم که ما پیشرفت داشتیم اما
like if I want to basically summarize everything and put everything in together, we have had progress. Every time he says let me summarize, he doesn't summarize. Every time he says let me summarize, he just drags it on even more, and he uses the maximum numbers of words to say the most simple things, and he repeats himself like over and over and over again. I wish he did summarize.
بعضی نکات اساسی باقی مونده. این نکته.
Okay, he's saying if I wanted to summarize, some of the important points have still not been are still left behind.
مهمه که بدونی.
So, and this is important to know.
و اون نکته که آمریکایی‌ها
He's basically not saying anything at all. Like the regime supporters would be like, okay, well, tell us. Why are you not telling us? He's like, oh, so the Americans are good enough for these details, but we, the people, again, when they say people, they mean regime supporters. So you will share these details with our enemies, but to your own people, you just like, oh, there's these details and that details we haven't. You're not telling us what the details are. You need to be transparent with us. You yourself told us that the streets are the most important thing. The streets are the most important thing. And we are the reason why the regime is still living. So we demand to know. What did you tell them? Why are you being so vague? By the way, guys, what I'm telling you is Armin. What I'm telling you is genuinely what the complaints are. Like I'm reading the complaints of the regime supporters, and I'm telling you what the complaints are.
باید بدونن اینه که آمریکا باید تصمیم بگیره که اعتماد ملت ایران جلب کنه. این
He just said that United States needs to make the decision. United States needs to make the decision to get the trust of the Iranian people. America has to move forward to finally get the trust of Iran. America has to gain our trust. America has to gain our trust. We will never trust any. They killed our supreme leader. We will die rather than trusting the Americans. We will never. Read my lips, Ghalibaf. We will never trust the Americans. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing that the Americans could do for us to trust them. It hasn't even been 50 days since they killed our supreme leader. And you're suggesting that there's something that they could do that we will trust them? Are you out of your mind? And scene. Okay.
مهمترین گامیه که باید آمریکایی‌ها بردارن. اگر اونا
He's saying this is the most important thing that the Americans should do to regain back our trust. Guys, I think this man doesn't know how to do politics. I think this is the worst video he could have done.
من میخوان که با حسن نیت پاسخ بدن، باید اون رویکرد گفتگوی خودشون رو از یک جانبه‌گری و روحیه‌ای که بخوان یه چیزی رو بر ما تحمیل بکنن از این دست بردارن.
Oh my God. Okay, so he's saying if they want to show good faith in these discussions,
با حسن نیت پاسخ بدن، باید اون رویکرد گفتگوی خودشون رو از یک جانب
they have to change the way that they talk to us.
گری و روحیه‌ای که بخوان یه چیزی رو بر ما تحمیل بکنن.
So they have to change the way they talk to us from forcing to stop acting like they're forcing something upon us.
از این دست بردارن و تجربه کردن که چنین چیزی اتفاق نمیفته.
Oh my God. Like you okay, so he's saying and they have already experienced that when that something like this can't happen.
و سیاست ما هم
so he's saying that basically when the Americans are talking to us, they need to treat us as equals. They shouldn't treat us like they have power over us and they want to force things upon us. That's what he's saying. He's saying it very poorly, but that's what he means, right? Which is retarded, because when you are negotiating with somebody, if somebody has more leverage, they're going to use the leverage that they have. Why wouldn't they? If you don't have leverage and they have leverage, of course, certain things will be forced upon you. This is the nature of negotiations. They're like, oh, yeah, I have everything and you don't have anything, but let me treat you as equal. Why would I treat you as equal when you're not equal? Why would I? Guys, in any negotiation between two bodies, if you're not equal, why would you treat the other side as equal if you're not equal?
اقدام گام به گامه. دست بردارن و تجربه کردن که چنین چیزی اتفاق نمیفته. و سیاست ما هم اقدام گام به گامه.
And he's saying, and our policy is to take decisions, to take actions step by step. Guys, you know what this is? This is basically using a lot of words to say nothing at all. Like, our policy is to take actions step by step. As opposed to what? As opposed to what? Like, I can't even think is there any way else, guys? Doesn't everything happen step by step?
تعهد در مقابل تعهده. یه گام اونا بود بعد.
Oh, so he's saying, تعهد. So ta'ahud is like, so promises in response to promises. They have to take one step and we will take one step.
یک گام ما ببرن اینطوری نشه که ما تعهد خود رو عمل کنیم اونا عمل نکنیم ما
It shouldn't be like when we ta'ahud is a better word for ta'ahud here. Ta'ahud. Yeah, commitments. So yeah, so it's we should take, like, we will commit to something, they should commit to something, then we will commit to something else and they should commit to something else. It shouldn't be like we commit to something and then they break their commitment. Yeah, that's what he's saying. How about this? How about you give us everything and then we won't bankrupt you? It's like, you know what it's like? It's like somebody has a gun and you don't have any weapons and they put a gun to your head and they're like, okay, so this is going to be the way I say it's going to be. And you were like, no, listen, I don't have a gun, but let's go step by step. You make a commitment and then I make a commitment. Then you make a commitment, then I make a commitment. I'm like, mother effer, I have a gun to your head. You have nothing. What are you talking about? Step by step, I make a commitment, you make a commitment. If I have a gun to your head and you have nothing, I'll tell you what to do and you say, sir, yes, sir. That's how it works.
سعی کردیم این تجربیات به همون حس بی‌اعتمادی دنبال کنیم. من در پایان صحبت یه نکته‌ای که میخوام اشاره کنم این که ما باید توجه داشته باشیم که دشمن خلاصه از دشمنیش دست بر نداشته.
All right, so he's going to summarize again. He said, like, so if I want to basically bring everything to, an end, and if I want to summarize things, this is the 10th time that he promised us is going to summarize something, and he never ends up summarizing it, right? So here,
میخوام اشاره کنم
like you think the final point, this is the 10th final point that he's going to make, because the last point that he made was the final point and now he has a new final point.
دنبال کنیم. من در پایان صحبت یه نکته‌ای که میخوام اشاره کنم این که ما باید توجه داشته باشیم که دشمن.
So in the end of this discussion, what I wanted to say is that we have to pay attention to
خلاصه از دشمنیش دست بر نداشته.
That the enemy, to summarize, have not stopped being the enemy. The enemy continues to show enmity towards us.
دشمن حتما.
Oh my God, that was Goldie.
That was the other version of me, though.
That was the other Goldie. That was this Goldie. She was like, the guy, he said Dushman, which was enemy, and Goldie was like, Dushman. Look at this.
خلاصه از دشمنیش دست بر نداشته. دشمن حتما در کمینه.
Dushman means.
Well,
because I'm pointing out that he's referring to the United States as the enemy, yes. Right? Like when he's referring to the United States, he's saying Dushman.
Yes, and Goldie, the proper way to say it is Dushman, because Ali Khamenei, he would always pronounce it Dushman, and many people think that's because of Teriak, because he's an addict.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be Dushman, but whenever we want to make fun of Ali Khamenei, instead of Dushman, we say Dushman.
Dushman, oh my gosh.
Dushman.
دشمن حتما در کمینه.
Dushman means enemy.
دشمن حتما.
So Ghalibaf is saying that the enemy is always hiding, ready to pounce at us. Like he's what that Kamingah. Kamingah is like, hold on. It's like hiding place. Kamingah. Ambush. Oh yeah. So the enemy is always ready to ambush us.
من به دنبال آسیب زدن و از این امید نشد.
He's still referring to
the enemy is always hoping to hurt us, is always wanting to hurt us, and they haven't given up on this. Guys, Ghalibaf is a really, really amazing high-level political analyst, okay? And he's revealing to us, to the regime supporters, that the Americans are still interested in hurting the Islamic Republic. Mind blown, guys. I hope this person, like, I hope Ghalibaf starts his own YouTube channel and starts giving us political analysis. This is some mind blowing stuff, guys.
روز هم یک نقشه و یه شرارت و اینها از آستینش میاد بیرون.
Like that, the enemy, like they could always do something evil at any day.
این رو ما حتما باید بهش توجه داشته باشیم.
And we have to pay attention to this. There, guys, like this is really bad comments coming from Ghalibaf, because he's telling pro-regime Iranians that America might do evil things, okay? And the pro-regime Iranians would be like, no SHIT, Sherlock, really? Like, are you kidding me? Like, the people that we have been chanting death to for the past 47 years, you're telling us that they might do something evil and we have to pay attention to that? Like, thank you for telling, like, they will be like, thank you for telling us. I thought we were saying death to America for no reason at all. I thought all these past 47 years we were saying death to America because, you know, they might be good sometimes, but they might be bad sometimes. Of course, America, like, they would think, like, of course the Americans might do evil things. Like, they are the most evil thing in the world. We call them the great devil for a reason.
Because
so this is like as a regime supporter, you would be offended because this is like Durka 101, right? Like, this is like kindergarten level Durka, and you think like we are at least high school level Durka. Why are you telling us kindergarten level Durka? Why are you saying like, oh, be careful, Americans might do something evil? Like, oh, wow, thank you, Ghalibaf. That's kindergarten level Durka. We are above that. Kinder Durka. Yes, exactly. That's Kinder Durka. Get to our level.
مهمیه که همه تلاشش اینه که بتونه این وحدت و این حضور مردم و این اتحادی که من در
He's really a bad speaker. Like, he's really a
همه
bad speaker.
تلاشش اینه که بتونه این وحدت و این حضور مردم و این اتحادی که من در اون جنگ 12 روزه گفتم واقعا 90 میلیون.
Finish a sentence before you go to the other one. Okay, so he didn't finish it. He says like the Americans, what the enemy, when he says the enemy, he means the Americans. What the enemy is trying to do is to this presence in the streets, to this unity. So then he moves on to another topic. He didn't finish the sentence. What he was trying to say was that be careful. The enemy is trying to ruin the unity that we're having in the streets right now. So that was one of the few clever things that he could have said, which he didn't even finish, because that's what he should focus on. He should focus on this division that you're seeing within the Islamic Republic right now, that is making our... Oh, I need to go soon. This is what he should focus on. This is what Ghalibaf, let me teach you, okay? I know you're a fan. What you should be telling the regime supporters is that this division within us is making our enemies happy. You will show to them Iran Revolution Live, and you will see, look at our enemies, Goldie, Ghamari, and ARMIN NAVABI. Look at them going like this and being happy when you guys are so divided. Look how happy you're making our enemies. So stop this division. Stop attacking me. It's making the Zionists happy. Are you happy? You made the Zionists happy. I'm
very happy.
Yes. You made Goldie happy. Is that what you wanted? By attacking me, Ghalibaf, you're making Goldie happy. Goldie is the enemy of the Islamic Republic. And by attacking me, you're making our enemies happy. You're making Zionists and imperialist Americans happy. And this is on you. That's what you, Ghalibaf, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. And you almost got there and then you stopped yourself. You're saying, like, you said, this unity that we have, this presence that we in the streets we have, the enemies are trying to, and then you switch and you went to you got distracted, and now you're saying something else. See, they should hire me as the Islamic Republic spokesperson. I know how to sell this. I know how to bring you all back together. You don't know how to do it.
Oh, that's why you're the Durka whisperer.
Yeah. If I was on their side, I would have cleaned up this mess by now.
Yeah. That's your new name, Armin. You're Zolfaq Armin, the Durka whisperer.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Good. I like that.
در روزه گفتم واقعا 90 میلیون ایرانی، شما نگاه کنید قریب به 30 میلیون نفر ثبت نام کردن.
Guys, this is a new thing that they're saying. I actually got this message directly from Iran as well. Okay, so the John Fado website that Goldie and I told you about. So they have this new website that you could go register as a John Fado, meaning that people who will sacrifice their life for the country. Okay, and they stole that word from Murad Vaisi, by the way, right? And they're saying, like, look, in a population of 90 million Iranians, 30 million Iranians have registered to be John Fados. Zart bull crap. There is absolutely no way. This is a lie. And I'm actually surprised that some of my contacts in Iran fell for it and believe, like, oh my God, Armin, maybe they're bigger. Maybe they're higher in numbers than we thought. There's 30 million people registered. Are you kidding me? I know. Like, if you believe, you know that they could make these numbers up. Like, why did you fall for that? I don't think you're watching because you don't have good internet in Iran right now. But why did you fall for it? How do you really believe that 30 million people registered on their website? 30 million people? Some of the most popular websites in the world doesn't get 30 million people. I don't think their website will be able to survive 30 million people visiting it. Of course they're making these numbers up. Of course 30 million Iranians registered to sacrifice their life for the. You're sure. به روبا میگن شاهدت کیه؟ میگه دومم. Guys, this is a Persian saying, okay? They ask the fox, who's your, what is it called? Shahed. Wait, Shahed. Shahedet kiyeh? Witness, okay. So they ask the fox, who's your witness? He says, my tail. Okay? So the regime is saying, like, 30 million people registered. Who's your, okay, where's your proof? We are the proof. They refer to themselves. They use themselves as a source, just like a fox pointing to his tail as witness. Okay? So who's going to check this? How do you like the fact, if anybody believes this 30 million number, I'm sorry, but you're retarded.
اومد در نگاه کنید قریب به 30 میلیون نفر ثبت نام کردن زن و مرد در میدان. شما
like 30 million people have registered, men and women, to come to the field, to the battlefield.
دیدید دیروز چند ساعت از میدان امام حسین تا چهارراه حضرت ولی عصر عجل الله خانوما اومد میدان امام حسین تا چهارراه حضرت ولی عصر عجل الله.
So he's saying from this square to that square, if you look from this square to that square, if you look, there were so many people in the streets. So many people are coming into the streets to support the regime. Guys, when you see big crowd sizes supporting the regime, you have to keep a few things in mind, right? They have free food. They have entertainment. In Iran, there is no internet. Many people go out there because there's something happening. They have concerts. They give you rice. They give you free cooking oil. They have girls. They keep advertising their girls. They're now putting it on state TV that come and find girls. They're actually saying on state TV There's girls here for you. Come and pick some. They have hijabless girls too, and they're advertising them as sick and as both hijabless girls and hijabi girls.
Legal and
they're asking
eligible.
them,
Durka
yeah,
dating.
Durka dating. Yeah, exactly. All of that. They're putting concerts with big screens with hijabless Lebanese women singing, and they're constantly advertising it everywhere to come into the streets. And with all of that advertising and all of that incentive, they're getting tens of thousands to come into the streets. And if you have it in from one square to another, tens of thousands looks impressive. But tens of thousands is not that. It looks impressive on camera when you put them, squish them together. It looks impressive on camera, but it's nothing. Tens of thousands is nothing. If in a population of 90 million Iranians, even if you have 3% support, you should have been able to get tens of thousands into the streets with no incentives, without the free food, without the girls, without the concerts. So even with 3% support, you should be able to get tens of thousands. The anti-regime Iranians came out in the millions, not tens of thousands, in the millions, even though they were being shot at, even under the threat of arrest, execution, torture, and rape. They came out in the millions. And you, with all the incentives, you get out tens of thousands, which, for anybody who doesn't know how statistics and numbers works, that on camera might look impressive to some people. It's nothing. Tens of thousands in a population of 90 million Iranians is nothing.
خانوما اومدن از نظرشون کنید این هاست، این حضور مردم. وقتی میگه من زیر ساخت میزنم مردم
Okay, look at how he speaks.
خانوما اومدن از نظرشون کنید این هاست.
این هاست. Wow. He's saying these are these. I kid you not, guys. He's saying these are these. Wow. In host. Such a great speaker.
Someone should make a quote. So yeah, someone should quote him, right? Like that quote should go down in history, right? These are these, Goldie boss.
Yeah. Right. So Goldie, if you ever think that you're not good in speaking Persian, then listen to Ghalibaf, okay? Guys, Goldie's Persian is like 100 times, 1,000 times better than Ghalibaf, okay?
It's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Right. Oh my god. Somebody's saying
someone has a good super chat. So how could 30 million register on a website if there's no internet? So there's no internet, but there's intranet. So what the Islamic regime has done is they have replaced the internet with like this internal, like North Korea, communist China style intranet. So people are still connected, but they have to use the Islamic regime's intranet, which is internal. Yeah. Right. And that is like 100% monitored. And most Iranians obviously don't want to use the intranet because that's how the Islamic regime basically monitors you. It's basically like a big brother type of situation. Yeah.
Someone says Timu internet. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you only have access to local websites. Like you can't go to Instagram or YouTube or Facebook. It's just only government approved internal websites.
Exactly.
حضور مردم وقتی میگه من زیر ساخت میزنم مردم بچه هاشون رو برمیدارن میرن اونجا.
He's saying when he says that he's going to hit the infrastructure, the people bring their children to the infrastructure. Goldie, he's bragging about creating human shields with children.
Yeah,
he's insane. He's literally bragging about that they use children to create human shields. I kid you not. He says, when he said, meaning President Trump, that he's going to hit the infrastructure, our people took their children to the infrastructure. Guys, this is worse than Hamas, because Hamas hides the fact that they use children as human shields. This guy brags about
it. They brag about it. They brag about like using children as human shields. Like that's how insane these people are.
I think they're selling it as a virtue. Like for years, people have been trying to expose Hamas for using children as human shield, and this guy's like, "Guys, we're so great. We take our children to the infrastructure so they don't hit the infrastructure. Aren't we awesome?" Like, what the hell?
Crazy.
Like Hamas is watching like, wait, we could have done that from the beginning. We didn't have to hide this. We could have just said like, yeah, this is yes, we do it, and it's awesome. And that means we use children as shields, and that means we're the good people.
That's the 7th century savage Islamic barbarism. And you know, like Armin's not laughing because it's funny. I mean, it kind of is, but it's like he's laughing out of like frustration, right? Like it's so insane. It's so insane that like all you can do is laugh when you hear these incredibly insane like Muslim Nazis literally brag about the fact that they're using children as human shields. Like all you can do is just laugh at their insanity, because it's either laughing or crying. So we choose to laugh because that's all we can do.
Right.
Right, Zolfar Armin?
Yes. Wait. خفه شو صهیونیست با من حرف نزن. حجابتو رعایت کن. There you go. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. That wasn't me, Goldie. Don't get angry with me. That wasn't me.
No, that wasn't you. That was we know. Listen, I know that wasn't you. That was Zolfar Armin.
Yes.
Yeah, that was Zolfar Armin. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, guys. Zolfar, not me. Zolfar man told Goldie, because Goldie talked to Zolfar man, and Zolfar man told Goldie to shut up, Zionist Jew, and stop talking to me and put on a hijab. That's what he said. That's what he said. So, okay, sorry. I feel bad because that was so rude.
No, that's fine. It was perfect. It was perfect. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's get.
امروز ما موظفیم این قدرشناسی کنیم اینها قدرت ما هستند.
Okay, so he's saying today we have to learn how to be grateful because these are the power that we have, the power of the people in the streets, basically.
بدون شک همه ما این کلام امام کبیرمون رو که
without a doubt all of us
فرمودن محور وحدت جامعه اسلامی ما خلاصه ولی فقیه است.
he's saying that we like again he's summarizing again. He's an expert summarizer here.
همه ما این کلام امام کبیرمون رو که فرمودن محور.
So he's reminding us of the words of our great supreme leader. I think he's talking about the first supreme Khomeini.
وحدت جامعه اسلامی.
So which he said that the unity of the Islamic community.
ما خلاصه ولی فقیه است.
خلاصه. It's like in summary is the wali faqih, which means the jurist, basically it's the supreme leader.
امروز اگر میخواین
So he's saying the thing that unites us is the supreme leader. You know why he's saying that, guys? You know why he's saying that? Because he doesn't have enough guns. He doesn't have enough guns. So how is that related to him saying that the supreme leader is the unifying factor? Is because the only legitimacy he has right now is by pretending that Mujtaba, Mujtaba has given him the endorsement. I don't know what's happening to Mujtaba right now, but it seems Ghalibaf is in control of his body or something, because he's very confident to go back to the supreme leader. So the rest of IRGC might have a lot of guns, but he either has or is pretending to have the blessings of Mujtaba. And because the state TV a couple of times came out and said that Mujtaba said that, Ghalibaf is basically has his blessing. So this is why he's reminding. So he might not be a good public speaker. He might not have all the guns right now in his corner. But what he has, the only thing he has working for him is not the fact, but the claim that Mujtaba Khamenei is endorsing him. And the only way to challenge him on that, if you are a regime supporter, is like, but do you really? Because we think you might be messing with us. Like where's the why not even an audio message? Okay, if he's not coming out at all for security reasons, that's one thing. If he's not doing a live video for us, that's another thing. If he's not doing a pre-recorded video, that's another thing. If you're not releasing a single image of him, that's another thing. But you're not even releasing a single audio message from him. Something's up here. Something is up. You're like messing with us. That's what they will think, right? So they're like, has Ghalibaf killed the third supreme leader as well? And he's now just acting like he's moving his, is just using his dead body. Like, do they have his? Is he okay? Maybe you have arrested him. Like maybe the supreme leader has been like kept in a cage somewhere by Ghalibaf, so he could just make claims on his behalf. But this insistence on that that unity comes from the supreme leader, to me suggests that Ghalibaf is like, hey guys, listen to me, because the supreme leader has endorsed me.
سیبی به مملکت ما نرسه باید پشتیبان ولایت فقیه باشیم.
And I go saying it, for us to make sure that nothing bad happens to our country, we need to have the support of the supreme leader.
سیبی به مملکت ما نرسه باید پشتیبان ولایت.
Guys, this really suggests that the only source of his Ghalibaf's power is Ghalibaf right now is this claim of Mujtaba backing him.
فقیه باشیم.
I mean, I know he still has some IRGC influence because he did manage to get some oil tankers to President Trump.
امروز این وظیفه ماست و انشالله ما
today this is our duty.
مسئولین هم طبیعتاً بیشتر از مردم وظیفه داریم برای
And like we, the regime officials, we have even a bigger duty compared to the people.
این اجماع برای این وحدت
for this consensus, for this unity,
تلاش کنیم هم بین خود
to fight for this unity. He's saying unity. Guys, whenever Ghalibaf says unity, he's basically saying, stop fighting with me. Stop attacking me, because that hurts unity.
خود مسئولین این یک پارچگی باشه.
Oh, he's saying like we all have to be یک parche. یک parche means like united, like, or on the same page, okay? Like all regime officials, they all need to be on the same page together, like aligned.
همین که تلاش کنیم رفتار ما باعث خدای نکرده دوگانگی نباشه و
see, he's saying, and we have to be careful that our actions is not causing polarization. This is, and this confirms that that's what's happening. When Ghalibaf says that we have to be careful that our actions don't cause polarization, that's the biggest confirmation that we have polarization. Do you guys understand? Do you guys agree?
از همه مردم عزیزمون هم میخوام که خلاصه به حق
خلاصه همش میگه خلاصه. Like, and I want to ask our dear people is to, in summary, guys, that's his take kalam. the thing that he keeps on going back to is in summary, in summary, in summary, and he never summarizes. He constantly says in summary, and none of it is summarizing anything.
مردم عزیزمون هم میخوام که خلاصه به حق همه رزمندگان دعا کنن.
He's asking the Iranian people in summary to pray for all of the fighters of the regime.
حالا اونهایی که چه در مبارزه رزمن در حوزه ها
both the people who are fighting in the battlefield
نظامی چه اونهایی که در مبارزه رزمن در حوزه دیپلماسی.
Oh no you didn't, oh no you didn't. He's saying both the warriors that are fighting in the battlefield and also the warriors that are fighting in diplomacy. You don't you dare compare yourself to our soldiers who are sacrificing their blood and their lives to keep the regime. You are not a warrior. همه بلاهایی که سر ما میاد به خاطر شما دیپلمات هاست. Everything that happens to us, all the horrible things that we have to suffer, it's because of you diplomats. You are not a warrior. Our soldiers are the warrior. You ruin everything that they achieve. They keep fighting and fighting and fighting, and we have martyrs and martyrs and martyrs, and we go so far, and then with one negotiation, you diplomats ruin all their achievements. You piss in their blood. You piss in the blood of the martyrs. You're like, oh, the warriors of the battlefield and the warriors of diplomacy. You are no warrior. And you sit in the air-conditioned rooms and you talk and talk and talk. And with all your talks with our enemy, you just give everything away. Don't you dare call yourself a warrior. Razmande. Guys, this is really good for you guys to know what the complaints from the regime supporters are. Actually, I like this method. Yeah.
You know, guys, remember when Armin puts on the green headband, that's when he turns into Zolfaq Armin, the Durka whisperer. And that's why, like, so when he's giving those rants with the green headband, like he's basically putting himself in the shoes of the Durkas, and he's explaining to you how the Durkas right now are responding to what Ghalibaf is saying. So that's why we call him Zolfaq Armin, the Durka whisperer.
Okay. I like that. Okay.
I know you like that.
Maidan.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
هستن اینها برگه‌های برنده ماست.
These are our winning cards. Winning cards, Omar boss. Cards are you shouldn't be playing cards. That's haram.
الله که روح امام کبیر ما، روح امام شهید ما از ما.
Oh, so wait. Oh yeah, so he's talking and now he's going virtue signaling. The spirit of our martyred Imam. I hope that the spirit of our martyred Imam. Oh, he's saying, I hope that these are the ending prayers. Okay, and this is why these people are not like Muslims according to Sunnis. His prayers are to the spirits of Ali Khamenei. He's saying, like, look, if I was a proper Muslim, Sunni Muslim, I would say, like, I hope God is satisfied. Okay. I hope God is satisfied with my action. Okay. But if I'm a Shia infidel mushrik, I would say, I hope the spirit of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, is satisfied with what we're doing. So when you put, and this is why Sunnis consider Shias to be dead people worshippers. Okay. Because they constantly talk about Hassan, Hussein, Ali, and Khamenei's ghosts and spirits, and they keep wanting to please them instead of Allah. So they're not putting Allah first. So from a Sunni perspective, this is not even Islam. This is why, guys, even though Islam is a death cult, from a Sunni perspective, Shia Islam is a death cult. Okay? Think about how much of a death cult Shia Islam is, that from a Sunni perspective, I'm like, oh my God, you guys are actually a death cult. Okay? Like you're literally praying to dead people.
این مردم این خانواده‌هایی که عزیزان خودشون رو در این راه تقدیم اسلام کردن، تقدیم ایران کردن. مردم این خانواده‌هایی که عزیزان خودشون رو در این راه تقدیم امام شهید ما از ما راضی باشه، این شهدا، این مردم، این خانواده‌هایی که
these martyrs, these families, these people,
عزیزان خودشون رو در این راه تقدیم
the people who gave their loved ones as martyrs, as a gift to us.
اسلام کردن، تقدیم ایران
Oh, they gave it for Islam, they gave it for Iran.
کردن، برای افتخار ایران، عزت ایران.
Guys, I promise you that this part is boring even to the pro-regime people. Like this actually makes even a pro-regime person tune out this part.
آرمان‌های دین و عزت مسلمین و امنیت دیگر بخش جامعه انشالله مدیون اونها نباشیم.
And oh my god, okay. And the goals of the religion
های دین و عزت مسلمین
and the honor of Muslims
و امنیت دیگر بخش جامعه
and the security of the other parts of the society.
انشالله مدیون اونها نباشیم.
Inshallah, we don't want to be indebted to them.
تلاش کنیم و از همه اونها التماس
and we will do our best and we beg them for their prayers. Oh my god, that was so boring. That last word was so boring. I wanted to oh my god. He is such a bad speaker, Goldie. Like he is such a bad speaker. And his job Our boy is back. Is he okay? Protect him.
We don't know, but I saw this news about an hour ago. I don't want to interrupt you because you were on a whole roll with Ghalibaf. But yeah, apparently Ghani has been spotted
in
Iraq.
I'm so happy he's alive. Oh my god.
But
our hero.
The craziest thing. Look, an Iranian delegation headed by IRGC Quds Force Commander Ismail Ghani has arrived in Baghdad to mediate between Iraqi Shiite leaders as disputes continue to stall the formation of a new government. What the heck is he doing in Iraq? Like, is it the Islamic regime currently collapsing internally? Like, he has been missing for like what, 100 days? And now, it was not 100 days. He's been missing since the start of the conflict, and now he suddenly randomly pops up in Iraq. Maybe he's going to Iraq to get instructions from his like Mossad colleagues or something.
Handlers.
Yeah. Like he's going to like give updates to Mossad in Iraq.
So if he is our boy, then he's going to Iraq to meet with his handlers from Mossad. But if he's not our boy, then he's in Iraq to beg the Shia militias in Iraq to come help them out, to come to Iran and help. He's going there for reinforcement. If he's not our boy,
who sent him?
I mean, he's a leader of the Quds, so he's supposed to be outside doing operations outside of Iran. That's what the Quds army is supposed to do, right? Like he's a replacement. Yeah.
But he's been missing an MIA since the beginning of the conflict. You would think, given that he's the head of the IRGC Quds force and one of the top people, no one has said his name. The Americans haven't said his name. The Israelis haven't said his name. The Iranians or IRGC haven't said his name. He's been completely MIA, and now all of a sudden he's seen in Iraq. He just pops up out of nowhere in Iraq.
We should teach him Morse code, so if he's a hostage of the Islamic Republic, he could tell us that he needs help.
I don't know. It's just so strange. But you would also think Zolfar Armin, that given that the country is currently in conflict, that Ghani would remain in Iran in order to, I don't know, lead the IRGC Quds force. So what's he doing in Iraq?
Yeah, actually, you're right, because that would be, it's really dangerous. At least in Iran, there's bunkers there for him to maybe stay in. In Iraq, he's like a sitting duck. Okay, Goldie, if he goes to Iraq and he doesn't die, then something is up. Okay, because if he's going to Iraq, it's going to be so easy to figure out where he is, and it's going to be so easy for the IDF to kill him. So if he's in Iraq.
Well, remember, Soleimani was in Iraq when President Trump boomed him.
Yeah, and that's when they didn't even have the level of dominance over the skies then as much as they have right now, right? With all of this, intelligence and, air strike carrier groups and drone technology. And they didn't have the drone technology that they have today back then. And now they're all over the place. So right now they should be able to kill him like this in Iraq, easier than even in Iran.
And Armin, another question for you. Well, question for you, Zolfar Armin.
Oh, really?
Why isn't he? Well, no. I mean, you could keep the headband on or off. Doesn't matter. You're Zolfar Armin regardless.
No, I'm not. This is Armin. I'm talking about. The Zolfar Armin is retarded Durka. This is Armin. Armin, the political analyst.
No, but we voted, and your name is Zolfar Armin, right? So now
no, I'm Zolfar Armin only when I put this on and I go full Durka. I'm not Durka right now. I'm giving you my political analysis. Okay, this is Armin NAVABI from. Wait, what the hell? What is this? No. This is right now Armin NAVABI from Liberty Politics. Liberty Politics. Armin NAVABI from Liberty Politics. What is this? Who did this? Stop it. Oh my God. I did not consent to this. I feel violated.
It's been that way for like an hour and a half. It's been that way since the poll.
No, I feel violated.
Oh gosh. Okay. I'll change it. I didn't realize I had the power to do that, but apparently I do. So.
I did not consent to this. No. This is a violation of my rights. This is a human rights violation.
It's been that way for like over an hour, and like everyone in the chat, we were all just like laughing and joking about it. Armin, I kept on mentioning. I was like, "Hey, it's Zolfar Armin," and you were just running with it.
I didn't see it.
Oh no, he just noticed. Like 2 hours. Your name was changed to Zolfar Armin for 2 hours.
Oh no! Oh my God.
It's okay. You have the proof. Yeah. All right, but as I was saying, like what I did want to point out though, Armin, really quick, because it's getting late. I have to go as well, and I know you definitely need to go. Isn't it interesting that Ghani is going to Iraq at the end of the ceasefire? Wouldn't you think that if he actually wanted to go to Iraq for like genuine negotiations or like the Shiite rift or whatever, wouldn't he go at the beginning of the ceasefire so that he would have the full 2 weeks without worrying about whether or not he's going to be boomed by Israel or United States? Why is he now suddenly going at the end of the ceasefire?
Maybe they're sending him out to die, or maybe the IRGC is like, kill this guy.
Or maybe he's leaving occupied Iran because he knows something's happening or something's going to happen soon. So he wants to get out of the line of fire.
Right. Yeah. Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, so many theories, but it's just strange. So there you go. All right, okay. Armin, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have to save Durka dating for tomorrow, but we will start off tomorrow. Unless there's like some crazy news, we'll start off tomorrow with Durka dating because I really want to get to Durka dating.
Okay. So that's good.
All right. Well, guys, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. Really appreciated that. And we will see all of you tomorrow for day 113 of Iran Revolution Live.
I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javid Shah.
Javid Shah and Payande Iran. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Talking of peace, but you know how it ends. Smiles for the cameras, deals in the light, but truth disappears somewhere out of sight. Mullahs behind it, controlling the flow. You shake hands with fire, but you already know. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away. While lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, hear the streets, hear the cry. Iranians want freedom, they're reaching high. From cells to the shadows, their voices still grow. Dreaming of a future they don't even know. Deals at the top while the pressure runs low, and down below the fear continues to grow. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away. While lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, now the moment is real. Reagan or Obama, pressure or deal. One stands firm, one bends to the game. History writes down the choice and the name. Stand with strength, don't let it all go. You don't free millions by moving too slow. Mr. Trump, if you give them that deal, they keep the power, they tighten the seal. More voices silenced, more lives erased, while freedom is pushed further away. Be the Reagan they need, take a stand, don't trade their future for the sake of a hand. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Too many lives already lost. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Iranians fighting, they won't let it fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away. While lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, be like Reagan. No deals with the devil.
غرق انقلاب است.
فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایی داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق